Chapter 877. Entering the Temple. Chapter 877. Entering the Temple. Yeah. Young Laotian's eyebrows audibly clicked together as he heard Old Man Good Fortune's words. Although he didn't believe such nonsense like that he would be able to close up for 800 years at a time, he was able to confirm that he certainly had some sort of secret skill to extend his life. That was his understanding of time laws. Young Laotian couldn't say that this didn't tempt him, but against this Old Man Good Fortune, whose strength likely surpassed his own, Young Laotian had no thoughts that he would be able to snatch the concept of time inheritance from Old Man Good Fortune's hands. Young Laotian thought for a moment and didn't continue to speak. He felt an extreme fear towards Old Man Good Fortune in his heart. On the sublime smelting divine kingdom side, the sublime smelting imperial grand Uncle Luya Hua greeted Old Man Good Fortune with a faint smile. He wasn't too familiar with Old Man Good Fortune. They were neither enemies nor friends. He wasn't like Young Laotian, who had once fought with Old Man Good Fortune. Lin Ming could feel gazes filled with intense hatred beaming onto his body from the crowd. As he looked around, he wasn't surprised at all to see that it was Situ Bonin and Situ Yaoshi. Those two old fellows are really haunting me like ghosts. Lin Ming's expression sank. Situ Yaoshi and Situ Bonin were nearing the end of their lifespan, and they had originally relied on lucky chances to forcefully rise to the divine sea realm. If they missed this chance, then their lives would come to an end in another 500 to 600 years. Lin Ming would have been shocked if they hadn't come. "Haha, Brother Lin, you really came." In the distance, Uya Qingfeng and Yang Yun greeted Lin Ming, both of them cupping their hands across their chests. Lin Ming also greeted them in return. In a brief glimpse, Lin Ming could see that there were several outstanding young elites standing beside Uya Qingfeng and Yang Yun. Their cultivations were at the 6th and 7th stage of life destruction, and the aura they released was no weaker than that of Situ Yaoiwe. He's Lin Lonjian. Beside Uya Qingfeng, a young man holding a blue sword arched his eyebrows upwards. His name was Uya Kun, and he was the same as Qin Yu, a 6th stage life destruction martial artist that was a half step into the divine sea. However, he was just a tad stronger than Qin Yu. He had inborn purple Tang meridians, a meridian variation. However, those born with purple Yang meridians were destined to have normal martial talent. Uya Qin was finally unable to take that final step into the 7th stage of life destruction, and thus, with his 6th stage life destruction cultivation, he began to step into the divine sea. To this end, Uya Kun had also taken this to heart, constantly brooding over this. He had great ambitions, but if he wasn't able to step into the 7th stage of life destruction, then he simply had no hope of ever becoming the highest under the heavens. That's right. Uya Qingfeng nodded. Uya Kun narrowed his eyes. This Lon Lonjian was the future highest under the heavens. Just what secrets could be on his body? The Temple of Marvels is just in the dense fog ahead. The entrance is protected by a barrier of energy, and this energy barrier is weakest in the early morning and late evening. In just another incense stick of time, we will be able to enter. The one who spoke was the sublime smelting imperial grand uncle. With his words, the group began to slowly make their way forwards. Lin Ming passed through the fog and watched as the legendary Temple of Marvels appeared in front of him. The temple floated high above the clouds. From afar, it emitted a dazzling golden light. It seemed to be carved from jade, and the top of the temple pierced straight into the 9 heavens' thunder dominion. Countless arcs of thunder surrounded the dome of the temple. There was no signboard on the Temple of Marvels, only countless silver runes that covered the outside. There were no doors leading to the Great Hall. Right in front of them was a row of massive columns that rose thousands of feet into the air, and in between these columns was a number of pitch-black entrances. There was a strange force field that twisted these entrances, separating them from the outside world. This sort of force field was not created by human hands. Rather, it appeared because of some mystical energy from within the Temple of Marvels. This energy was far too powerful, so it naturally distorted the space around it, forming a closed force field. It was the same as the Eternal Demon Abyss 1,000-mile Forbidden Zone and the 8,000 Black Swamp, and although the force field around the Temple of Marvels was smaller, it was far more formidable. "I'll go first." Yang Laotian let out a long laugh, and then drove his divine carriage to an entrance between two columns. As he approached the force field, he extracted a shining gold divine mace from his spatial ring and slammed it against the closed-off force field, directly shattering it. The divine sea powerhouses of the Nine-Furnace Divine Kingdom brought their heroic young elites in with them. In addition to the other Holy Land influences subordinate to them, over 50 people made their way in. Soon after they entered, the sublime smelting divine kingdom followed close behind. Uya Hua broke through the force field and brought in a group of over 40 people. The Azura Divine Kingdom and the 7-star Divine Kingdom went next, followed by the scattered martial artists. Old Man Good Fortune didn't seem to be in a hurry. He said to Lin Ming, "At the entrance to the Temple of Marvels, every gap between two pillars leads to a different place. Let's choose a separate route, so we don't end up together with them." Old Man Good Fortune casually chose an entryway, then with a single pat of his palm the force field shattered, and he and Lin Ming calmly entered the Temple of Marvels. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Great black waves tumbled as they beat against rocks. Lin Ming stood on a desolate island beach. A black sea spread out without end, appearing like the fabled Sea of Miracles. And above this island there were giant trees that resembled umbrellas. These great trees were hundreds of feet high, and not even a dozen people holding hands could wrap around the trunk. The little bits of light that made it through the canopy of these trees resembled stars. This world had no sun, but the little bit of star-like light coming from those trees illuminated the world. This shouldn't be an island in the Sea of Miracles, right? Lin Ming was stunned. Even though he truly wished to discover the secrets of the Sea of Miracles, he was extremely frightened by this sea. He did not even have the slightest hope that he would be able to make it out. After all, his strength was far from comparable to the past highest under the heavens. No need to be anxious. This is only a world within the Temple of Marvels, a world of sand. Those ancient Supreme Elders with an extremely high cultivation were able to create independent spaces. So opening numerous worlds within this temple isn't strange at all. This is also the 5th level of the concept of space, spatial genesis. The 5th level. Lin Ming was startled. He already knew that every law was divided into several different levels. For instance, the fire laws were divided into 9 different boundaries. The first 2 boundaries were the concept of burning heat and the concept of annihilation, both of them corresponding to the first 2 worlds of the God transforming mirror. And behind these 2 worlds were more worlds, each corresponding to a different kind of concept. The deeper one delved, the more profound and difficult it became to understand these laws. Lin Ming was stranded at the 2nd level of the fire laws. He hadn't even been able to touch upon the entryway to the 3rd level. Even so, Lin Ming's achievements in fire attribute concepts were already considered extraordinary. And listening to Old Man Good Fortune's words, it seemed that the ancient Supreme Elder, who had created this Temple of Marvels, had reached at least the concept of space's 5th level. This was far too amazing. How many boundaries are there in the space laws? And what are they? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask. Old Man Good Fortune didn't hide anything. He directly said, "The space laws have a total of 10 different boundaries. They are space distortion, heavens divide, dimensional slash, space disruption, spatial genesis, space storm, black hole vortex, 10th space dimension, world destruction, and world creation." Old Man Good Fortune spoke out the names of these 10 boundaries but didn't give a detailed explanation of them. Still, Lin Ming was shocked just hearing these names. He found it hard to imagine just what it was like the further back one went. Old Man Good Fortune sighed. The road of martial arts is endless and infinite. Of these 10 different levels of concepts, the first 5 are relatively simple, but the latter half is nearly impossible to speculate. The so-called space storm is in truth controlling the power of space. With just a thought, you would be able to move space freely. As for black hole vortex, that is the ability to compress space to a single point, collapsing all of existence into nothingness, forever unable to leave. As for the 10th space dimension, even I haven't been able to figure out just what that is. Then there is world destruction and world creation. Those refer to the destruction and creation of a true realm. It's impossible to imagine just what sort of mighty force that would be. The planet that the Sky Spill continent resided on was part of a true boundless realm, but it was only one of the 3,000 boundless worlds. It was impossible to calculate just how many worlds there were. The divine realm measured the lower realms by 1,000 times 1,000 times 1,000, meaning that there were a billion worlds, thus naming it a true boundless realm. Every one of these boundless realms also had countless dimensional realms and minor dimensions located within them. It was incomparably complex. To destroy and create such a terrifyingly massive world system, that was unimaginable. What boundary has Senior Good Fortune reached? Lin Ming asked. Old Man Good Fortune shook his head. I've only been able to comprehend the 3rd boundary, dimensional slash. It's impossible for me to think of reaching any further in my life. As Lin Ming heard dimensional slash, he suddenly thought of that sword strike Old Man Good Fortune had used to defeat Situ Haotian, that had been the dimensional slash. To use a space fragment as a weapon and cut through all. Even though Situ Haotian had transformed his body into that of a giant demon, he still wasn't able to defend against it. They were simply on 2 completely disparate levels. To comprehend the 3rd level concept, dimensional slash was also impressively breathtaking. Little friend Lin, the road in front of us isn't too hard. How about you help an old man lead the way? Lin Ming could hear the implicit meaning within his words. Old Man Good Fortune wanted him to gain more experience. He pondered for a moment, hesitating, and then couldn't help but ask, Senior Good Fortune, this junior has a question that he isn't sure whether it is proper to ask. There's no danger in asking. This junior would like to ask, why does Senior Good Fortune help this junior so much? Chapter 878. The Link Between the Sea of Miracles and the Eternal Demon Abyss. Chapter 878. The Link Between the Sea of Miracles and the Eternal Demon Abyss. After hearing Lin Ming ask such a question, Old Man Good Fortune congenially laughed and traced his white beard. Little friend Lin, the truth is that old me comes from the divine realm. I am the warden for the Sky Spill Continent's world, and am responsible for watching over the martial artists on both of the continents on this planet. Because this planet has been blocked off by some mysterious power, martial artists from the divine realm that are above the divine sea realm cannot descend here. At least, it is impossible for them to arrive with their true forms. They can only send a projection. And for the divine sea martial artists of this world, wanting to use their martial path to pierce the void is nearly impossible. They will need to leave through a special space channel. Thus, I am the one to recommend them. Lin Ming was shocked by Old Man Good Fortune's few words. He couldn't believe that Old Man Good Fortune had such a status. He came from the divine realm and was also the warden of this planet. And listening to his words, he obviously knew of the existence of the Holy Demon Continent. This world had a total of 2 continents, the Sky Spill Continent and the Holy Demon Continent. However, the more Lin Ming thought over this, the more reasonable it was. Old Man Good Fortune seemed as if he had come out from nowhere and had an extremely mystical history within the Sky Spill continent. Even the Nine Furnace Highest Divine Emperor and the others didn't know his true name or status, only the moniker that he went by. Moreover, Old Man Good Fortune had extremely high achievements in the concept of space and the concept of time. This also explained why he was able to have these in the Sky Spill continent, where there were basically no inheritances of space and time concepts. If Old Man Good Fortune came from the divine realm and was simultaneously responsible for being the warden and also instructing and receiving certain individuals to ascend, then he wouldn't necessarily worry or care about Lin Ming threatening his current status once he became highest under the heavens. On the contrary, he might even help train him. If Old Man Good Fortune could help deliver a top talent to the divine realm, then the influence backing him might grant him certain resources. Thinking about it, when Emperor Sakya ascended into the divine realm 3,000 years ago, that was also the time when Old Man Good Fortune and the Nine Furnace Highest Divine Emperor had once fought, resulting in a tie. Afterwards, Old Man Good Fortune had become increasingly old. His strength should have declined since then, but he instead managed to make a breakthrough, improving his abilities once again. There was a chance that this was because Emperor Sakya was simply far too talented an individual, and thus the divine realm influence had given him very rich rewards in return, allowing him to make another breakthrough in his old age, and also likely being the reason for extending his life. In that flash, Lin Ming immediately understood everything that had happened. No wonder Old Man Good Fortune said he couldn't teach him or be his master. It was likely that Old Man Good Fortune had come to a deep understanding of him and even knew of his dual body and essence cultivation. So, you're saying that Emperor Sakya, the Demon Emperor, and others didn't rely on their own strength to break through the void with their martial path and ascend, but rather had other similar wardens that delivered them upwards. That's right. Old Man Good Fortune wryly laughed and said with a bit of helplessness, "Old me is simply too stupid and untalented. I was stranded at the Middle Divine Sea realm for 500 years and had no hopes for further breakthroughs. In the divine realm, the competition between martial artists is too intense, and I was tired of being far weaker than everyone else. Thus I took the initiative to apply for the lower realms, where I would be able to live freely and grandly." Lin Ming felt this was a bit ironic. He was someone from the divine realm that wanted to descend, but the people from the lower realms wished to ascend. Those old fellows of the Sky Spill continent all desperately desired to soar into the divine realm, but their talent was no more than that of Old Man Good Fortune. Old Man Good Fortune had likely broken through the Middle Divine Sea realm before 500 years of age. The only martial artists of the Sky Spill continent that could accomplish something similar were top-level characters like Situ Haotian. Old fellows like the Nine Furnace Highest Divine Emperor all wished to enter the divine realm, thinking that massive lucky chances were just waiting for them everywhere. But now it seemed that if they really went, they would probably get beaten up badly wherever they went, or perhaps just directly die. Only such magnificent and glorious individuals like the Demon Emperor and Emperor Sakya were able to go to the divine realm to seek greater lucky chances in hopes that they would be able to surpass the divine sea realm. Senior said just now that the Sky Spill continent's world is blocked by some mysterious strength. Yes, this strength comes from the Sea of Miracles. Every martial artist above the divine sea is unable to step into the Sky Spill continent. Old Man Good Fortune shook his head. If it weren't for this reason, then him having applied to be the warden of this planet with his middle divine sea cultivation would have been far too embarrassing. Then what about the eternal demon abyss? Lin Ming suddenly asked. Old Man Good Fortune was slightly startled, about the holy demon continent and the eternal demon abyss. This junior accidentally stumbled upon an opportunity and obtained the inheritance of Senior Demon Emperor. I managed to reach the Holy Demon Continent through the transmission array at the Demon God Imperial Palace, and also experienced the Eternal Demon Abyss during my time there. This junior would like to know, just how are the Eternal Demon Abyss and the Sea of Miracles related? Lin Ming didn't conceal anything, nor did he need to. He could now see that Old Man Good Fortune was someone that didn't have great ambitions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come down to become the warden of this world. Moreover, there was little within the Demon God Imperial Palace that he would like. Eternal Demon Abyss, Sea of Miracles. Old Man Good Fortune revealed a trace of reverence and awe as he heard these two names. I don't know the specifics as to what happened at those two places, but I do have some speculations. Senior, please speak them. You. Little friend Lin, I'm not sure whether you know this, but the Sky Spill Continent and the Holy Demon Continent are in fact located on a celestial body, and the shape of the celestial body is that of a sphere similar to the sun in the skies. Sphere? Lin Ming was stunned. Although he obtained some knowledge about celestial bodies from the divine Realm Supreme Elder's memories, it was a bit strange and magical to suddenly realize that the earth underneath his feet was in the shape of a sphere. The Eternal Demon Abyss and the Sea of Miracles are directly underneath each other. Does this form any associations in your mind? Lin Ming's mind began to race. Old Man Good Fortune's meaning was that the Eternal Demon Abyss and the Sea of Miracles were on exact opposites of this spherical planet, each of them both above and below the other. This sort of wondrous positioning caused Lin Ming to feel as if he could faintly understand something, but he couldn't yet put it into words. Old Man Good Fortune took a deep breath, and then, with a hint of fear glinting in his eyes, he slowly said, "If I'm not wrong, the Eternal Demon Abyss and the Sea of Miracles pass directly through each other, connecting through an unfathomable abyss that runs between them. And the reason for this abyss being formed is likely because a divine Realm Supreme Elder pierced through this planet, thus leaving this path. The Sea of Miracles is much larger than the Eternal Demon Abyss, so my guess is that the Sea of Miracles is the point of initial impact. As for the Eternal Demon Abyss, that should be the exit point of that attack that was left over after it pierced directly through this planet." What? As Lin Ming heard Old Man Good Fortune's words, his eyes went perfectly round, his mind boggled. Just how great was the planet that the Sky Spill Continent was on? It was unimaginable. He feared that it was over 100 million miles wide in diameter. To pierce through such a massive planet, just what kind of strength was needed for this? This was incomprehensible. Was this done by a legendary Empyrean from the Divine Realm? Old Man Good Fortune said, "The Divine Realm is far too vast, with countless worlds. Those supreme elders of the Divine Realm can simply wave their hands to destroy the heavens, collapse moons, and sink stars. To them, piercing through a planet with a single strike isn't much at all." Chapter 879, Top Grade Spirit Vein. Chapter 879, Top Grade Spirit Vein. Lin Ming continued with Old Man Good Fortune all the way forwards. He grasped his red spear as he led the way. As they walked down, the forest that was filled with countless massive umbrella-shaped plants began to become bleak and desolate. The ground started to turn bumpy, covered with holes that revealed bare stones that shined with a blue and black light. Looking up at the sky, crushed stones filled the air, shining and glittering like jewels, as if they were a chain of gems. At this time, a figure unexpectedly appeared in front of them. As Lin Ming locked his eyes on this newcomer, his heart immediately turned cold. This figure was an old woman. Her appearance was ancient, and her body was bent with rickets. It had actually turned out to be Situ Yaoshi. What is going on here? Lin Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't fear Situ Yaoshi at all, let alone the fact that Old Man Good Fortune stood behind him. But even if he were alone, he would feel no fear at all. Only Lin Ming and Old Man Good Fortune had entered the space, so it should have been only the two of them here. How did Situ Yaoshi make her way here? Had she managed to enter this world through some other entrance? Even if that were true, then what about the other Azura Divine Kingdom martial artists that were with her? As he looked back at Old Man Good Fortune, he was surprised to see him in thought. Old Man Good Fortune only smiled back at Lin Ming, obviously with the intention of letting him handle this situation. At this time, Situ Yaoshi's hair was a mess, and there were wounds marked all over her body, as if she had just emerged from a catastrophic battle. After she saw Lin Ming, she began to stumble her way towards him, saying, "Don't attack me. There is a horrifying monster in front of us that has swallowed up so many people." Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. He simply didn't care about her words. At this moment, he suddenly felt something strange about Situ Yaoshi's body. Once he connected that to the strangeness of seeing her here, his heart suddenly chilled. Something was wrong with this situation. Situ Yaoshi's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. She leapt forwards like a giant caterpillar, stretching out a pair of demon claws as she grasped at Lin Ming's throat. "Who are you?" Lin Ming loudly shouted out as he drew backwards. The red spear in his hand swept out, cutting the Situ Yaoshi in front of him in half. With a miserable scream, a purple monster shaped like a fox flew outwards. This creature's body seemed illusory and unreal. Even though Lin Ming's spear had solidly cut into its body, it actually didn't cause much damage. What is this thing? This was the first time that Lin Ming had seen such a monster that was able to use his own memories to create an illusion. After coming to this strange world, and knowing that Situ Yaoshi had also come, it would be very easy to be confused by this scene. If Lin Ming didn't have a silver battle spirit and a formidable will and soul, he would have fallen for this monster's tricks. The purple fox issued out grating screams at Lin Ming, the sharp sounds directly piercing into his eardrums. Even with Lin Ming's strength, this sort of sonic attack still caused his blood to surge, making him feel as if he were about to vomit. At this time, the purple fox took this chance to leap forwards, directly impacting towards Lin Ming. Bang! The surroundings changed. Lin Ming suddenly found himself in a vast and endless purple world. Above him, the phantom of a massive fox overlooked him, its jaws open, as if it wanted to swallow him. World of Will. This fox monster actually knew how to use will attacks. Lin Ming couldn't help but be startled. A battle spirit was an elusive and difficult concept to grasp. Even humans could normally only comprehend a battle spirit at the divine sea realm. But for monsters and beasts, this was far more difficult. For instance, Demon Shine would have a nearly zero chance of comprehending his own battle spirit. Lin Ming didn't know how this fox comprehended a battle spirit, nor did he care. In a battle in the world of will, he didn't even fear a late divine sea powerhouse. CA. The silver battle spirit shot out like a bolt of snow-white silk, turning into a silver sword that reached across the entire world of will, slicing through the boundless skies. How can you have such a powerful will? The purple fox spat out in utter panic and fear. In the next moment, the giant phantom fox's head had been sliced off by Lin Ming's sword of will, a massive amount of blood raining down onto the world. Pung! The purple fox head burst apart, turning into blue smoke that quickly vanished. Lin Ming looked at the blue smoke that filled the air and discovered that this purple fox was an existence that was both material and incorporeal. He simply didn't know what it was. This was his first time encountering such a strange existence. "It is a dream-eater fiend," Old Man Good Fortune slowly said. "This is a legendary creature that takes the dreams and souls of others as its food. It can hypnotize human martial artists and specializes in having them dream so that it can swallow them. It can have a person sleep forever, never awakening again. Or perhaps it might just kill them in their dreams. If someone were to be killed by this dream eater fiend in their dreams, then they really would die in reality. This sort of vicious beast is extremely powerful in will and soul. Thus, it was able to form its own battle spirit. At the start, I was nearly tricked by it. Dream Eater Fiend. Lin Ming repeated this creature's name. Back when he had made his way up the Sorcerer Pagoda, he had encountered a creature named Yen Mo, who survived in a spatial slit and lived off of the dreams of others. This sort of creature was naturally familiar with illusions and ghosts, and it was nearly impossible for a human to guard against, especially for those people that had heart demons lurking within them. It was extremely easy for their mental state to fall to this sort of attack. The boundless universe contained all possibilities and all sorts of strange, vicious beasts. There were countless methods to kill others. If one wasn't careful, then anyone could easily die. Let's continue forwards. These types of dimensional realms are usually interlinked with each other at certain areas. After some time, it is likely that we'll run into other martial artists. Lin nodded and continued forwards. After just an incense stick of time, a finger-thick red line suddenly shot out at Lin Ming's neck. This red line was as quick as a bolt of lightning, forming a red phantom 1,000 feet behind it, leaving one unable to respond in time. Concept of time. Lin Ming's pupils shrank as the flow of time suddenly slowed down around him. His red spear thrust out like a snake, piercing the front of this red line. Pung! A fog of blood burst into the air. Lightning spread along the red line, swallowing it up all the way down. Kill! His spear point swept out, forming a crescent moon. An arc of spear light recklessly shot out, splitting that 1,000-foot red line down the middle. What is this thing? Lin Ming looked at this strange life form on the ground and felt a creepy tingle on his scalp. This finger-thick, 1,000-foot-long roundworm didn't have eyes or ears. It only had a single circular opening at the front that had rows of sharp teeth. These teeth were like barbs and glowed with a ghostly green light. They were obviously poisonous. This should be a vampiric roundworm. It is a type of parasite found in the divine realm. In the divine realm, there are countless desolate ancient beasts with the bloodline of god beasts. These creatures can have bodies 1,000 feet long, with blood vessels as thick as massive trees and thousands of feet long, or even tens of thousands of feet long. This vampiric roundworm parasite specially latches onto the blood vessels of these ancient desolate beasts and sucks their blood with their only mouth. Because they grow in a lightless environment, they have no eyes or ears, and only depend on their sense of smell to feel out the strength of blood vitality. Because your blood vitality is so potent, that is the reason that this creature attacked you. Although its defenses are weak, its speed is extremely quick. It can easily pierce through the heart of someone without them noticing. So, it was a parasite. Lin Ming gulped, speechless. This was a 1,000-foot-long parasite. Your concept of stagnation was decent, able to change the flow of time. But in the end, you were relying on the entire energy field, and there was no difference in density in your energy field. It was the same all around, resulting in a weakened effect. If you could concentrate this concept into an area and directly launch it towards that vampiric roundworm, then you could have its speed drop 10 times more. Unless it had the strength to break apart your energy field, you would then be able to freely slaughter it. Although Old Man Good Fortune's martial talent was average, and he only held the most minuscule role in the divine realm, he had still lived for 7,000 to 8,000 years, with his cultivation, vision, and experience that was even richer than demon shines. Even casually giving Lin Ming some pointers was of great benefit to him. No wonder they say that inheritances are the foundation for a sex existence. With inheritances, walking down one's martial path will become that much easier. Otherwise, without knowing the way to go, even constantly being in seclusion would make it difficult to take even the tiniest steps. With a teacher like Old Man Good Fortune, who was familiar with the laws of space and time, Lin Ming intended to incorporate some space and time laws into his attacks. Old Man Good Fortune could point out some flaws in his abilities, and then Lin Ming would be able to make adjustments accordingly and gain benefits from that. Following this, the more fights he crossed, the easier it became. Evil spirits, demonic wraiths, vicious beasts, all sorts of strange and fantastical enemies fell before Lin Ming's spear. Lin Ming fought like this the entire time, tempering himself in true battle. Like this, they continued for 7 days and 7 nights. Because of Lin Ming's strong regenerative abilities, he only needed to rest once. During this time, Lin Ming encountered many tricky enemies and was also injured several times. Even so, he had never needed Old Man Good Fortune to help him. With Old Man Good Fortune's guidance, Lin Ming gained an increasingly profound understanding into the concepts of space and time. He was able to integrate the understandings he had gained from the jade slips into his spear attacks, becoming more and more skilled at doing so. Like this, on the 10th day, Lin Ming and Old Man Good Fortune passed through a thin space barrier, coming into another space altogether. The heaven and earth origin energy here was extremely rich, and high mountain peaks shot into the skies, extending all the way up. The blue skies were awash with clouds, as if they were a painting. The ground was an endless grassland, and there were all sorts of mystical trees and rare flowers growing here. This was not spirit grass that was purposefully planted here, but wild medicinal plants that had naturally bred here because of the amazingly thick heaven and earth origin energy. What great rich heaven and earth origin energy! There should be a top-grade spirit vein here. There might even be several top-grade spirit essence stones that have formed here. A top-grade spirit essence stone was the very source of a spirit essence stone mine. These types of spirit essence stones had nearly vanished from the world. It was already considered very fortunate for a single top-grade spirit essence stone to be extracted from an entire spirit essence stone mine. Moreover, most of them had already been used up. These top-grade spirit essence stones would only appear if new mines were discovered. This was a treasure that would cause even a divine sea supreme elder to go mad with envy for, brutally struggling with others for it. It was enormously helpful for a martial artist to make breakthroughs in bottlenecks. Even a dignified divine sea powerhouse like Shirbai had only collected a small piece of top-grade spirit essence stones 1/6 the size of a normal-sized piece. Shirbai had given this piece to Lin Ming to help him cross life destruction. At that time, the tiny scrap of top-grade spirit essence stone had been very helpful to Lin Ming. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that an entire high-quality top-grade spirit essence stone wouldn't be much worse than a heaven-step demon god bone. Top-grade spirit essence stone, Lin Ming's eyes brightened. Now that his spirit body had been 100% tempered, he was countless times stronger than other life destruction martial artists at his cultivation level. His foundation was incomparably solid. As long as he had enough of these top-grade spirit essence stones, then he would be able to make great strides in his cultivation and be able to rapidly break through boundaries. Chapter 880, Master of the Bronze Ghost Coffin. Chapter 880, Master of the Bronze Ghost Coffin. Lin Ming and Old Man Good Fortune continued to walk towards the core of the dimensional realm where the spirit vein source was. On their way, they passed all sorts of divine and magical spirit flowers and trees. Flowing rivers and streams crossed the grasslands like elegant roads of blue jade. These rivers were filled with all sorts of beautiful and exquisite fish. After staying at such a mystic land, these fish had already gained consciousness with the most simple form of intelligence. Silent nether flowers, ghostly fog grass, spotted sky grass. Lin Ming called out the names of several different types of spiritual plants. As an alchemist, he had an extremely high understanding towards various spirit plant materials. These sorts of spirit plants were bred within this spiritual treasure land. The younger ones were several hundred years old, and the older ones were thousands of years old. And this was only because the lifespans of these spirit plants were limited by their grade. Otherwise, with as long as this Temple of Marvels had existed, there might even have been medicinal plants that were over 100,000 years old. These many medicinal plants weren't too precious, but as an alchemist, whether it was for alchemy practice or truly concocting medicines, there would always be a place for medicinal plants of all ranks. The cosmic melting furnace was simply a bottomless pit. No matter how many medicinal herbs Lin Ming threw in, he could refine that many. Lin Ming started to unceremoniously pick up everything around him. As long as they were mature herbs, he would take them all. Lin Ming saw a crimson tree in front of him, his eyes revealing surprise and disbelief. This tree was only 20 feet tall, and the roots twisted above ground. From afar, it looked like horned dragons that had locked together in combat. On the crown of this tree, there were 7 or 8 fist-sized fruits, and what was amazing was that each fruit beat like a heart, seeming as if they could quicken and suck away one's blood vitality. They were incomparably mysterious fruits. On top of this 20-foot-tall spirit tree, there were fruits that were like hearts. Dragon heart tree. Looking at it, it must be over 50,000 years old. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath, his eyes flashing. Normally speaking, a spirit tree had a much longer lifespan than spirit grasses. A spirit grass was already considered quite excellent if it grew to 1,000 years old, but to a spirit tree, 1,000 years wasn't anything at all. In the mortal world, there were trees that lived for 1,000 years and some trees that had lived for 2,000 years. That was how things were. But even so, a 50,000-year-old spirit tree was nearly extinct within the Sky Spill continent. In particular, this dragonheart tree was especially beneficial to Lin Ming. The fruits of the dragonheart tree were magnificent medicines for body transformation. They were able to greatly supplement one's blood vitality. When Lin Ming finally began refining the medicine to open up the 5th of the 8 inner hidden gates, he could use these dragonheart fruits as the leading material. What a great tree! Unfortunately, I have no way to move it, so I can only take away a few of the dragonheart fruits. Lin Ming said with a tinge of regret. The little dimension within his spatial ring could not contain living creatures. No matter how good a spirit tree was, it would slowly lose its vitality after being placed into a spatial ring. Although the roots of the dragonheart tree were also great materials, Lin Ming didn't want to do something so cruel and wasteful as ruining the pond just to get a few more fish. It was not easy for a heavenly treasure like this to form. It needed all sorts of lucky chances and a special environment before it would be bred. If he could move it away, then that would be fine, but if he couldn't and actually destroyed the roots instead, that he would surely suffer some sort of karmic retribution. This dragonheart tree was nearly extinct in the Sky Spill continent. To pick the medicine and not destroy the roots was the unspoken rule of all alchemists. Doing so was also a good deed for himself. At this time, Old Man Good Fortune suddenly spoke up and said, "Little friend Lin, Old Me has several profound spirit pots. I can lend you one. A profound spirit pot can temporarily hold a spirit plant and can also maintain its spiritual nature." As Old Man Good Fortune spoke, he fished out a palm-sized pot from his spatial ring. Although he called it a pot, it looked more like a rice bowl. Old Man Good Fortune extended his hand. The pot spun in the air, rapidly growing larger. Lin Ming was overjoyed as he saw this. Although this sort of pot had limited space, it was actually extremely valuable. Normally, an alchemist from the divine realm would have several of these on them, but in the Sky Spill continent, these sorts of profound spirit pots were far too rare. Just as Lin Ming was about to take the profound spirit pot, his heart moved. He asked, "Senior Good Fortune, wouldn't you like to use it?" Old Man Good Fortune said, I might be able to, but even if I needed to, I wouldn't need this much. As for these dragon heart fruits and other spiritual plants, they are already useless for me. They are better to be used for youngsters like you to break into higher boundaries. As for me, my problem comes from my own fires of life. With my fires of life diminishing, medicines that can help me with breakthroughs are useless. They won't be useful for me. The only type of medicine I want is one kind, and that is the type that can extend my life. Moreover, the quality must be higher than that of a 10,000-year peach pith. A life-extending medicine was the most precious kind, as well as the most difficult to find. To cultivate the martial path was to struggle daily against the heavens. Only by doing that could one extend their life. But to use medicines to defy the will of the heavens and seize a longer lifespan, that was far more difficult. Over the endless years, there had been countless heroes that were eventually unable to contend with the overflowing river of time. Moreover, the higher level a martial artist was, the higher grade of medicine they would need to extend their life. To someone like Old Man Good Fortune, even a 10,000-year peach pith was no longer effective. After Old Man Good Fortune had brought Emperor Sakya upwards, he had actually obtained a life-extending medicine, but after that there was nothing else. With such harsh requirements, he would already be thankful to the heavens and earth if he could find just a little tiny bit of medicinal plant that could extend his life. He simply didn't need so many profound spirit pots. Lin Ming wasn't too humble. He took the profound spirit pot and put away the dragon heart tree, as well as taking away the spirit earth around it. He covered the roots of the dragon heart tree to preserve its vitality. At this point, Old Man Good Fortune's mind suddenly chilled as his breath caught in his chest. And Lin Ming also went on high alert. As he saw Old Man Good Fortune's sudden response, he maintained absolute vigilance, looking all around himself. However, the vast grasslands were still as they were before. The wind blew through the swaying stalks, and the spirit plants were still in full bloom without anything out of the normal. After shutting his eyes for a moment, Old Man Good Fortune opened his eyes and shook his head. Maybe I was being too cautious just now, but I had a feeling that someone was peeping at us. It was only a feeling. I might have made a mistake. Still, we should be careful. In this abundant land there might not necessarily be no enemies. Lin Ming nodded. Old Man Good Fortune's boundary was amazing. Even a small, baseless idea might indicate extreme danger. Lin Ming increased his vigilance, making sure that nothing was out of place around him. At this time, what Lin Ming didn't know was that outside of the dimension he was in, within an underground chamber, there was a handsome and pretty demon youth sitting atop a bronze ghost coffin. He had a bamboo flute in his hands, and a sly smile was blooming at the corners of his lips. This old man is really vigilant. He. The demon youth played with the flute in his hands as he danced on the bronze ghost coffin. If Lin Ming were here, then he would have recognized that this bronze ghost coffin was the exact same one he had seen at the 8,000-mile Black Swamp. This bronze ghost coffin exuded a timeless, simple atmosphere with the breath of the great Tao. This ghost coffin was 30 feet long, and yet its master was actually such a handsome and charming youth. His height was the exact same as a normal human's, and his eyes were a deep purple, as if they contained the endless starry night within them. He had sharp ears similar to the Fey race. His fingers were slender, his nails sharp, and his skin looked like it was carved from white jade. In fact, this made him seem a bit fragile. At the side of this demon youth were 6 black-clothed underworld beings, each of them fierce and dangerous-looking. They were the 6 evil spirits that had pulled the coffin. Each one of them had strength equal to a quasi-emperor from the giant demon race. In front of these 6 black-clothed underworld beings, there was a white-clothed person standing there with a mask covering his face. His voice was deep and low as he said, "With honored sir strength, solving this old man Good Fortune shouldn't be too difficult." "Humph," a mere late divine sea martial artist, and his life is also reaching its end. He is nothing but garbage. All he is good for is lording his minimal power over the sky spill continent. If I was in my peak state, then I wouldn't even need half a finger to crush him to pieces. But now, since I had to use a special technique to overcome the force field in the Sea of Miracles, I must expend some effort. However, as the curious demon youth spoke to hear, his eyes turned to the young man standing near Old Man Good Fortune. This youth was Lin Ming. The demon youth cackled, licking his lips as he said, "This young seedling you chose is quite good. I never imagined that the Sky Spill continent would have such a great seedling. 23 to 24 years skeletal age, second stage life destruction cultivation, and he also cultivates in dual body and essence. Besides all this, he even has curious bloodlines on him. This is truly unbelievable. This boy must have some secret on him. Otherwise, it is impossible to grow to this degree in the Sky Spill continent with its meager resources and trash-level inheritances. Not to mention everything else, but just as body transformation technique does not exist on the Sky Spill continent." The masked man was silent. The strange demon youth raised his bamboo flute and then jumped down from the bronze ghost coffin. "I will deal with that old man. Everything else will be up to you." "Good. It's here. This is the spirit vein source." Old Man Good Fortune and Lin Ming both had some experience in seeking spirit veins. They soon found the core of the dimensional realm, which was also where the spirit vein source was. "Open." Old Man Good Fortune casually waved his hand, and all of the surrounded soil divided apart, separated in half by some invisible force and revealing a deep channel that glittered all around. This flowing channel soon led into a cave. This was a skill application of the power of space. One could substantialize space to open up a path. Although Lin Ming's current understanding into the concept of space was excellent, and he could fuse the power of space into his attacks, it was still difficult for him to accomplish such an ingenious method like smoothly carving out a cave by just using the tyrannical and dominating power of space. As they entered the cave, they walked around 100 steps before a light appeared before them. In front of Lin Ming and Old Man Good Fortune, a jade green world suddenly appeared. The heaven and earth origin energy here was so thick that it condensed into droplets. This small space was filled with a layer of green mist. Just by casually taking a breath here, one could feel their soul and body be refreshed, saving them several days of hard training. In this green fog, clusters of spirit essence stones freely grew like giant crystal formations, making it seem like a dream. This was a phenomenon that would only appear in a top-grade spirit essence stone mine. In a normal spirit essence stone mine, the spirit essence stones would mix together with the impurities of the earth and would need to be refined several times in order to create an end product. It wouldn't be like now where it was naturally pure. And in the center of this cave, there was a milky white stalactite pillar jutting down from the roof. This pillar seemed as if it were made from translucent crystal, and the interior glowed with a dim green light, as if there were some demon sealed with. This is the source of the top-grade spirit essence stones, the core of the mine. Lin Ming took a deep breath. In this stalactite pillar, he could see that sealed within were top-grade spirit essence stones. Such a massive mine source would be able to produce 20 to 30 top-grade spirit essence stones. This was an amount that the mines of the Sky Spill continent could never compete with. While Lin Ming was staring at the top-grade spirit essence stones, Old Man Good Fortune's eyes were actually locked onto the stalactite pillar. The crystal-clear stalactite seemed to be made from quartz. After a long time, a single drop slowly condensed onto the tip of that stalactite, gathering and gathering until it gained enough mass to drop down with a light dripping sound. This added onto a milky white pond at the bottom, forming ripples. This pool was similar to the stalactite, faint, and otherworldly. It looked as if it were made of milk. 10,000 years stone milk. Old Man Good Fortune's voice was filled with excitement. He was a man with some aspirations after all. Finally, his hard work had paid off. After searching the continent for so many years, he had finally found a type of medicine that could extend his life. Rather, it was more accurate to say that this pond of stone milk was 100,000 years stone milk. This sort of liquid could help revitalize a martial artist's fires of life. As long as a martial artist's cultivation was at the divine sea or below, this sort of material could extend their life by nearly 12 60-year cycles. And now, this 10,000-year stone milk in front of him had accumulated for over 100,000 years. If he could refine it, then it would be enough for Old Man Good Fortune to extend his life by the longest span possible. That would be 720 years of extra life. To Old Man Good Fortune, this was the most precious type of treasure. How could he not be moved by it? He took out an exquisite treasure box from his spatial ring and opened the lid. All of the stone milk gathered into a stream that was completely received into the small treasure box. Lucky! I'm far too lucky! Old Man Good Fortune's face was flushed red with blood in his excitement. This stone milk was even slightly better than the treasures he was rewarded with for bringing Emperor Sakya into the divine realm. As Lin Ming saw Old Man Good Fortune so ecstatic, he couldn't help but sigh in his mind. To a martial artist, age truly was fearful. One would slowly lose all their strength that they worked so hard for, lose their youthful appearance, and eventually even lose their life. Finally, they could only come to a conclusion that they would never be able to fully explore their road of martial arts. To them, this was truly a painful and heart-wrenching matter. Even someone like Old Man Good Fortune, who didn't have many ambitions, would find it difficult to face old age and death with a calm manner. As Old Man Good Fortune took that stone milk, Lin Ming also mined the spirit vein source that shined with a deep green divine light. It was the size of a head. Such a large chunk of top-grade spirit essence stone was simply unheard of. In terms of just the essence gathering system, even though Lin Ming's process of crossing life destruction consumed far more energy than a normal martial artist, it might still be enough for him to reach the divine sea. Lin Ming was not greedy. He poured his silver battle spirit into a treasure dagger and sheared off 4/5 of the top-grade spirit essence stone, leaving the other fifth. This leftover piece could serve as the core mind source, and after hundreds of thousands of years, it would condense and accumulate heaven and earth origin energy, eventually returning to its original size. Otherwise, if he were to just take away everything at once, then this mine would immediately lower by a grade, causing all of the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy to be sparse and all the spirit plants to wilt and die. This was not a result that Lin Ming wished to see. Old Man Good Fortune wasn't interested in the 20-plus top-grade spirit essence stones. His cultivation was at the late divine sea realm. Another step forwards would be stepping up another great boundary. Compared to entering the divine sea from life destruction, this process was much, much more difficult. Even if Old Man Good Fortune didn't come to the lower realms and stayed in the divine realm and diligently trained, it would still have been basically impossible for him to further enhance his cultivation. Increasing his lifespan by several hundred years was already excellent. To make a breakthrough in his cultivation, reach the next great boundary, and extend his lifespan by tens of thousands of years, that was something that could only happen in Old Man Good Fortune's dreams. Lin Ming and Old Man Good Fortune could have been said to both be satisfied with their harvests. They decided to further explore this tunnel to see if there were other heavenly materials present, but at this moment, the world suddenly trembled around them, and an icy cold divine sense poured onto them like a pot of freezing water. Lin Ming instantly felt as if he had fallen into the 9 nether abyss. Who is it? Chapter 881, Furious Battle. Chapter 881, Furious Battle. Just from looking at this other party's aura, they were absolutely a terrifying opponent. If Lin Ming hadn't been discovered then, he would have chosen to hide away. But now that this other party's divine sense had locked onto him, there was simply no place to run away to. As he looked at Old Man Good Fortune, Lin Ming could see that his eyebrows were tightly wrinkled together. It was apparent that he didn't have much assurance against this opponent. It shouldn't be someone from the Sky Spill continent. There are no powerhouses of this level within the Sky Spill continent. Old Man Good Fortune said with a solemn expression. Although he came from the divine realm and could be called the warden of this world, the truth was that he really didn't have much to do with the divine realm anymore. The reason he came to this Temple of Marvels was to seek his own lucky chances. Against this mysterious existence within the Temple of Marvels, his divine realm background could not be used, and even if it could, it wouldn't have worked anyway. Lin Ming and Old Man Good Fortune left the underground mine tunnel together. As they emerged, they saw that the originally dreamy, picturesque blue sky was now awash with billowing dark clouds and sparkling thunder. With a loud bang, a blood-red light perforated the vault of heaven, making it seem as if the sky was being torn apart. A bronze ghost coffin appeared in the skies, and above this coffin were 6 thick chains, each one held by demon-faced Azura spirit. As Lin Ming saw this, his complexion completely changed. It looks like the unexpected events from the 8,000-mile Black Swamp were truly related to the Temple of Marvels. Could it be that the entire Temple of Marvels was itself a trap? Lin Ming's mind raced, and he quickly retold the scene he saw in the 8,000-mile Black Swamp to Old Man Good Fortune with a true essence sound transmission. However, this was simply useless. Old Man Good Fortune just didn't know what the true connection was between the Sea of Miracles and the eternal demon abyss. It was impossible for him to draw up any useful information from Lin Ming's description. Those 6 black evil spirits that are drawing that coffin are 6 refined Azura ghost slaves. Those 6 ghost slaves each have a quasi-emperor level strength. After being tempered for such a long time, their bodies are nearly indestructible, and with their strength combined together they are even stronger. This sort of Azura ghost slave is countless times more difficult and precious than those slaughter puppets that the Azura divine kingdom created. This is certainly not something that belongs to the inheritances of the Sky Spill continent. And the material of that bronze ghost coffin is a top-quality heavenly metal, great resisting profound bronze. It can even be used to produce a quasi-saint artifact treasure. It's impossible to gather this much of that material even in all the mines of the Sky Spill continent combined. Little friend Lin, we are in deep trouble this time. Within the Sky Spill continent, there was only a very small number of saint artifacts and quasi-saint artifacts. Nearly all of them were left over from ancient times 100,000 years ago. Even Lin Ming's great desolate blood halberd and cosmic melting furnace were both found by the demon emperor in ancient ruins from 100,000 years past, finally ending up in Lin Ming's hands in the current era. It was nearly impossible for the Sky Spill continent to create saint artifacts and quasi-saint artifacts. One reason was that there weren't the necessary materials, and the second reason was that there weren't the legacy forging skills required. Bang, bang, bang. The ghost coffin shook, and the entire dimensional realm seemed to tremble. As the chain struck the bronze coffin, it emitted a deafening clanging sound. Old Man Good Fortune's face was grim. He extracted a 4-foot-long sword from his spatial ring. He already had a foreboding feeling that this battle would be difficult. Kacha! A bloody thunder crashed down from the skies, and the ghost coffin opened. A slender figure appeared from within the dazzling light. This was the strange and pale demon youth. He held a war lance in his hands as he slowly descended to the earth from the ghost coffin. As he walked on the ground, the lance point furrowed the earth, the scratches seeming as if they could cut through the will of all, giving people an uncomfortable feeling that they couldn't identify. Hee, the time for the great hunt has come, the pale youth said with a thoughtful smile. Although he looked around 20-some years old, his voice seemed old and decrepit, tinted with the flavor of the years. Who are you? Old Man Good Fortune stretched out his sword. As the sword tip touched the ground, space seemed to swirl around the sword blade, even twisting the cold light that emitted from the sword. Old Man Good Fortune was completely unable to see the cultivation of this pale youth in front of him. Moreover, this pale youth hadn't bothered to hide it. That only meant there were two possibilities. This pale demon youth's cultivation system was different from that of humanity, or he was a powerhouse above the divine sea realm. Old man, I advise you not to waste your effort. Although you don't have much time left over, your cultivation is still decent for this trash continent. There still might be some uses in keeping you around. As the pale youth spoke, his figure suddenly stormed forwards. The purple lance in his hands pointed forwards. An endless star light seemed to flow out from his lance point. As his lance thrust out, it made one feel as if they were facing the endless universe. Lin Ming's hands and feet went icy cold, and he felt as if his soul had frozen. If just the pressure from this lance was so horrifying, then how terrifying would it be to directly face this? Old Man Good Fortune's expression was grim. He took a step back, seeming as if he were rewinding. The flow of time seemed to twist around his sword. As he slashed out, his strike carried with it the feeling of the years. The brilliant sword light that followed seemed as if it had come from the nothingness of ancient times. Wherever it went, plants would rapidly grow and blossom, die, and bloom once again. Concept of time, glory, and withering of years. The pale youth's lance light intensely collided with Old Man Good Fortune's time-breaking sword light. However, there was no sound or light from that collision. Instead, it seemed as if everything was being annihilated into infinite nihility. Although there wasn't the terrifying explosion that was anticipated, this annihilating energy was even more terrifying. All light and material around this collision seemed to disappear, as if it never existed at all. In that moment, Lin Ming stepped on golden rock, shattering the void, and quickly retreated. As Lin Ming turned his head, he saw that the ghostly, black-dressed Yama had grasped a chain, and without any expression on their faces had pulled it over Lin Ming. These were the evil spirits that pulled the coffin. Lin Ming's pupils contracted. With a sudden flick, the red spear in his hand swapped to the several 100,000 gene great desolate blood halberd. These 6 coffin-pulling evil spirits all had strength equal to a quasi-emperor level martial artist. If it were Lin Ming from a year ago, who had just crossed life destruction, then it would have been impossible to defeat them. But now his strength had increased, and he had also obtained the great desolate blood halberd. With halberd in hand, he was a god-slaughtering demon. Gate of pain, open! Lin Ming shouted out, the energy in his body revolving to the limit. The first 4 gates of the 8 inner hidden gates suddenly opened together, and 2 million genes of strength completely burst out in the blink of an eye. A blinding divine light shined out from both of his hands, and 2 black energy-devouring vortexes appeared above his palms. This was exactly where the Gate of Pain was located. Lin Ming grasped the halberd in both hands and steadied his waist. His spine drew backwards like a stretched bow as a great force concentrated up his legs and waist. The several 100,000 gene great desolate blood halberd cut through a perfect arc as it smashed downwards. Bang! The great desolate blood halberd pounded into the chains, emitting a deafening bang as space collapsed and the earth caved apart. The 20-foot-tall ghost slave and the chain it carried were actually swatted backwards by Lin Ming's halberd. But at the same time, the other 5 ghost slaves rushed up together. They held chains in their hands. And these chains were also the same material of the ghost coffin, great resisting profound bronze. Lin Ming had smashed away a single ghost slave, but it was impossible for him to simultaneously strike away 5 ghost slaves. In this critical life or death moment, Lin Ming exploded with potential that surpassed his limits. Holding the halberd in one hand, he drew a crescent moon in the void. The power of space gathered on the great desolate blood halberd, forming a space storm. Great, countless cracks began to appear in space, as if a black mirror had been shattered. Law of annihilation, chain of stars, a halberd struck out. The power of space condensed into fragments, each filled with the power of a silver battle spirit. As it combined with the howling, annihilating flames, this destructive attack fired towards the 5 ghost slaves. This was the first time Lin Ming had used the great desolate blood halberd to display a martial skill. Before now he hadn't, because using the great desolate blood halberd consumed a great deal of energy. If he were to use a martial skill on top of this, then that would create an immense burden on his body. As for Situ Yaiwei, even she had only driven the movement of the great desolate blood halberd, only using its weight to fight Lin Ming. But now, in Lin Ming's hands, with his great 2 million gene strength and his second stage life destruction cultivation, he was finally able to use a martial skill with the great desolate blood halberd. Pung, 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 pung. A series of metallic, ringing sounds filled the skies, as if flying swords were striking against great copper bells. The 5 tempered Azura ghost slaves had bodies as tough as divine metal. The space fragments exploded in succession as they slammed into their bodies. This was the superiority of these ghost slave puppets. It was impossible for a flesh and blood being, no matter how they trained, to have such a terrifying defensive power. Let me see just how tough you are. Lin Ming's eyes turned blood red. Not only did he have the space fragment attack of Chain of Stars, but there was also the great desolate blood halberd itself. He took a sudden step forwards as the great desolate blood halberd thundered forwards. A cold, bloody light directly impacted into the skies, illuminating the stars. Ha! With a loud shout, and with the support of a martial skill, the silver battle spirit-infused great desolate blood halberd smashed into the chest of a ghost slave. Just freely dropping the great desolate blood halberd could shatter a mountain ridge. With Lin Ming's enormous strength behind it, the power of this strike could be imagined. Bang! Like a meteor crashing into the ground, a terrifying explosive sound resounded throughout the entire world. The ghost slave's chest collapsed after being pounded by Lin Ming's halberd, all of its organs bursting apart. Its body hurtled backwards, instantly sent back hundreds of miles before colliding into a far-off mountain peak in the dimensional realm. After that, the entire mountain peak collapsed into a rumbling avalanche. Bang, bang, bang. Countless massive stones plummeted to the ground. That ghost slave had been miserably smashed to death by Lin Ming's halberd. After this strike, Lin Ming's arm was still shaking. The glorious light emitting from the gate of pain on his palms flickered. It was obvious he had consumed a great deal of energy just now. One reason was that using a martial skill with the great desolate blood halberd required a massive amount of energy, but the second and more important reason was that the great desolate blood halberd was not like the long spear that he had been using. It had no flexibility. With every strike he made, he would have to withstand a terrible counter-shaking strength without any buffer. This was also the reason why Situ Yaiwei was shaken to the point of vomiting blood after exchanging several dozen strikes with Lin Ming. Now, even though Lin Ming had opened the first 4 of the 8 inner hidden gates, and his strength was as powerful as a dragon with 2 million genes of strength, it was still hard for him to withstand the shock of smashing the halberd against this Azura puppet's body, which was like a massive lump of divine metal. The web of his palm was near the point of cracking apart. At this moment, Old Man Good Fortune's true essence sound transmission suddenly sounded out in his ears. "Little friend Lin, you leave. Old me can barely defend myself as it is. There is no way I can protect you. Lin Ming looked up and saw that old man Good Fortune, and that strange ghostly green youth had already flown 10,000 feet in the air, engaged in a vicious battle. Every strike of that strange youth spurred starlight, but every move from old man Good Fortune shattered the void. Facing such a level of existence, Lin Ming knew that he would only be a burden if he remained. On the other hand, if he ran away, then old man Good Fortune would be able to have fewer scruples. Chapter 882, Divine Tree. Chapter 882, Divine Tree. Roar! Roar! The 5 surviving Azura ghost slaves emitted cacophonic cries as they wildly hurtled towards Lin Ming. Although this sort of Azura ghost slave only had the strength of a quasi-emperor, their bodies were as solid as divine iron. Killing them was several times more difficult than killing a normal quasi-emperor. Although Lin Ming had killed an Azura ghost slave, the web of his palm had shaken to the point that it nearly tore apart. If he wanted to kill these 5 ghost slaves, then he might have to trade his right hand in the process. In the current situation, it was absolutely a bad idea to injure himself. As he saw the 5 ghost slaves surround him, he loudly shouted out, and the highly compressed power of thunder and fire within the heretical god sprout erupted. The burning star flame and the 9 heavens thunder soul joined together. Penetrating rainbow. Whoosh. In that moment, a brilliant divine light lit up the dark and hazy skies. Lin Ming became one with his halberd, turning into a ray of light as he cut across the infinite skies. Bang! With a sound of crackling thunder, a ghost slave was struck in the chest by Lin Ming's halberd. The forceful impact, and energy waves blew it away like a piece of flimsy straw. The ghost slave's ribs shattered. Lin Ming felt an intense pain in both of his arms as blood spurted from his palms. His speed suddenly slowed. At this time, he could feel a deep killing intent erupt from behind him. Lin Ming didn't need to turn his head to know that 4 thick chains were already shooting towards him. Lin Ming didn't even have time to receive his weapon and meet this new barrage of attacks. Concept of time. At this critical moment, an invisible energy field erupted from Lin Ming, covering those 4 chains. For a brief period, the chains seemed as if they had fallen into a swamp, their speed drastically plummeting. Golden rock shattering the void. Lin Ming didn't even look back. Space shrank beneath his feet. With the gate of wonder opened, his speed reached the extreme. With the gate of wonder combined with golden rock shattering the void, even an early divine sea powerhouse would lose to Lin Ming in speed. By the time the 4 chains struck his location, Lin Ming had already appeared dozens of miles away, instantly leaving their encirclement. And at this time, in the high skies, old man Good Fortune's battle with the strange demon youth was reaching a burning crescendo. In terms of true essence magnitude, old man Good Fortune was actually inferior to the strange demon youth, but by relying on his elusive time laws, he was able to force the battle into a reluctant tie. This caused the strange demon youth to seethe with anger. Although the strange demon youth had used a secret technique to escape the Sea of Miracles and reach the Sky Spill continent, causing his strength to greatly weaken, it angered him to be halted here by a pathetic old man who couldn't even handle the divine realm. Just die already. A purple tattoo on the back of the strange demon youth lit up with a bright purple light. The true essence currents behind him condensed into the phantom of a giant hydra. So, you were part of the Hydra clan. Old man Good Fortune sucked in a deep breath. The Hydra clan clansmen of the divine realm had the bloodline of the Hydra flowing within them. This could also be called one of the so-called divine bodies of the Sky Spill continent. The Hydra clan could be considered a large influence within the divine realm. Their clansmen were valiant and battle-skilled, with an inborn affinity to the power of stars. Of course, this didn't mean that the strange demon youth in front of him was from the divine realm. The Hydra clan was the same as the ancient Phoenix clan, because they continued to grow and blossom through the endless years, producing countless children. They had many disciples go to worlds in the lower realms to form minor collateral branches. To force me to use the power of my bloodline, I have actually underestimated you. The strange demon youth had already been weakened by leaving the Sea of Miracles. Using the power of his bloodline at this time would put a tremendous burden on his body. He hadn't wanted to do this, but now that the battle had dragged on until now, and he still couldn't overcome Old Man Good Fortune, his temper had finally exploded. Snake swallows the universe. The strange demon youth lifted his lance high up into the air, and the Hydra phantom behind him emitted an earth-shattering roar. At this time, Old Man Good Fortune grimaced. He didn't use his sword. Instead, he took out a pale white bead from his spatial ring. Old Man Good Fortune bit down on the tip of his tongue and sprayed a fine mist of blood on this white bead. With a hissing sound, the blood was absorbed by the white bead. This is the strange demon youth's eyes immediately widened. A heaven-perishing bead. You actually have a heaven-perishing bead. A heaven-perishing bead was able to massacre a divine sea master and all martial artists below that. Even a divine realm genius that had reached the divine sea might perish if they were not careful, and if one used their blood essence to reinforce it, the might was that much greater. A sense of fear and crisis suddenly rose within the demon youth's heart. This damned old fellow. He suddenly drew backwards, but at this time the heaven-perishing bead exploded. Bang! A flash of blazing, white light swept through the skies, encapsulating everything in explosive shockwaves. Ho! Lin Ming broke through several dimensional realms in a single breath. As he reached this new dimensional realm, he had no idea where he was. They aren't chasing me. Lin Ming's speed was too fast. It wasn't a surprise that the Azura ghost slaves hadn't been able to catch him. But could he have just escaped the tracking of the strange demon youth like this? Lin Ming felt this was a bit incredible for a powerhouse of this level, especially one with such a powerful divine sense. It was possible that they had a method to search him out. It was only because he was fighting Old Man Good Fortune at this time, so he couldn't divert attention to these matters. I must hurry and leave this Temple of Marvels. The strength of the powerhouses in the Temple of Marvels had far surpassed his imagination. If he stayed, there was nothing he could do against them. He wouldn't even be able to raise the smallest of waves, although he desired to know the secret of the Sea of Miracles. Ensuring he survived here was the most important thing. As for whatever secret there was, he could wait until he was powerful enough and then return in the future. I can only return backwards, following the road in my memories. If the arrangement of space here hasn't changed, then I can leave, but if it has, then I'll be in danger. Lin Ming grit his teeth, chose the best direction, restrained his energy, and then quickly shuttled through the many-dimensional arrays. One world after another passed before him. Although they seemed similar, they formed a three-dimensional map in Lin Ming's mind, neatly ordered together. After I passed through here, I should reach the dark forest I traveled through before. As Lin Ming thought this, he stepped into a new world. As he saw the scene before him, his complexion changed. In this new world, the skies were gloomy and overcast, with thunder rolling in between them. The ground underneath him was an endless black swamp, and at the farthest distance he could see, there was a great divine tree that pierced through the heavens. The crown of this tree was wreathed in endless arcs of purple electricity. This world simply had no relationship at all with the world he had been in before. This was the first time that Lin Ming had entered into this world. Did I remember incorrectly? Or was I forcefully led to this world by someone else? Or perhaps the arrangement of worlds within the Temple of Marvels was constantly shifting to begin with. Lin Ming's mind raced with all these thoughts, his expression solemn. with his memory, it was highly unlikely that he had remembered incorrectly, leaving only the latter two options. Regardless, either situation was bad for him, particularly if someone led him here with sinister intentions in mind. If so, then he was already a mouse in their cage. There would be no way for him to escape. Lin Ming grit his teeth and flew forwards. This current world was similar to the 8,000-mile black swamp. Although he had a faint foreboding feeling in his heart, he wouldn't just sit here and wait for death to reach him. What a tall and massive tree. It soars straight into the skies and galvanizes the power of thunder within the highest heavens. How mysterious is that as Lin Ming looked at this great tree, it seemed to connect the heavens and earth. The Sea of Miracles was also named the Ocean of Endless Storms, so it was reasonable to assume that a mammoth amount of power of thunder also flooded the Temple of Marvels. But he never imagined that this would be able to breed such a divine tree. Chapter 883, 12 Tao Fruits. Chapter 883, 12 Tao Fruits. Yeah. Shit. This old fox's strength is pathetic to the point of being a garbled mess. And even though he's been suppressed by me from all angles, he actually has so many life-maintaining methods and refuses to die. He even put out a heaven-perishing bead in the end, causing me to suffer a great loss. In the underground chamber, the purple-clothed strange demon youth coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was in an extremely miserable situation at this time. The right half of his body was covered in blood, and the skin on the right side of his face was ruined, making him look ferocious and ghastly. This was the fate of being struck by the heaven-perishing bead. The heaven-perishing bead was a one-time disposable explosive treasure produced in the divine realm that could be used to destroy enemies. This treasure even contained the laws of the great Tao. When a heaven-perishing bead exploded, its terrifying explosive force could even be dangerous for a late divine sea martial artist from the divine realm. Moreover, for added security, Old Man Good Fortune had not cared about losing his lifespan and had spat blood essence onto the heaven-perishing bead. However, Old Man Good Fortune was able to withstand this loss of blood essence, now that he had obtained a pool of 10,000-year stone milk. That was a loss he could definitely recover from and still extend his life for another 700 years. He had already perfectly achieved the goal he was seeking at the Temple of Marvels, although it was a pity that he had to spend a heaven-perishing bead. To Old Man Good Fortune, there was nothing more precious than extending his life. Mixing his own blood essence with the heaven-perishing bead was Old Man Good Fortune's final trump card, and also his strongest attack. In addition, the strange demon youth had been weakened after emerging from the Sea of Miracles. If it weren't for his fast responses, then he wouldn't have suffered something as simple as a grievous injury. Moreover, what sent the strange demon youth into a flying rage was that Old Man Good Fortune was no different from a slippery old cockroach. After wounding him, the old man had relied on his understandings into the concept of space and crazily flew through the dimensional realms. As for the injured demon youth, he actually wasn't able to follow him. The master of the Temple of Marvels had comprehended at least the 5th level of the concept of space, spatial genesis. Such a ruthless individual was far more formidable than the demon youth had been or would ever be. Thus he felt a great fear towards this Temple of Marvels. Moreover, he didn't understand the layout of the temple. After chasing after Old Man Good Fortune for half an hour, he finally lost him. This caused the strange demon youth's heart to burn with rage. This was simply his life's greatest shame. Before coming here, he had boasted repeatedly about not placing Old Man Good Fortune and Lin Ming in his eyes. To him, they were nothing more than easy prey that could easily be handled. In front of the strange demon youth, the masked man was faintly smiling. You underestimated your opponent too much. If you were a bit more careful, then even if that old man had the heaven-perishing bead, he still wouldn't have been able to wound you. That old man is a very cunning individual, and he also has some relationship with the divine realm. After living for so many years, it's natural that he would have some final trump card to preserve his life. Then again, there are many ancient ruins left behind in the Sky Spill continent from 100,000 years ago. If he explored these ancient ruins, then it is possible he could obtain the life-preserving treasures left behind by some ancient powerhouse. Ooh, that old fool. I will definitely pull out his soul and turn him into an Azura ghost slave, making him regret every decision he ever made. The strange demon youth grit his teeth as he said, "Haha, I'm afraid you won't have this chance. That old fellow has an extremely high understanding into the concept of space. It's likely that he will soon leave the Temple of Marvels, and with your current injuries you won't be able to catch him now. But none of this matters to begin with. Our main goal here is Lin Longjin. Even if we don't have Old Man Good Fortune, there are still several divine sea powerhouses with similar enough strength. They should be enough." Humph! I just can't swallow this insult. Once the plan is completed, I will leave the Temple of Marvels to find him. As for that Lin Longjin, his strength surpassed my expectations. With his mere second-stage life destruction cultivation, he actually managed to escape the pursuit of 6 great quasi-emperor level ghost slaves, even killing 2 of them in the process. His strength is no different from that of a dragon. The strange demon youth was well aware of just how great the defensive power of the Azura ghost slaves he refined was. They were simply like large blocks of divine iron. But 2 of these tough ghost slaves had actually been pounded to death by Lin Ming's halberd. How could he not be surprised by this? This was simply not strength that should be possessed by a human. The masked man was not surprised. Rather, his eyes began to glimmer with excitement. He licked his lips, saying, "Lin Longjin dual cultivates in body and essence, and his achievements in the body transformation path are extremely high. For him to arrive at this step in the Sky Spill continent is already a miracle. But the more spectacular he is, the more he is able to arouse my interest. Rest assured, there is no way that he will be able to escape. Although you weren't able to capture him, you still forced away that bothersome old man Good Fortune from his side. Now that they are separated, there is no way for them to contact each other in these isolated dimensional realms that twist together like a maze. Moreover, Old Man Good Fortune and Lin Longjin are neither friends nor family. It's already a great act of benevolence for him to create an opportunity for him to escape. It's impossible that he would risk his life to return and save Lin Longjin. That old man treasures nothing more than his life. Although Old Man Good Fortune seemed wizened and disconnected from the world, the truth was that what he valued most in the world was his life. Those that feared death were easy to deal with. The masked man's lips curled up in a thoughtful smile. He looked at that strange demon youth and said, "I will personally go this time. Stay here and recover from your wounds. The heaven-perishing bead contains the laws of the great Tao. If you leave behind scars of the great Tao in your body, then it will be difficult for you to recover from them. I alone will be enough. As long as it is in this world, with Lin Longjin's cultivation, there is no way for him to escape my grasp." Ooh. At this time, within this dimensional realm that looked like the 8,000-mile black swamp, Lin Ming looked at the distant divine thunder tree that pierced into the skies, his heart filled with shock. Although danger was abound, Lin Ming still didn't search for a shortcut to leave the Temple of Marvels. Since he saw this sort of divine tree only several dozen miles away, he certainly had to go and take a look. Perhaps this was a lucky chance that would give him the opportunity to make a turning point. Lin Ming opened the gate of wonder, traveling 10 miles in a single step. In just a few blinks of the eye, he had arrived in front of the divine tree. As he truly saw this divine tree up close, Lin Ming was stunned. This divine tree was thicker than a pagoda and towered upwards for several tens of thousands of feet. Looking up, this divine tree looked like a column that supported the heavens, shooting straight into the skies. Lin Ming found that the so-called crown of the tree had no leaves, but instead was replaced by a tangle of roots. This was a strange tree that kept itself rooted in the skies. These roots were as thick as pythons. They looked like azure dragons that circled around the tree, gripping their thick claws into the billowing dark clouds, sucking in the power of thunder. The power of thunder was absorbed by the divine tree. As it passed down, it caused the entire divine tree to sparkle with lightning, looking like a descending god. Under these twisting roots, there were actually fruits hanging that were 4 or 5 feet wide. These fruits sounded extremely large, but placed on this massive divine tree, they only looked like little dots. If Lin Ming didn't look carefully, then he would have easily passed over them. Lin Ming began to carefully count them. This divine tree had absorbed a massive amount of the power of thunder for countless years, and yet it only bore a total of 12 fruits. He sighed as he thought of just how difficult it must be for these fruits to be bred. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes as he looked on. These 12 fruits all had strange lines on them, like bolts of lightning that crawled all over the skin of the fruits. Moreover, each line on these fruits was different, mysterious, enigmatic, profound, and filled with a faint flavor of the great Tao. Lin Ming was dumbfounded, suddenly remembering the chaos stones he had seen in time-worn Phoenix City. Those chaos stones had been formed at the creation of the universe and then slowly evolved over the countless years. Those chaos stones recorded the vicissitudes of the universe, having been marked by chaos energy, a type of energy that preceded all other types of energy, such as the 5 main elemental energies, primal chaos energies, and so forth. They also contain the power of the source laws and were a worldly treasure. As for these lines of thunder, there were similarities. These lines should be marks of the great Tao that have been naturally left behind through tens of thousands of years by the circulation of the power of thunder from the 9 heavens' thunder dominion. Although they are inferior to the mystical chaos stones, they still deeply reflect the mysterious concept of thunder. Just these lines themselves are a priceless treasure, much less the fruit. When Lin Ming had crossed into life destruction, his body had been tempered by the power of thunder, and every cell in his body had been activated by it. His compatibility with thunder was already inestimable. However, Lin Ming's comprehension of the concept of thunder had remained low throughout. Even though he had meditated on the thunder concept jade slips left behind by the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor, the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor was still someone from the Sky Spill continent after all. No matter how excellent he had been, in this continent with its limited inheritances, there would always be many flaws and omissions in the system of thunder laws that he established. It was simply incomparable to the God-transforming mirror at time-worn Phoenix City that recorded the concept of fire. But now, these 12 fruits would be able to make up for Lin Ming's weakness. The Sea of Miracles seems to have a 100,000-year history. If that is true, then the history of this Temple of Marvels must surpass 100,000 years. Perhaps it has existed for 120,000 years, and each of these 12 fruits represents the results of 10,000 years. As Lin Ming realized this, he took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Riches always came with danger. Even if he were being pursued by enemies right now, none of them were able to dampen his determination to pick these fruits. Lin Ming moved towards the divine thunder tree. As he reached 10 miles away, he felt all of the hairs on his body stand erect. This was because of the powerful electrical field that emitted from the tree. Around the entire divine thunder tree, there was an invisible force field. Because the energy was too intense, the force field naturally twisted, causing the formation of ionized particles in the air that contained a deep power of thunder. If a martial artist that wasn't strong enough were to approach this force field, then they would be immediately incinerated to ash. Even a high-stage life destruction martial artist would have to consume a great deal of energy to maintain their bodily protective true essence to move within this electric force field. However, this was not a problem at all to Lin Ming. He had a thunder attribute body, and every cell within him had been tempered by the power of thunder, leading to him having a great affinity with it. In addition, his understandings of the concept of thunder were also decent enough. After entering this thunder force field, he actually felt like he was a tiger in the mountains or a fish swimming in the sea. All the pores throughout his body opened, relaxed as they vigorously absorbed the pure power of thunder. This is a wonderful power of thunder. If I could train here, then the results would be incredible. Lin Ming took a deep breath and looked up at the 12 thunder fruits in the skies. His feet moved as he shot upwards. As Lin Ming approached these thunder fruits, he could increasingly feel the inherent mystical concepts and laws within them. The stems of these fruits were as thick as an arm and extremely tough. Lin Ming took out the great desolate blood halberd, and with his great 2 million gene strength and silver battle spirit poured into the blood halberd, he cut down the first fruit. Chapter 884, Saint Artifact Treasure. Chapter 884, Saint Artifact Treasure. Lin Ming followed a pattern, soon picking down all 12 fruits. The 4 or 5 foot wide fruits couldn't even be held in both his arms. These Thunder Dao fruits were all covered with a purple skin that was etched with lines. Although it was just the skin, one could feel a pure thunder energy coming from them. Lin Ming dropped down and took out a Thunder Dao fruit. He hesitated for a moment, and then decided to directly cut this fruit apart here. In this strange and unknown space, it was indeed a bit risky to eat a Dao fruit when he had no idea what the effects would be. But now that he was being chased down by others, he had to take every chance possible to increase his strength in order to increase his chances of escaping by even the tiniest percentage. If he cowered from something like this, then he really would be hopeless. Lin Ming placed the purple fruit on the ground and pried off the stalk with the great desolate blood halberd. A large piece of skin was ripped off with it, revealing the pale, white fruit flesh within. A tempting fragrance wafted into the air, carrying with it the taste of the ages. Lin Ming was very particular about what part of the Thunder Dao fruit he opened it from. The area around the stalk was the only part that didn't have the law lines engraved onto it, so ripping off this part wouldn't matter too much. He had to keep the rest of the skin peel intact, so that he could meditate on the concept of thunder principles contained within. He certainly couldn't touch that part. Smells great. I've eaten a good number of heavenly materials in my time, but most of them are extremely painful and cause the entire body to ache and tear, let alone the taste. This is my first time smelling such a fragrant fruit before. Lin Ming didn't hesitate. He took a dagger and carved out part of the fruit flesh. The fruit flesh was white and translucent, as if it were carved from exquisite jade. As he held a piece in his hands, the sharp and sweet aroma was extremely appealing. What a great, rich, and pure power of thunder. If a non-thunder attribute martial artist were to eat this, their body would blow up from not being able to withstand this energy. Even a thunder attribute martial artist would perish if their compatibility was lacking. There would be no way they could withstand such a terrible baptism of thunder energy. Lin Ming used his perception to investigate the fruit piece, and then directly swallowed it up. As the fruit entered his mouth, it turned into a rich fragrance that spread through all of his inner organs. At the same time, Lin Ming could also feel an incomparably pure power of thunder diffusing throughout his body, rushing into his meridians. This is so comfortable. This thunder energy that would be fatal to others was actually immeasurably pleasurable to Lin Ming, not to mention the comfort that spread through his body. Even the shaking wounds from his battle with the ghost slaves were instantly healed up. Lin Ming didn't stop at just eating one piece. He continued to eat. This 4 or 5 feet diameter fruit could feed a family for several days. However, for a martial artist, since their consumption of energy was great, their appetite was also great. If they didn't use heaven and earth origin energy to restore themselves and relied on just food, then the amount of food they would have to eat simply couldn't be calculated. Lin Ming ate up a third of this fruit in a single go. As the violet juices flowed out from his mouth, Lin Ming didn't waste this at all. He wiped it up with his fingers and licked them with loud, smacking sounds. "This is delicious." Lin Ming burped and actually spat out purple thunder. Lin Ming felt as if his entire body was filled to the brim with energy, as if he had endless amounts of power within him. Currently, if he were to encounter those several ghost slaves again, Lin Ming was confident he could defeat them all by himself. Moreover, he would also be able to withstand the shaking strength of the great desolate blood halberd. This fruit is so strange. It's causing the power of thunder within my body to become even deeper, to the point that it's tempering my body. My cultivation has already reached the peak of the second stage of life destruction, and I've already reached the limit of energy I can contain. If I take another step forwards, then that will be the third stage of life destruction. I'm confident I will be able to cross the third stage of life destruction now, but doing so in this environment is just too dangerous. The road of martial arts was like this. As long as one's foundation was solid enough, then every breakthrough would bring immeasurable progress and strength at astronomical speeds. When Lin Ming first broken through the late revolving core realm and into life destruction, his foundation had been far too solid. As long as he gathered enough energy, he would be able to cross another stage of life destruction. There wasn't much else he would need to consider. But as for a normal martial artist, their chances of survival, even if they had enough energy, were fraught with dangers and angst. They would have to search for all sorts of precious medicines and materials that would increase their chances of crossing life destruction successfully. Otherwise, they would simply perish in a cloud of ash. Lin Ming thought for a moment, and then dispelled all thoughts of crossing the third stage of life destruction here. To do so, he would need to completely disintegrate his body and temper himself in the energy. This was a highly dangerous process that couldn't tolerate any disturbance. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be bones left of him. In this dimensional realm, it was possible that danger could come at any time. And crossing the third stage of life destruction would also require several days. It was unlikely he would be able to pass those days in peace and quiet. As Lin Ming was about to put away the rest of the fruit, his heart suddenly stirred. This is at the bottom of the divine thunder tree. Because of the electric energy field that surrounded this area, there had been a great deal of interference towards Lin Ming's perception, but after eating the thunderdao fruit, his perception here had increased by a great deal, and he discovered that there was something strange at the back of this divine thunder tree. Lin Ming walked around the divine thunder tree. The trunk of this divine tree was thick, nearly circling for half a mile. As Lin Ming reached the other side, he discovered that there was a human skeleton sitting cross-legged within the roots at the base. This skeleton was translucent and sparkled with light as if it were carved from the most precious jade. There was a 7-colored gem embedded between the eyebrows of the skeleton that sent out gorgeous, dazzling lights. This sort of gem was certainly not used for decoration. It was obviously produced from some type of cultivation method. I wonder what sort of mystic cultivation method this is, that it can produce a divine crystal between the eyes. Although Lin Ming wanted to pry off the divine crystal and study it, he didn't let his greed get the best of him. This skeleton was currently emitting a faint yet powerful aura. Lin Ming knew that this sort of aura was an energy field. Even though the owner of the skeleton had been dead for tens of thousands of years by now, the energy field around him still lingered here, not dispersing. It was hard to imagine just what boundary he had reached before his death. He had no idea why such an extraordinary figure would be sitting here. Could he have reached the end of his life and was trying to make a final breakthrough? Or had he been sabotaged by others and had died here from fatal wounds? But no matter what happened, Lin Ming maintained a deep reverence and respect towards such an amazing character. He naturally wouldn't do something so dastardly as destroying this person's skeleton. He shouldn't be the temple master of the Temple of Marvels. Lin Ming discovered that there was a spatial ring and bracer on the left hand of the skeleton. The bracer shined with a faint light. Even after 100,000 years, its magnificent light still hadn't dimmed. This was obviously a type of treasure. Lin Ming deeply bowed to the skeleton and then carefully took the spatial ring and bracer off. This bracer is a saint artifact. After Lin Ming investigated the bracer, he came to this conclusion that left him floored. This was the first time that Lin Ming had seen a bracer-shaped saint artifact. All of the saint artifacts and normal treasures that appeared in the Sky Spill continent had mostly been weapons or armor. There were very, very few accessory-type treasures, and nearly no saint artifacts of that kind. It's too bad Demon Shine isn't here. Otherwise, I could ask him about this. Lin Ming shook his head and strapped the bracer onto his wrist. He could immediately feel a deep tranquility emerge from deep within his heart, as if his very soul was being gently cleansed. In that instant, Lin Ming's perception became sharper, and his thoughts became much more agile and clear. As he thought back to some insights about the time laws that Old Man Good Fortune had left for him that he hadn't yet been able to comprehend, he suddenly developed some insights and positive directions in his mind. This caused him to be overjoyed. This is a saint artifact that can enhance soul force. It can even increase perception to an extent. He had never heard of a saint artifact with such an effect in the Sky Spill continent. He had never even imagined one containing such beneficial effects. Even in the divine realm, saint artifacts that conferred special effects were relatively scarce. Their value was much higher than that of a normal offensive or defensive type saint artifact. Among saint artifacts, those with the lowest value were offensive saint artifacts. Defensive saint artifacts were several times more valuable, and saint effects with special effects were several times more valuable above that. But this sort of saint artifact normally increased defensive or offensive abilities. As for increasing soul force and perception, there were very few of these types of saint artifacts. If this supreme elder that died here could have such a bracer, then his strength before his death surpassed even Lin Ming's lofty imagination. The intensity of soul force wasn't related to perception, but that didn't mean that was the only relationship between them. Currently, Lin Ming's perception was considered good, but not at the peak of talent. He could be considered just decent enough. As for this saint artifact, although it couldn't increase perception by too much, it was still extremely precious. The effect that this would have on Lin Ming's future meditations on the laws could be imagined. Of the 8 inner hidden gates, last 4 gates, the gate of opening is located at the brain. After opening it, it can also similarly increase my perception. With this bracer on top of that, I'll have a much better grasp of contemplating time and space laws in the future. As Lin Ming thought this, he began to investigate the spatial ring left behind on the skeleton. As he looked through it, he immediately sucked in a deep breath. This was a spatial ring. For an ordinary spatial ring, there was a miniature space locked within it. This space could be called a minor dimension, but the truth was that it was far worse than a true minor dimension. The space within a spatial ring wasn't able to hold life. Moreover, it was highly unstable. Depending on the quality of a spatial ring, the space within would collapse after hundreds or thousands of years. But as for the spatial ring in Lin Ming's hand, there was actually a true world contained within. This world had grass, sunlight, rivers, and lakes, and even trees without a doubt. This spatial ring had the ability to contain living beings. This was a complete minor world. A minor world contained within a spatial ring. Lin Ming couldn't help but praise such a mighty force that could do this. This is the fifth level of the concept of space. Spatial genesis. Lin Ming suddenly recalled Old Man Good Fortune's words. Without mistake, this spatial ring must have been forged by a supreme elder with an astoundingly high comprehension in space laws. There was a possibility that it was the owner of these bones. As Lin Ming was about to search the spatial ring some more, at this time his heart suddenly went cold. He turned around to see the shades of several people appearing miles away. Ghost slaves? Lin Ming's first reaction was to think that those chasing after him had finally caught up, but with some shock, he looked closer to see that these figures actually weren't ghost slaves, but were rather martial artists from the four divine kingdoms. They were several of the martial artists that had initially entered the Temple of Marvels ahead of Lin Ming, to a high-stage life destruction martial artist, and above, their eyesight allowed them to see everything a dozen miles away as if it were happening right in front of them. In other words, they had seen everything that Lin Ming had done just now. This caused Lin Ming to furrow his eyebrows together. When it rains, it pours. He hadn't solved the problem of the ghost slaves, but now another problem had arrived. In this danger-ridden temple, Lin Ming couldn't afford to waste his time here. Chapter 885, Unreasonable. Chapter 885, Unreasonable. At this time, Lin Ming didn't want to get himself snarled into a mess with anyone else. He quickly received the Thunder Dao fruit into his spatial ring, as well as putting away the spatial ring that he didn't have time to look at now. As he was about to leave, several figures flashed and appeared in front of him. So it was little friend Lin. Why don't you stay for a moment? Lin Ming frowned. He looked and saw that there was a total of 4 people standing in front of him. This group included the heroic young 7th stage life destruction Yang Mu from the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom, as well as the half-step divine Si Uya Kun from the sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom. There was also a young man that Lin Ming didn't know. Although this youth's cultivation was only at the 6th stage of life destruction, his foundation was exceedingly deep. He was much stronger than Sita Luosha had been. These were 3 of the most astounding young elites of the Sky Spill continent. They were led by a blue-clothed, middle-aged person whose cultivation was impressively at the early divine sea. Lin Ming had a faint impression of this middle-aged man. He came from a Holy Land level family clan that was vassal to the sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom. Their family clan was surnamed Sun, and this middle-aged Sun fellow was an important figure in his family clan. Although this elder son's cultivation was at the early divine sea, his foundation couldn't be considered too deep. He was much worse than Shirbai. He had likely only managed to break through to the divine sea by stumbling on some lucky chance. This type of person wasn't too scary. Either way, Lin Ming still wouldn't underestimate him. The 4 of them all had wounds covering their bodies, as if they had come from some brutal battle. Those from the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom and Sublime Smelting Divine Kingdom had entered in 2 separate groups, but now they had gathered together, and these 4 had been scattered out from their original groups. It was likely they had experienced many fierce battles, and their losses were probably not too small. Greetings to you all. Do you have some matter to ask me? Although Lin Ming's tone was peaceful, it was still a bit cold. During this sensitive time, he didn't think that this party of people would stop him just to greet him. "Ha, little friend Lin. I was wondering what that skeleton behind you was. Elder Sun had lived for 1,700 to 1,800 years already. His sight wasn't any worse than Lin Ming's. He could sense the amazing pressure exuded from the force field around the skeleton that hadn't dispersed even after tens of thousands of years. This person that had died must have had a terrifying level of strength while they were still alive. And just what rank of treasures would the relics be that such an amazing powerhouse left behind? It was simply hard to imagine. And right before now, he had clearly seen Lin Ming take away the skeleton's treasures. Although Elder Sun maintained a suitable amount of restraint, the three youths beside him already had shining eyes. As they looked at Lin Ming, drool nearly dripped down their chins. If they could obtain the inheritance of such a character, that would be an immense lucky chance. They might even be able to rely on that to become the highest under the heavens. If it were possible, they certainly wouldn't want to offend Lin Ming. But with such massive benefits hanging in front of them, the situation had changed. Moreover, in their opinion, in this last year, Lin Ming may have broken through to the second stage of life destruction, but just a little jump in his cultivation wouldn't make him a match for a divine sea powerhouse. And the three youths weren't some random cabbage weaklings either. If the four joined forces, it was more or less assured that they would be able to defeat Lin Ming and steal away his treasures. If they could kill Lin Ming, that would be even more perfect. Then they wouldn't have to worry that they would draw Lin Ming's retaliation in the future. This skeleton was left behind by a senior supreme elder that died here. What else is there to say about it? Lin Ming calmly traced his spatial ring. He had a faint feeling that today's matters wouldn't end peacefully. Elder Sun laughed as his eyes swept the surrounding areas. How come I don't see Senior Good Fortune here? Since Elder Sun didn't see Old Man Good Fortune, he always had some doubts in his mind. If Old Man Good Fortune were here, then he could kill him with a single palm. Senior Good Fortune is in a neighboring dimensional realm. If there's some matter you wish to consult with him about, then you may go over and see him. Lin Ming casually said, hoping to use Old Man Good Fortune's reputation to frighten Elder Sunday. Lin Ming wasn't afraid of these people in front of him, but he also didn't want to fight. Any battle would cause energy to surge in the surrounding areas. It might be enough to draw the notice of that strange demon youth and his Azura ghost slaves. Ha ha! Elder Sun traced his long beard. I truly am looking for Senior Good Fortune about some matters. How about little friend Lin escorts this old man to see Senior Good Fortune? Elder Sun wasn't an idiot for having lived for such a long time. He certainly wouldn't be deceived by Lin Ming's little tricks. Just this probing sentence was enough. If Old Man Good Fortune hadn't really been separated from Lin Ming, and Lin Ming wished to avoid a battle, then he would definitely lead him to see Old Man Good Fortune. Otherwise, his earlier words would be a lie. Lin Ming's complexion sank. He icily said, I do not have the time. He didn't want to fight here, but if he was forced to, then he would. His situation was not the same as it was a year ago. After breaking through the second stage of life destruction and opening the gate of pain, and even eating up the Thunder Dao fruit, his entire body was now filled with an uncontainable, overflowing energy. How could he be afraid of battle? Elder Sun simply ignored the icy disdain in Lin Ming's words. His lips curved up in a smile. He was already able to confirm that because of some unknown reasons, Old Man Good Fortune had been separated from Lin Ming. Patriarch Sun, this boy is clearly putting on an act. If we act together, then it doesn't matter how talented he is. In the presence of a true divine sea powerhouse, whatever genius he will become in the future will be useless once we kill him. Patriarch Sun, you also have to have a heaven-sealing pagoda that can lock down an area, making it so that this boy cannot display his true speed. There will be no way for him to escape then. Uya-kun licked his lips as he sent out a true essence sound transmission. He had a 6-stage life destruction cultivation and was also a half-step into the divine sea. With his inborn purple yang meridians, he had full confidence in his own combat strength. A 6-stage life destruction, half-step divine sea martial artist was stronger than a 7th-stage life destruction martial artist. In addition, with Uya-kun's purple yang meridians and his comprehension of laws and concepts, he had full faith he could easily defeat someone like Sitayawe. He wouldn't be like Lin Ming, who would narrowly squeak by with a victory. Although Lin Ming had now broken through to the second stage of life destruction, that didn't mean he was unstoppable. Even if Uya Kun couldn't defeat Lin Ming, he still wouldn't be defeated either. Moreover, there was Yang Mu here, who was no weaker than he was, as well as the most powerful Patriarch Sunday. If the three of them attacked together, then with the heaven-sealing pagoda cutting off Lin Ming's range of movement, defeating him was already a settled matter. Even killing Lin Ming shouldn't be too difficult. I know, Elder Sun said with a smile hanging on his face. He continued saying to Lin Ming, "Little friend Lin, mortals equally divide money, and martial artists equally divide treasures. This is all according to the customs of righteous sections. If many martial artists find treasures together, they will distribute the treasures according to rank of strength. Little friend Lin, we currently have 5 people here, and you obtained 3 treasures. There was a strange fruit, a bracer, as well as a spatial ring. Since I am the strongest one here, how about you allow me the opportunity to choose which treasure to take first? Since it seems you ate part of that strange fruit, we'll completely turn that over to you. As for the other treasure, that will be handed to the 3 juniors. How about it?" As Elder Sun slowly spoke, Uya-kun was overjoyed. Elder Sun would definitely choose the Dead Master spatial ring. There was bound to be even more treasures within, and he would be able to divide a part of those benefits too. As for that strange fruit, it seemed to be a thunder attribute fruit that wouldn't benefit him too much, so it didn't matter if he obtained it or not. Ha ha ha! Lin Ming suddenly laughed out loud. This shameless attitude was truly an eye-opening experience. "Why are you laughing?" Elder Sun's voice suddenly turned icy. "Find treasures together? Only someone like you can say such pathetically shameless words. You have truly broadened my mind today." Hee hee, Elder Sun sinisterly chuckled a few times before saying, "The 4 of us were caught by a crowd of vicious beasts in a nearby dimensional realm. If it weren't for us blocking them for you, then you would have been caught in their trap. Perhaps you might have been torn apart and used to fill their stomachs by now. How would you still have such a lucky chance? You obtaining these treasures was just luck on your part, but the greater credit belongs to us. You have really confused right and wrong and twisted what is black and white. You were chased by that crowd of vicious beasts and separated from your main groups, miserably making your way here, and yet you managed to change all of that into saying that you blocked the enemy for me. To think that a piece of garbage like you, that only managed to break into the divine sea by a lucky chance, actually dares to call themselves the strongest, that is completely laughable. And for trash like you to say that you will choose which treasure to take first, ha! I have walked down the road of martial arts for many years, and have seen many thieves and murderers killing others for their treasure. But as for thinking of competing for treasures like you are now, and even doing something so sad and pathetic, and using the so-called righteous path to convince me, this is truly the first time that I have seen that. The skin of your face is already so thick and tough that it can be used as material for a saint artifact-level armor. Ooh. Lin Ming's heart burned with anger. Thus every word he spoke was filled with ruthless and merciless taunting. As he finished, Elder Sun's blood swelled up to his face as a thick, killing intent billowed out from him. "Humph, you ignorant junior! You think that just because you have some talent, you are unrivaled in this world? Let me tell you, compared to a true Divine Sea powerhouse, you are still far from being able to match. Since you dare to break the customs and insult your seniors, then let me teach you a good lesson for your reckless behavior today. I will let you experience the disparity between you and a Divine Sea powerhouse." As Elder Sun spoke, he swiped his spatial ring and threw out a pagoda. This pagoda rose with a gale of wind, instantly expanding to dozens of feet high. This pagoda suppressed the heavens, immediately locking down the nearby area. The reason that Elder Sun dared to attack Lin Ming was because of this treasure. Otherwise, Lin Ming's speed would have been an immense headache for him. If he couldn't kill Lin Ming, then there would be no end to his future troubles. At the same time, Lin Ming directly took out the 800,000 gene Great Desolate Blood halberd. As the Great Desolate Blood halberd fell into Lin Ming's hands, it felt just right. Humph, if you want to fight Patriarch's son, then you must pass me first. Before Elder Son did anything, Uya-kun already moved first. Uya-kun was an extremely haughty and arrogant individual. Before now, Lin Ming's limelight was far too overwhelming. It had completely suppressed him. Compared to Lin Ming, he was nothing but a tiny star shining near a blazing moon. He simply looked ordinary and not special at all. How could the arrogant him possibly be happy about this? He had long been wanting to test out Lin Ming's strength. Sword of the Great Tao. Uya-kun flourished a white long sword from his spatial ring. Sword light surged outwards, stretching endlessly. He didn't expect that he would be able to obtain the advantage in this battle, but it was enough as long as he didn't lose to Lin Ming. In his opinion, he alone would be able to reluctantly contend with Lin Ming, much less with a divine sea powerhouse added onto it. This battle was already won. At the end, the only truth that mattered was that Lin Ming would die under his hands. Sword light, sword to the heavens. Uya-kun ferociously grinned. Screw off. Lin Ming's heart was burning with a raging anger at this moment. Against Uya-kun's infinite sword light, all he did was simply wave his halberd. With his silver battle spirit and the strength of the gate of pain poured into it, the terror of 2 million genes of strength could be imagined. With an explosive sound, the sword light was torn apart like paper. Uya-kun's pupils instantly contracted. He had never imagined this would happen. How could his sword light be so fragile that it would crumble at first contact? He sharply cried out in alarm, but there was no time for him to make an effective response before the halberd light smashed into his chest. Uya-kun's body suddenly shook as all of his ribs shattered and his organs burst apart. His body flew backwards, plopping onto the ground like a bag of mushy meat. In just a single strike, Uya-kun had been injured to the brink of death, completely unable to resist. Chapter 886, 2 years to take your head. Chapter 886, 2 years to take your head. Uya-kun's limp body flew 10 miles back before crashing into the ground, causing a cloud of dust to be stirred up. It was unknown whether or not he was still alive. As Elder Son saw this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Uya-kun was an important figure of the sublime, smelting divine kingdom, and he had even taken a half-step into the divine sea. In just several more years, he would have become a divine sea supreme elder, and moreover, he would be someone that relied on his own momentum to reach the divine sea. That was a true divine sea powerhouse. If anything happened to Uya-kun here, he would be the one to take responsibility for it. Moreover, Lin Ming's strength had far exceeded his imagination. How could this be in just a year? His cultivation only rose by a small boundary. So how could his strength be so great? If this continues, then in another 1 or 2 years, when his cultivation rises by another small boundary, won't he be able to defeat an ordinary divine sea powerhouse? Not only was Elder Son bewildered, but even Yang Mu felt a lingering fear from what he just witnessed. He was glad he didn't do anything a moment ago. Otherwise, he would have shared Uya-kun's fate. The rate at which Lin Ming grew was too terrifying. The most difficult period for a genius was the time when they were still growing. It was possible for them to die while they were exploring a mystic realm, or perhaps they would be killed by others. Lin Ming didn't have any background, so it was even easier for him to stumble into dangerous accidents. In particular, he had provoked a great enemy in the Azura Divine Kingdom, but now it seemed that in another 2 years at most, he would have the strength to become an unrivaled emperor. Elder Son felt the situation had become a bit thorny. He had jumped on top of the tiger, and there was no way for him to back down. But at this moment, Lin Ming took the initiative to attack. This was the first time that Lin Ming had directly faced a divine sea powerhouse. Energy revolved through his entire body as the gate of pain opened. 2 million genes of strength combined with the true essence of a peak second-stage life destruction martial artist ran up his body. A terrifying electric current filled the edge of the great desolate blood halberd while simultaneously mixing with the power of fire. With Lin Ming's current strength, he could easily use martial skills with the great desolate blood halberd. Penetrating rainbow. The halberd stabbed out, and a halberd light passed through the void of several miles. It was like a falling mountain, unstoppable and irresistible. Bold Jr., do you really think you can overcome me? Elder Sun erupted with a loud roar. He flourished a 3-foot-long saber from his spatial ring and violently cut down at Lin Ming's halberd light. He didn't dare to hold back with this saber strike. The saber wind slashed out like raging waves, tumultuous and savage. Bang! With an earth-shaking explosion, thunder and fire twined together. There was a terrifying detonation as the sun seemed to rise between the heavens and earth. Lin Ming's concepts of thunder and fire had become deeper, and in addition to the increase of his cultivation, his current penetrating rainbow was on a completely different level from how it was in the past. As for Elder Sun, he was still a divine sea powerhouse. Even though he was the weakest of divine sea powerhouses, he wasn't some weakling waiting to be chopped. His saber cut through the billowing flames with unstoppable force, dividing that rising sun in half. The explosive energy was split apart, still sweeping towards Elder Sunday. A severe light flashed in Elder Sun's eyes. His saber flashed twice, scattering the energy. As for Lin Ming, he smashed his halberd against the greatly weakened saber light, breaking it apart, and then quickly retreating backwards. This exchange of moves was evenly matched. Elder Sun felt a numbing sensation crawl up his arm, horror beginning to fill his heart as panic overtook his mind. He was actually evenly matched with Lin Ming. Did this mean that divine sea powerhouses weaker than him would have fallen under Lin Ming's hands? It had to be known that although Elder Sun had relied on lucky chances to cross in the divine sea with just a 5th-stage life destruction cultivation, and he was considered one of the weakest divine sea masters, the truth was there were those even worse than him, that is, those 5th-stage life destruction martial artists that had also relied on lucky chances to enter the divine sea, and were also nearing the end of their lives. That kind of divine sea powerhouse would have been defeated by Lin Ming. In other words, the current Lin Ming already had strength equal to an emperor. That meant he was the same as the 8th-stage life destruction masters that once lived. As Elder Sun came to this conclusion, he was incredulous with disbelief. How could Lin Ming have made so much progress from just going from the 1st stage to the 2nd stage of life destruction? This was the same as others making 3 or more increases in small cultivation boundaries. He was already sick with regret for choosing to fight Lin Ming. If Lin Ming were a normal life destruction powerhouse, then he could at least rely on the deeper true essence reserves of the divine sea realm as well as the greater endurance to defeat him. But Lin Ming's endurance had become famous to the point of being terrifying. Elder Sun simply didn't have the least bit of an advantage here. Since he offended Lin Ming and couldn't kill him, this was indeed catastrophic news for him. As Elder Sun was trying to figure out how to deal with the aftermath of his choices, Lin Ming attacked once again. The great desolate blood, halberd slashed out, and a cold light surged from the halberd edge. Before the move was sent out, all of the surrounding space suddenly cracked like a broken mirror as a massive amount of the power of space gushed out from the space cracks, gathering together to form a horrifying space storm. This space storm fused together with the power of fire from the burning star flame, forming a calamity of wind and fire. Bury the heavens, damn it all. Elder Sun was also stirred into a blazing anger. He slashed out his saber, and a snow-white saber light formed a wave 1,000 feet tall, containing a deep concept of water. Elder Sun had been at the divine sea for many years now, and he wasn't without his own successes. At least, his concept of water had reached an extremely high degree. White Dragon Driving Stream. A strike went out, and everything within a 10-mile range froze, turning the world into a winter wonderland. However, even though Elder Sun's attack finally managed to freeze the shattered void, the ice still broke apart as the great desolate blood halberd and its 800,000 gene weight crushed through the ice. Unstoppable. Bang. Elder Sun was sent flying backwards, blood tumbling in his body. As for Lin Ming, he also felt his arm go numb with shock. If this battle continued, then he might not be able to win. And even if he narrowly came out victorious, it would still exhaust all of his strength. If the ghost slaves were to come at that time, then he would have no ability to resist them. Lin Ming suddenly reversed his halberd light. The power of space mixed together with the concept of annihilating flames, and the burning star flame erupted outwards, howling as it shot out into the world. Law of annihilation. Chain of stars. With a loud, ringing, explosive sound. The force field from the heaven-sealing pagoda that locked down this area suddenly shattered. Elder Sun also shook, his face paling. His soul had been connected to the force field. In that previous strike, he had been forced to transfer all of his strength resist Lin Ming's attack, so he hadn't been able to maintain the power of the heaven-sealing pagoda. Thus, the energy enchantment was naturally demolished by Lin Ming. I will remember what happened today. Lin Ming stepped upon golden rock, shattering the void, flashing 10 miles away with a single step. This was simply beyond Elder Sun's ability to react. In frontal combat, he was evenly matched with Lin Ming, but in terms of speed, he would forever occupy the inferior role. Lin Ming's step just happened to lead him, right beside the half-dead Uyakun. Elder Sun's complexion completely changed as he saw this. No. He wanted to slash out with his saber light to intercept Lin Ming, but it was already too late. The great desolate blood halberd smashed down with the force of mountains and rivers. Bang. The earth ruptured, as if a meteor has crashed into it. A massive hole appeared in the ground. Uyakun had taken the brunt of this deadly attack. After losing all of his bodily true essence, it was impossible for his fragile mortal body to possibly withstand such an impact. His body directly turned to ashes without a single piece of his skeleton left. You dare to kill a prince of the sublime, smelting divine kingdom? He is a future divine sea powerhouse of the sublime, smelting divine kingdom. Elder Sun felt his entire body turn ice cold. Lin Ming already had an unquenchable blood feud with the Azura divine kingdom. And now he even wanted to offend the sublime, smelting divine kingdom. A half-step divine sea master that was only several years off from becoming a true divine sea king had been eliminated by Lin Ming here, turned to nothing but ash. A martial artist that could step into the divine sea with their own strength had inestimable value to a divine kingdom. Even 10 million spirit essence stones couldn't be traded for one. Interesting. So if he wants to kill me, I can't kill him in return? If it weren't for my strength surpassing that idiot's expectations, I fear that the one dead now would be me. Should I just sit here and let you fools do as you wish to me, and not think of retaliating? Do you think I can swallow such an insult? As for offending the sublime, smelting divine kingdom, humph! If the sublime, smelting divine kingdom wants to do anything to me, they must first carefully weigh up the dire consequences of hunting me down. Lin Ming did not fear offending the sublime, smelting divine kingdom. If this were a year ago, he truly would have swallowed the insult and allowed Uyakun to live. Otherwise, if the sublime, smelting divine kingdom joined forces with the Azura divine kingdom, even the Forsaken God clan wouldn't be able to stop them from doing as they pleased. But the current Lin Ming had opened the gate of pain, and his cultivation had also risen. Moreover, he would soon break into the third stage of life destruction, Once he finally stepped into the third stage of life destruction, bottom-tier divine C powerhouses would no longer be his match. As for top-level characters like Situ Haotian, while he was still far from being their opponent, Lin Ming would still be able to rely on his ghostly and extraordinary speed to escape. There was also a massive number of top-grade spirit essence stones in his spatial ring. It was more than enough to break into the fourth stage of life destruction. At that time, there wouldn't be many divine C powerhouses in the Sky-Spill continent that would be able to pose a threat to him. The sublime, smelting divine kingdom chasing him down? Let's see if they had the guts to try that first. And as for today's matters, Lin Ming was the one in the right. He was the one that occupied the platform of truth and reasoning here. Killing Liu Kun was a perfectly justifiable response. The sublime, smelting divine kingdom could only suck in this grievance. You elder son gulped, not knowing what to say. The four divine kingdoms were gargantuan monsters. It had always been them bullying others. When had others ever been the ones to bully them? But now, Lin Ming had directly slapped the sublime, smelting divine kingdom in the face. And the high-level figures of the sublime, smelting divine kingdom would likely hold up their noses and excuse this matter. They had already learned from watching the suffering of the Azura divine kingdom. In fact, they might even desperately try to cover up what had happened here. After all, even if Lin Ming's actions were in the right, this was still a shameful matter. And there's you too. I will record down this grudge. 2 years from now, I will come to take your head. Lin Ming sneered at Elder Sunday. Although he couldn't kill him now, killing him 2 years from now would be easy. In that moment, Elder Sun felt as if he had fallen into the 9 nether abyss. He was simply helpless against this nakedly blatant threat. Let alone 2 years, he might not even be Lin Ming's opponent anymore in 1 year. No, I cannot just sit here and wait for this monster to seek revenge. Otherwise, I'll just be waiting to die. I must go deep into seclusion. I have to find some distant isolated island to run to and not emerge for 3,000 years. Elder Sun already made up his mind. Even if his family clan was exterminated, he still wouldn't appear in the world. To him, living his days in fear and trepidation, hiding like a bug, that was still better than dying. Towards Lin Ming, he felt nothing but a deep and foreboding fear. At this moment, Elder Sun saw Lin Ming's finger move. Then, a force field quickly passed over him, as if it had left something within his body. What have you done? Elder Sun was immensely shocked. Lin Ming had quietly left something within his body, and yet he wasn't able to discover it. It's a tracing mark. Can't you feel it? Did you think I would just let you escape as you wished? Oh, that's right. I've forgotten. You still haven't managed to comprehend a battle spirit. Thus you have no way of sensing it. Lin Ming said without demur. A battle spirit was the manifestation of the martial arts will. It could live on for tens or even hundreds of thousands of years without fading. In this current world, there was no one capable of undoing this silver battle spirit tracing mark. And that was because no one in the Sky-Spill continent had a grade of battle spirit comparable to Lin Ming's. Chapter 887, Electric Violet Kirin Clan. Chapter 887, Electric Violet Kirin Clan. T-tracing marks. As Elder Sun met Lin Ming's gaze, he felt his entire body turn ice cold. For better or worse, he was still someone that had lived for over 1,000 years and had experienced many methods of tracking others, but he had never experienced such a tracing mark before. He could only faintly feel that something was wrong with his body, but as for what exactly Lin Ming had done to him, he had no idea. Do you think your tracing mark can last forever? Elder Sun said, his forehead wet with sweat. All of Lin Ming's abilities were far too strange. Since Lin Ming didn't hide that he had left a tracing mark on him, this was likely extremely difficult to undo. However, he was still holding out for some possible hope. If a late divine sea supreme elder that was close to the highest under the heavens was willing to help, then they might be able to undo this tracing mark. It was like Lin Ming had seen through Elder Sun's thoughts. He faintly smiled and said, "It looks like your family clan has some decent relations with the sublime smelting divine kingdom. Are you thinking about asking the sublime smelting imperial grand uncle Uya Hua to undo my tracing mark? Well, you can try." Lin Ming sneered. Undoing his battle spirit mark was essentially a struggle between battle spirits. In terms of battle spirit combat, who could defeat him in the sky spill continent? Elder Sun trembled as he heard the brisk confidence lacing Lin Ming's words. It was quite obvious that he believed Uya Hua didn't have the ability to help him. After suffering losses under Lin Ming because he had underestimated him too much, Elder Sun no longer dared to look down on him. Since Lin Ming dared to speak these words, he must be sure of himself. And nearby Elder Sun, Yang Mu, and the other young elites were also dripping with sweat. To tell the truth, it would have been wrong to say that they didn't feel tempted by greed after finding out that Lin Ming had obtained the relics left behind by an ancient supreme elder. But Yang Mu was not someone from the sublime smelting divine kingdom, so Elder Sun likely wouldn't give him much, if any, of the benefits. This was the reason that he hadn't attacked Lin Ming. Now that he witnessed Elder Sun's pitiful fate and Uya-kun's miserable demise, he was scared witless. He counted his lucky stars that he didn't decide to do anything rash. Otherwise, he would have died without a burial. What do you want?" Elder Sun's voice had gone completely limp. He simply didn't have the ability to resist Lin Ming. If begging on his knees would have worked, then he would have ignored his own dignity and done so. Lin Ming was disinclined to bother with this Elder Sunday. With a quick thought, he carefully received the ancient supreme elder skeleton into his spatial ring, preparing to leave. If he left the skeleton here, then it was likely that it would be robbed and ruined by these people, whether it was the divine crystal on the skeleton skull or the skeleton itself. Everything was a top treasure. They could be used to forge a mystic weapon, or even refined into alchemy materials. If others were going to commit sacrilege against the skeleton, then he might as well take it away himself. I will buy my life with spirit essence stones. 5 million, no, 8 million spirit essence stones. Don't kill me. Elder Sun's eyes widened. After speaking out a price of 8 million spirit essence stones, he bit his lips to the point of bleeding. His family clan did not have the same deep background as the Azura Divine Kingdom. To him, 8 million spirit essence stones was a massive amount. It was extremely damaging to take out so much wealth. Although a divine sea powerhouse's life far surpassed 10 million spirit essence stones in value, that didn't mean that a divine sea powerhouse was able to come up with 10 million spirit essence stones or some other equivalent materials. Lin Ming didn't bother speaking to Elder Sunday. After obtaining over 20 top-grade spirit essence stones, he no longer needed too many spirit essence stones. A massive amount of spirit essence stones would only be useful for buying relatively ordinary medicines to concoct a myriad spirit pill. But refining such a pill was extremely time-consuming, and this sort of divine pill was most useful the first time it was used. It wouldn't be too effective the second time. It would be impossible to rely on this pill to open the second half of the 8 inner hidden gates, which were far more difficult to open. 9 million, 10 million spirit essence stones. Elder Sun nearly bit off his tongue as all his intestines twisted together. This sky-high price was the limit that he could offer, and he would also need to borrow a massive amount in order to gather that much. But Lin Ming didn't even seem to care about such a price. Lin Ming only looked up at the divine thunder tree that reached into the skies, sighing within that he couldn't take away this divine tree. This divine tree had already gained a spiritual consciousness. After absorbing the purest power of thunder for all these tens of thousands of years, its strength far surpassed any divine sea powerhouses. It was simply impossible for Lin Ming to take it away with his current strength. Lin Lanjian, don't push things too far. Elder Sun's voice began to sound hysterical. No matter what he said, Lin Ming seemed to ignore him, not even deigning to spare him a glance. This made him angry, but also anxious at the same time. Lin Ming used his perception to check again that he didn't miss anything, and then his feet stepped on golden rock, shattering the void, instantly disappearing. You. Elder Sun's eyes turned red. Wait, don't go. Elder Sun's despairing voice echoed out from behind him, but Lin Ming didn't care. Towards such a weak divine sea powerhouse, Lin Ming simply didn't place him in his heart. After several blinks of an eye, Lin Ming vanished without a trace. There was no way for Elder Sun to ever catch up to him. The left-behind Elder Sun seemed as if he had lost his soul. He plopped to the ground, his eyes dazed and sluggish. It's over for me. This thought echoed in Elder Sun's mind again and again. Martial artists valued their lives greatly, and divine sea powerhouses even more so. They had crossed the most sad and painful realm of life destruction and had managed to acquire a long life and lofty status. In this great world, as long as they didn't manage to offend a powerful existence, they could do as they pleased. Who was willing to die? Dying was already a painful matter, but not knowing just when he would die was even worse. These last 2 years of his life would be filled with fear and anxiety that crept underneath every moment. Every day that passed meant he would have one less day to live. And to a martial artist like him, this wasn't even time to finish a single round of seclusion. This was just the blink of an eye. Elder Sun really wanted to slap himself. How could he have been hot-headed for a moment and offended Lin Ming? Now he could only regret his own actions. Beside Elder Sun, Yang Mu and the other young elites didn't speak for fear that they would overly stimulate this old fellow whose nerves were fraying. They discovered that Lin Ming was a much more terrifying existence than they had imagined. His speed of growth was simply unimaginable. They had kept thinking about how fierce Lin Ming would be in the future, but now they had suddenly realized that future they thought about had already arrived in front of them. Now, none of them dared to provoke Lin Ming anymore. Even the 4 divine kingdoms or any other divine sea supreme elder had to be afraid of him. The Azura divine kingdom and this elder son already served as good examples of why. But at this time, in a desolate and glum far-off dimensional realm, the skies were filled with red clouds, thick and murky like blood. The ground was covered with shattered stone tablets, and these tablets were all engraved with mysterious ancient letters. Even though these stone tablets were extremely hard, the writing on them was blurred, a testament to the extremely long time that had passed. This isn't the common language of the divine realm, but some other type of language system. I really have no idea just what happened in the Sky Spill Continent's past. Lin Ming shook his head. It was very difficult to investigate these matters that had been buried in the sands of time. Even going to the divine realm wouldn't help much. After all, the divine realm was just far too broad. There were countless worlds in the lower realms. Just which influence of the Sky Spill Continent had connections with the divine realm. As Lin Ming casually sat on a stone tablet, he began to investigate the spatial ring left behind by the ancient Supreme Elder. Within this spatial ring, there was a line of small letters. These letters were fortunately written in the language of the divine realm. Thus, Lin Ming was able to understand them. It said, Electric Violet Clan Shadeless Lightning Vindicator Jiang Ziji. Jiang Ziji. That's the name of the Supreme Elder that died sitting? Electric Violet Kirin Clan. That should be the clan he originated from. The Electric Violet Kirin was one of the god beasts from the divine realm. It was a similar existence to a phoenix, true dragon, and golden-winged rock. There was more than a single type of god beast in the divine realm. For instance, there were several kinds of true dragons. The reverse scale blood that Lin Ming had inherited had come from the Azure Dragon bloodline, and it also contained the attribute of endlessness. In addition, there was a red dragon, blood dragon, five-clawed gold dragon, all with their own unique attributes. As for the electric violet Kirin, that was a thunder attribute god beast. Jiang Ziji came from the electric violet Kirin clan, so he must be skilled in the concept of thunder and the concept of space. I wonder just how this clan compares with the ancient Phoenix clan. Can they stand on even ground in the divine realm? A clan with the bloodline of a god beast wouldn't be inferior. At least, they should be one of the greater powers of the divine realm. This shadeless lightning vindicator in the middle should be his title. He might have been called Emperor Shadeless or Emperor Lightning Vindicator. Lin Ming muttered to himself. Of course, the kind of emperor he referred to was not the divine sea powerhouse of the Sky Spill continent. That sort of emperor could only be used to describe a top powerhouse of the lower realms. An emperor-level powerhouse of the Sky Spill continent was a completely different concept from an emperor of the divine realm. After using his perception to explore the spatial ring, Lin Ming began to probe what was inside. This was a true sealed minor dimension. In this world, there was sunlight, grass, lakes, rivers, and heaven and earth origin energy. This origin energy was even somewhat richer than it was in the outside. It was apparent that this small world had the ability to gather heaven and earth origin energy. Thus, a martial artist could definitely enter this spatial ring for practice. And since Lin Ming could carry this spatial ring around, the functions of it could be imagined. At the center of this minor dimension, there was impressively a palace carved from spirit jade, and behind this palace was a large medicine garden. As Lin Ming saw this, he sighed with emotion. This was the essential difference between a common spatial ring and one created with spatial genesis. This special type of spatial ring could contain a medicine garden, meaning that a martial artist could carry a medicine garden with them. Thus, any types of medicinal plants they found could instantly be placed inside this medicine garden. This sort of treasure was something a common alchemist could only dream of. As Lin Ming's perception entered the medicine garden, he actually discovered that most of the medicinal plants there had died because no one had cared for them. After all, most medicinal plants couldn't survive for tens of thousands of years, and they also had extremely harsh conditions for growth. They needed to consume a massive amount of heaven and earth origin energy, and if they weren't fed, they would die. Wanting them to reproduce before they died in this situation was simply impossible. However, even though over 90% of the medicinal plants had died, there was still less than 10% that had survived. These types of medicinal plants were the types that could live for a terrifyingly long time. They could grow for 100,000 years without dying. Some had fallen into a deep slumber, and some were even filled with life vitality. The spirit energy released by the dead and dying medicinal herbs had all been absorbed by them. Humanity's martial artists, animals, vicious beasts, plants, medicinal herbs, all of these were existences that defied the will of the heavens. They fiercely competed with each other and followed the survival of the fittest. In this extremely brutal competition, the winners would live and the losers would be used for nutrients. Thus, although there weren't many medicinal plants left here, each of them was vividly growing with an astonishing heaven and earth origin energy contained within. Chapter 888, Electric Violet Inheritance. Chapter 888, Electric Violet Inheritance. These divine medicinal plants had all been accumulated for tens of thousands of years. Even though the heaven and earth origin energy in the spatial ring was lacking due to neglect because of the immense amount of time that had passed, it was more than enough to successfully raise the wonderful treasures: 120,000-year Bodhi immortal vine, 110,000 devil ghost bamboo 110,000 sacred heaven dragon fruit. Lin Ming had a deep understanding of how valuable these heavenly materials were. He felt his heart rapidly racing as he looked at all of them. This was truly a great harvest. It had to be known that even in the divine realm, 100,000-year medicinal herbs were still extremely hard to find. This was because they were simply far too time-consuming to cultivate. Only those great sects with hundreds of thousands or millions of years of inheritance would raise these types of medicinal herbs so that their descendants could make use of them. This method of passing these legacies down generations again and again was a way of blessing their descendants. With these medicinal herbs, I'll finally have some chances of opening the second half of the 8 inner hidden gates. The difficulty of opening the last 4 of the 8 inner hidden gates was much higher than opening the first 4, in particular the Gate of Life and the Gate of Death. Those were the 2 hardest gates to open. In the divine realm, there were many lofty and heaven-gifted geniuses of the greatest sects that dual cultivated in body and essence. But even for them, once they encountered these last 2 gates, they would find it far too difficult to open them. Of course, after the Gate of Death, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace were on a completely different level of difficulty. One didn't need just heavenly materials, but they also needed comprehensions of the Tao. If I use up all of these medicinal herbs, then it should be enough for me to open another 2 or 3 more gates. Well, hopefully it will be enough for at least 2 gates. Such a great harvest had solved one of Lin Ming's greatest problems. He wouldn't need to worry about needing medicinal herbs for a long time now. So how could he not be excited about this? Lin Ming's perception soon passed over this incomparably precious medicine garden and then entered the palace at the center of the minor dimension. This palace had an extremely simple layout. There were only a few large rooms inside. Among them, a study room caught Lin Ming's attention. In this study room, there was a row of bookshelves, all of them filled with jade slips. Lin Ming casually looked over a jade slip. Divine Realm 3000 Worlds, Light-Shaking World. As he looked through this jade slip, he discovered that it detailed the various sects and influences of the light-shaking world. It also included local customs, trade environments, regional mystic realms, details of seas, forests, deserts, grasslands, levels of vicious beasts and wild beasts that appeared there, as well as possible god beasts. There was even listed every possible heavenly material that could be produced on that world, as well as its value and how it could be obtained. There was information about astronomy, geography, and various knowledge and histories of that world. This was truly an all-encompassing index of information. The amount of information contained within was extremely rich. A jade slip could contain information billions of times greater than a vast encyclopedia. Because the jade slips Jiang Ziji made were crafted from special material, the information capacity was even greater. However, to record the information of the light-shaking world, this single jade slip was far from being able to do so. The light-shaking world was far too broad. It far exceeded the size of the planet that the Sky Spill continent and the Holy Demon continent were located on. If one wished to fully record the information of the light-shaking world, they would need countless more of these jade slips. And for just this jade slip, even with Lin Ming's extreme speed reading abilities, it would still take him several days to finish reading through it. As he looked again, all of the jade slips on the bookshelves pertain to the Divine Realm. Divine Realm 3000 Worlds Mantle World. Divine Realm 3000 Worlds 7-Star World. Divine Light World. Snowfall World. Skycloud World. Of the introduction to these divine worlds, some were detailed and some were vague. This was because the Divine Realm was far too broad, and some worlds were still shrouded in mystery or were too far away. Even the electric Violet Kirin clan couldn't have detailed materials about all worlds. Lin Ming counted the jade slips. There were a total of 3,600 jade slips, recording the information of 3,600 worlds. The truth was that the so-called divine realm 3,000 worlds didn't really mean 3,000. 3,000 was just an empty term. The true number far surpassed 3,000. Here, there were 3,600 great worlds recorded, but there were many smaller worlds that weren't counted. Even in the lower realms where the 3,000 boundless universe referred to 1 billion worlds, even that 1 billion worlds was just an empty term. In truth, there were far, far more worlds in the lower realms than 1 billion worlds. The true number was immeasurable. As for the world that the sky spill continent was on, the planet was over 100 million miles wide. So this was a relatively large world that could be included in one of the billion worlds of the 3,000 boundless universe. But there were far more smaller worlds which only had a diameter of several 100,000 miles, or even several million miles. These worlds were much smaller than the world of the sky spill continent. Thus they were all ignored. Although these neglected worlds seemed small in comparison, the truth was that these worlds all had a population of several trillion individuals. If one added these innumerable worlds together, the number of lives was immeasurable. Lin Ming laid down these jade slips and continued to look around. The jade slips on another shelf caught Lin Ming's attention. There were very few jade slips on these shelf, just a bit more than 20, but all of them recorded down martial arts inheritances. These were all the inheritances of the Electric Violet Kirin clan. Lin Ming's mind stirred, and he took a deep breath. How did the Electric Violet Kirin clan compare to the ancient Phoenix clan in the Divine Realm? He estimated that even if they were inferior to the ancient Phoenix clan, they shouldn't be much worse. That meant that the Thunder Attribute concept legacies of the Electric Violet Kirin clan represented one of the highest inheritances of the Divine Realm. The value of obtaining such mystic skills could be imagined. Lin Ming hurriedly swept over these jade slips with his perception, but as he looked through them, there were 2 points that caused him to feel disappointed. The first point was that in order to practice the cultivation method inheritances of the Electric Violet Kirin clan to a high boundary, one needed the bloodline of the Electric Violet Kirin. Although this Electric Violet Kirin bloodline could be transplanted, obtaining it wasn't easy at all. The second point was that these Electric Violet Kirin mystic techniques were only introductory cultivation method manuals. They didn't record the later layers of these cultivation methods. All of these cultivation methods were extremely core inheritances only passed down to important personages. It was unlikely they would be randomly placed here. Even so, Lin Ming's harvests were still great, particularly concerning the concept of thunder inheritances. One didn't need the Electric Violet Kirin bloodline to comprehend the concept of thunder. These jade slips contained insights into the concept of thunder that far surpassed what the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor had left behind. It was enough for Lin Ming to meditate over for a very long time. After I enter the Divine Realm, I should be able to have the support of the ancient Phoenix clan to study fire laws, so I don't need to worry about that. Now I have the Electric Violet Kirin clan's jade slips on the concept of thunder, so I should have some guarantee there. Now all I'm missing are jade slips about the concepts of space and time. Of course, if I could obtain some jade slips on the concept of wind, then that would be even better. Lin Ming didn't have high demands concerning the concept of wind. He just needed enough to help him use golden rock, shattering the void. After putting down these jade slips, Lin Ming continued to explore this heavenly abode. He soon discovered a medicine room. This medicine room had many materials for healing, detoxification, strengthening, and many other medical pills for cultivation, recovery, and so forth. Many of the pill bottles had been opened, and most of the pills had been eaten. In Lin Ming's estimation, nearly all of the truly good pills had been eaten, leaving behind only the most basic pills. This was also reasonable. Jiang Ziji had died sitting, and it was unlikely that he had died of old age. Most likely, he had been severely wounded after a brutal battle. Most of the good pills should have already been eaten by him. and the other saint artifacts he carried were probably destroyed. These leftover pills were much lower in quality than the heavenly materials in the medicine garden. But even so, within the sky-spill continent, these pills were still incomparably precious medicines. Lin Ming took these medicines out and put them away in a separate spatial ring. Then, after he didn't discover anything else, his perception left the minor dimension. He prepared to leave the Temple of Marvels as soon as possible, because of his battle with Elder Sun, as well as him organizing the treasures he found. He had been delayed here for a long time already. He had to find the path to leave the Temple of Marvels as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would become increasingly in danger. At this time, in another distant dimensional realm, Elder Sun, who had Lin Ming's tracing mark embedded within him, had an expression of pain and grief etched on his face. He was currently looking at a purple-robed man with a pleading light in his eyes. This purple-robed man had his eyes tightly closed shut. A faint trace of his will had condensed into thin needles that entered Elder Sun's body, probing within him. This continued for a quarter hour. The purple-robed man opened his eyes and let out a light sigh. "How is it? How is it?" Elder Sun was like a drowning man that had seized upon a final piece of straw tossed to him. He impatiently asked this question again and again. This purple-robed man in front of him was a good friend of his. He had relied on his own ability and cultivation to enter the Divine Sea realm and was now at the Middle Divine Sea. He also had extremely high achievements in terms of a battle spirit. Elder Sun was counting on this purple-robed man to help him undo the battle spirit tracing mark that Lin Ming left in his body. "I cannot unravel this tracing mark. In terms of battle spirits, the disparity between me and Lin Longyan is simply too great. He is truly a monstrous genius." The purple-robed man shook his head as he spoke. His words were like a bucket of cold water that washed over Elder Sun, making him feel as if he had been dumped in a freezing sea. Elder Sun begged, saying, "Brother Liang, you must save me. Lin Longyan has already threatened to take my head in 2 years. If he doesn't die, then that means I only have 2 years left to live. Moreover, Lin Longyan has obtained a massive inheritance. It is definitely from an ancient supreme elder. It might even be from the temple master of the Temple of Marvels. If you can kill him and obtain that inheritance, you will surely become the future highest under the heavens." Elder Sun first begged and then tried temptation. However, the purple-robed man wasn't moved. The purple-robed man shook his head, saying, "You weren't able to do anything against Lin Longyan. Although I am stronger than you, I would only be able to suppress him. If he decided to escape, then with his speed there is nothing I could do to stop him, let alone me. I fear that even a true middle divine sea powerhouse would find themselves at the end of their rope chasing him around. For him to stumble upon the inheritance of an ancient supreme elder, that proves that his destiny is that of an unrivaled emperor. He is already fated to become the highest under the heavens. If I try to defy the will of the heavens and attempt to go against Lin Longyan's destiny, then I fear even I will die. Even the sublime smelting divine kingdom will likely swallow the insult of Uya Kun's death and not say anything. Lin Longyan has already grown into an unshakable tree. With his strength, he can already be considered an emperor." The purple-robed man sighed as he spoke to hear. He looked at Elder Sun's extremely pitiable expression and said, "If you want to save yourself, then your only choice is to inform the Nine-Furnace highest divine emperor and the sublime smelting imperial grand uncle that Lin Longyan has obtained the inheritance of the Temple of Marvels temple master. If the two of them join forces, you have a slim chance of survival." Although the inheritance of the Temple of Marvels temple master was tempting to the Nine-Furnace highest divine emperor and the sublime smelting imperial grand uncle, what they cared about the most were pills that could extend their lives. If this inheritance did not include those pills, then they wouldn't risk arousing Lin Ming's ire. Moreover, Lin Ming also had Old Man Good Fortune who was closely behind him. As the purple-robed man spoke to hear, Elder Sun became increasingly depressed. If he had just been more humble, when he saw Lin Ming, then everything would have been fine. Thinking back to it, it was laughable how he had threatened to show Lin Ming the difference between a life-destruction martial artist and a true divine sea powerhouse. Now, the result was that he had ended up in an extremely miserable state. Elder Sun's body suddenly went cold, and the purple-robed man was also shocked, his forehead instantly turning wet with sweat. Just now, for a brief moment, he had felt an incomparably chilling perception passing over him. The master of this perception was absolutely a terrifying existence. Who is it? The two of them held their breaths, not even daring to move. After that perception swept past them, it didn't pause, and had now gone far away. They both let out deep breaths of relief, feeling like they had just survived the apocalypse. That perception had just covered them for a brief moment, and yet it felt as if their souls had frozen. Just who was that? In the high skies, a voice muttered, "The one with the lower cultivation has seen Lin Longjin." That means that Lin Longjin should be in a world not too far away. With my speed, it should take at most a quarter hour to find him. Humph, your luck is over. You couldn't escape even if you grew wings. Chapter 889, Masked Man. Chapter 889, Masked Man. It's this world. I've finally returned to this world. As Lin Ming looked at the dark forest around him, he determined that he had come here once before. In this Temple of Marvels, every dimensional realm was different. It wasn't just different scenery, but even the frequency of spatial fluctuations was different. This type of spatial fluctuation was like a person's fingerprints. If one was skilled in the concept of space, they could rely on this to judge whether or not they had come to this world before. Although I've found a familiar space here, that doesn't mean I'll be able to find the road out. The Temple of Marvels had a very strange and enigmatic spatial arrangement. It was like a massive maze. With Lin Ming's understandings towards the concept of space, he would slowly have to feel his way out. As Lin Ming flew, he also began to quietly refine the spatial ring in his hand. This ring had been named by Jiang Ziji, and it was called the Extreme Violet Ring. The Extreme Violet Ring was already a masterless object. Configuring it for his own use wouldn't be difficult. This ring actually turned into a seal mark. Lin Ming discovered that the Extreme Violet Ring suddenly vanished as he put his spirit mark on it. It turned into a little purple tattoo on his finger. It seems some quasi-saint or true saint artifact level treasures can be directly integrated into the body. The cosmic melting furnace is the same. Lin Ming was overjoyed. If he wore the ring on his hand, then it would be easy to damage, but if it turned into a sealed tattoo on his body, then it would be much more secure as well as hidden. Each dimensional realm of the Temple of Marvels was only the size of a province of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. They were around 1,000 to 2,000 miles wide. Lin Ming was able to quickly fly from one end to the other with his speed. After this dark forest dimensional realm, I should arrive at those strange islands. However, I'm afraid the spatial arrangements might have changed, making it more difficult to leave. As Lin Ming spoke to himself, he was about to leave through the space barrier of the dark forest world, but at this moment, he was suddenly startled. All of the hairs on his body stood on end as he rapidly drew backwards. As Lin Ming helplessly watched the scene unfolding in front of him, he felt as if he had fallen into an icy lake. Before him, the space barrier was torn apart. A man wearing white clothes and a wood spirit jade mask suddenly strolled out from the void. This person's aura was deep like a fathomless ocean. His strength was impossible to estimate. He might even be more powerful than Old Man Good Fortune. Without a doubt, this white-clothed masked man was a partner of that strange demon youth. This mysterious influence that was targeting him had likely come from the Sea of Miracles. As his eyes locked on that wood spirit mask, and he looked at its peculiar style and unique shape, Lin Ming was flooded with a horrifying realization. His heart thumped in his chest. He remembered the model of this mask. He had seen it many times before. It was a design worn by the Nine Furnace Guard, and one that only the most upper-level figures could wear. Could it be? Lin Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. The Nine Furnace Guard was a military regiment directly under the political control of the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom. They had authority over all prisons in the nation. Later, they had been thoroughly controlled by Crown Prince Yang Yun and subordinated for his desires. Such a link already caused Lin Ming to correctly guess just who this masked man was. Yang Yun, it's you? Lin Ming's voice was icy cold, and in front of him, the masked man only faintly smiled as he took off his wood spirit jade mask, revealing a handsome and exquisite face. This man was Yang Yun. "Haha, Brother Lin. How have you been?" Yang Yun smiled. It wasn't surprising that Lin Ming had seen through his identity, nor had he been planning to conceal his status anyways. As Lin Ming looked at the Yang Yun in front of him, his eyes flashed with an odd light. He had always felt that Yang Yun was extremely deep and impenetrable, not revealing just what he was hiding. And what was most peculiar was that he never understood just what Yang Yun's cultivation was. Lin Ming had first come to know of Yang Yun because of his matters with the Heavencraft Trading Company. Yang Yun had sent forth the Nine Furnace Guard to thoroughly investigate all three trading companies of the Nine Furnace Divine Kingdom, as well as the two great banks and the 100 Treasures auction house. He had planned to completely control these 6 great commercial organizations. It had to be known that once an economic organization was grasped in the hands of a nation, it was easy for corruption to multiply there, making it so that all gains and profits would slowly slip away. Thus, doing so was not a wise move. Even so, Yang Yun insisted on doing this, even moving against a tremendous pressure to do so. This had caused the successor of the Heavencraft Trading Company, Heavencraft Xiao Xiao, to enter his room late at night and beg Lin Ming to request mercy for the Heavencraft Trading Company, using her own body as the price to do so. At the time, Lin Ming had thought something had felt wrong. Yang Yun's actions were simply too abrupt and forceful. Moreover, he had also called Xiao Xiao over to attend the 9 Flowers banquet. It was likely that Yang Yun had planned to use her as a chip to win him over, as a subordinate. Throughout this entire process, Yang Yun had never revealed his hand, and although Lin Ming had some faint suspicions, he still wasn't sure of them. This had caused Lin Ming to always guard his mind and remain vigilant against him. Although Yang Yun repeatedly sent out great gifts to him, he maintained an appropriate distance throughout. He had always felt that Yang Yun was simply too deep with too many secrets. Lin Ming didn't understand. Just why did Yang Yun wish to control such a great portion of the economy? The 3 trading companies, 2 great banks, and the 100 Treasures auction house accounted for a total of 10% of the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom's economy. In addition, with the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom controlling all natural resource production such as mines, wood spirit jade lodes, medicine gardens, and so forth, over half of the nation's economy had fallen into Yang Yun's hands. Even so, he had managed to smoothly carry out all of his plans with no high-level figures from the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom stopping him, or even trying to slow him down. This only showed just how meticulous and perfect Yang Yun's methods were. Regardless of what it was, this proved that Yang Yun's status in the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom was unshakable. But no matter how deep Yang Yun's abilities were hidden, Lin Ming never imagined that it would be to this degree. Today, Lin Ming could finally clearly see Yang Yun's cultivation. He was at the early Divine Sea, but that was actually an 8th stage life destruction master's early divine C. In the entire 100,000-year history of the Sky Spill continent, the number of 8th stage life destruction martial artists could be counted on a single hand. The highest under the heavens didn't need to be at the 8th stage of life destruction, but every 8th stage life destruction martial artist was assured to become the highest under the heavens. Yang Yun's early divine sea cultivation by itself was already able to sweep away the entire world that was someone close to the highest under the heavens. After breaking through to the middle divine sea, he would truly be the highest under the heavens. This was a matter that could immeasurably raise the prestige of the 9-furnace divine kingdom. It was completely different from Situ Yaoyue, who had to fear assassination before she grew. But Yang Yun had hidden all the time until now. He certainly had some scheme he was plotting. Yang Yun had actually managed to reach the 8th stage of life destruction without raising any waves. This was simply unimaginable. He was only 40 years old. Lin Ming remembered that Yang Yun was a genius that crossed into life destruction at 30 years of age. This was a cultivation speed that wasn't too fast for a peak emperor-level talent that aspired to reach the divine sea. Even Situ Luosha or Situ Chuan could achieve something like this. But to first cross life destruction at 30 years of age, and then reach the 8th stage life destruction divine, see by 40 years of age, that was simply impossible. There was only one possibility, that was that the true Yang Yun had already died. Who are you? Lin Ming's guard and mind were concentrated to an unbelievable degree. In the face of such danger, even his own palms were wet with sweat. This was because he couldn't imagine a single scenario in which he could win or escape. If Old Man Good Fortune were here, then they might be able to use some tricky means to escape, but now there was absolutely no hope. I am truly Yang Yun. That is nothing but the truth. Yang Yun had already guessed what Lin Ming was thinking. Then tell me, just how were you able to reach the divine sea after only 10 years in life destruction? Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light as he silently took out the great, desolate blood halberd. Although there was nearly no hope of escape, he still had to struggle with everything he had. Haha, Yang Yun congenially smiled. The cultivation I showed before was purposely to mislead the public. It was simply an illusion. My cultivation can't really be considered much. Brother Lin is only 23 to 24 years old, and with your speed you have high hopes of reaching the divine sea by the time you are 30 years old. In fact, there is even an extreme chance that you will become a 9th stage life destruction divine sea master. 9th stage life destruction in the Sky Spill continent and the Holy Demon continent. There had never appeared a 9th stage life destruction martial artist since ancient times. It is a concept that only exists in the most ancient of records. Once Ninefall appears, the heavens and earth will change, even in the divine realm that is an extraordinary character. But as for me, I only reached the 8th stage life destruction divine, see, by 40 years of age. I cannot even hold a candle to Brother Lin's achievements. Yang Yun casually spoke, not even drawing out a weapon. His entire body was relaxed, as if he were speaking to an old friend that he had run into. With his cultivation, he truly had the capital to be confident and lax. You entered the sea of miracles and came out alive. Lin Ming suddenly thought of this possibility. Only such a lucky chance could explain everything that was happening now. You're half right. Yang Yun deeply sighed. Brother Lin, your destiny is a rising rainbow. You have the life of an unrivaled emperor. This is the destiny that you have accumulated through countless dangerous battles and life or death experiences. I simply cannot be compared to you. All I could do was use some evil methods to betray myself, giving away everything I had in exchange for power. As Yang Yun spoke to hear, his eyes began to twinkle, causing Lin Ming to be stricken. Lin Ming was able to faintly guess some things. He had been especially shocked upon hearing Yang Yun say that he had given everything away. Yang Yun was burdened with far too many secrets. Brother Lin, Although we are enemies, I still see you as my close friend. Everyone knows that I, Yong Yun, have a rare heaven-blessed talent, and I began rising to prominence at 12 years of age, never slowing down, and finally becoming a once-in-a-thousand-year genius of the nine-furnace divine kingdom. But no one actually knows just what I experienced when I was 12 years old. As Yong Yun spoke to hear, he shook his head, as if he didn't wish to remember the events of the past. No matter how deep his secrets were, he still had to pour out his heart to others after binding these secrets within himself for far too long. Otherwise, it would cause psychological problems for him. I was born a bastard to a beautiful woman when my father visited one of his many imperial harems. For a son like me, in my father's several thousand years of life, if there weren't 5,000, there were at least 3,000 of them. And that didn't even account for all the other bastards he sired elsewhere in the world. A common mortal emperor only lives for a few dozen years and has a harem of 3,000 beauties. But for a divine kingdom's divine emperor, as well as the high prince and all the collateral royal dukes, marquises, princes, and others, the number of imperial concubines is inestimable. There are at least 1 million possible male heirs. I was nothing but one person in an army of 1,000,000. Yong Yun had a bit of a mocking tone in his voice as he spoke, describing the royal clan juniors of a divine kingdom with an army of 1,000,000 was truly a joke. With so many sons, those without strength were no different than ants. Their status would be no higher than a maid's. My mother was even worse off. Because of my weakness, she had no status, and afterwards she died tragically in the palace harem. Yong Yun's nonchalant words sounded as if he wasn't sad at all. But the more calm his expression was, the more Lin Ming was actually able to sense the deeply rooted hatred in his heart, simmering with blazing heat for eternity. Chapter 890, Ancient Devil. Chapter 890, Ancient Devil. In order for the royal families of the 4 divine kingdoms to maintain their thriving bloodlines, they also had to have a massive number of talents and a correspondingly massive amount of heirs. Even if their bloodline was amazing, they would need a large base of talents to screen out the most extraordinary amongst them. And humanity's ability to multiply was extremely terrifying. The 4 divine kingdoms had a history of over 10,000 years, and the number of royal family juniors had grown by a near exponential rate. In every generation, the most astounding talents of the bloodline would be screened out. All martial artists with ordinary talent would be eliminated, becoming nothing more than sacrifices for the rest. Although Lin Ming was already aware of these matters and also deeply understood just how brutal the battles behind a harem could be, he was still secretly shocked upon hearing Yong Yun's words. Yong Yun, I can imagine and empathize with just how tragic your childhood was, because I too was unhappy in my youth. But do you really plan on retaliating against the world just because of this? Retaliate against this world? Yong Yun chuckled. Why would I retaliate against this world? Not only will I not do that, but I will instead usher in a new golden era. I wish to establish my own legacy of glory and have my name etched eternally into the annals of history. You have probably heard this before, but the Sky Spill continent is on a cursed world that has been sealed. I will break the curse over the Sky Spill continent and restore it to its previous majesty from 100,000 years ago. As Yong Yun said this, his eyes flashed with a trace of demented madness. Lin Ming was taken aback. He never imagined that this would be Yong Yun's goal. Those with a dream and the perseverance, intelligence, and ability to accomplish them were the most terrifying opponents. They had no weakness, nor would they be confused. They had a clear and defined purpose that they would chase to the ends of the world. If that's true, then why do you want to kill me? It doesn't seem as if I conflict with your dream. That's right. You indeed do not conflict with my plans. In fact, I do not envy your strength. Only when more and more peerless talents arise can they complete my dream of ushering in a new golden age. But before then, I will actually need your body. There is an ancient soul within me that wishes to possess you. You are simply too extraordinary. Dual body and essence cultivation. Your body has a 100% tempered spirit body, as well as abnormal strength. It is the most suitable body for this spirit. I had originally wanted to take you in as my subordinate and train you until you grew further, but unfortunately you did not agree. Now, you have grown far too quickly. I have no choice but to begin my plan ahead of time. Otherwise, I will lose the ability to control you in the future. As Yang Yun spoke to hear, the space behind him twisted, and the phantom of a titanic devil began to slowly spear. It blocked out the skies, releasing an old and deep laugh that echoed through the world. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes and watched all that was happening behind Yang Yun. He finally understood that there was an ancient soul in Yang Yun's body, and what Yang Yun meant by selling everything he had was the deal he made with this ancient soul. The reason that Yang Yun was able to obtain such strength was all because of this ancient soul. A soul that had survived for 100,000 years. Could it be in existence from the Sea of Miracles? Lin Ming's mind rapidly raced, but at this time, the normally placid and genteel Yang Yun's eyes turned blood red. He roared out like a savage beast as his white robes tore off from his body, his face becoming disgustingly ferocious. It was obvious that Yang Yun had already become one with the ancient devil in his body. With Yang Yun's strength combined with that devil body, his combat strength had reached a point that Lin Ming could not imagine. Mortal, to become my body will be your honor. Roar. Yang Yun's speed reached an incredulous degree. He turned into a blur. Although it seemed that he was still standing in place, his claws had already caught up to Lin Ming. Lin Ming's pupils contracted. He stepped on golden rock, shattering the void, and drew backwards. Facing such a powerful enemy, it was simply impossible to frontally contend with him. His only choice was to run away. He had to take advantage of his understanding into the concept of space, as well as his abnormal speed to run, as far as he could. Whoosh! A single step took him over a dozen miles away. Lin Ming opened the gate of wonder, reaching the pinnacle of speed. However, just as he emerged from the distorted space, he actually felt a maddening killing intent enveloping him from behind. As he looked back, he was shocked to see that Yang Yun was close behind, his icy claws reaching for him again. This speed that crossed over a dozen miles in just a split second didn't require any understandings of concepts or laws at all. It was simply brute strength. For Yang Yun to be able to follow Lin Ming like this after he had opened the gate of wonder and used golden rock shattering the void, such speed was horrifying. Oh! Seeing that it was impossible to dodge this claw strike, Lin Ming erupted in a loud bellow and opened the gate of pain. The heretical god force was revolved to the limit as 2 million genes of strength erupted from his body. The power of thunder and fire howled out as the great desolate blood halberd pounded downwards. Pung! The great desolate blood halberd violently clashed with Yang Yun's claw phantom. Lin Ming felt a savage force wash through his body as he was sent flying backwards like a broken leaf in a storm. He was unable to control his body as the crazy and rampant energy blew him around. His blood vitality tumbled in his body as many of his organs began to break apart. No matter how formidable his body was, he was simply unable to withstand Yang Yun's terrifying energy attack. "Give me your body." Yang Yun grasped out with his claw. Lin Ming bit down on the tip of his tongue, and the flame mark between his eyebrows ignited with a blazing bloody light. The phantom of a phoenix appeared behind Lin Ming as he burned all 100 drops of the ancient phoenix blood within his body. Who? The phoenix's cry pierced through the world. At that moment, it was like a fiery sun had been born within Lin Ming. As Yang Yun's demon claw approached, it seemed to be lit up by the sun, sending out chi-chi-chi sounds as it was melted away by the phoenix's flames. That brief delay bought Lin Ming valuable time. He brought the great desolate blood halberd forth, the power of fire and thunder twisting together on the halberd edge. Penetrating rainbow. Lin Ming roared out as the heretical god Sprout's burning star flame and 9 heavens' divine thunder were released without reservation. A potent and violent explosion blowing up. Pung! The demon claw shattered apart, even as Yang Yun's lips curved up in a hideous grin. Lin Ming was far from being Yang Yun's opponent. However, the ancient devil in his body was only a soul form. As long as a soul didn't have a true body, it would fear thunder. When ancient monsters had to cross heavenly tribulation in their cultivations, their divine souls would find this pass difficult to cross. In a thunderstorm, a single thunderclap would send infinite ghosts scattered out, none of them daring to appear. This was because they feared the thunder. Moreover, Lin Ming's attack contained no ordinary thunder, but the top-grade Heaven Step 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Not just that, but the ancient devil in Yang Yun's body was an Yin energy form, but the blazing phoenix produced from burning the ancient phoenix blood was actually the Yang energy-filled 9 Yang flames. It was the nemesis of all Yin energy. With both of these forces combined, the demon claw sent out by Yang Yun was forcefully broken apart. 9 heavens divine thunder, burning star flame, and you even have the ancient phoenix saint body that is the most powerful physique from the sky spill continent of 100,000 years ago that was able to stand on par with the electric violet Kirin saint body. If I can obtain your pure yang body, then that will be the greatest nourishment to restore my deteriorating soul. You are truly the greatest possible gift that the heavens could bless me with. Yang Yun cackled with strange jejejej sounds. Although he was restrained in terms of attributes, he had injured Lin Ming without being touched at all. The difference in strength was simply too great. Yang Yun's strength already approached old man good fortunes, and now with the ancient devil possessing him, he was no weaker than a top-level character like the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor. In other words, he was on the same level as the highest under the heavens. Resistance is futile. Join me, assimilate with me, become one with me, turn into the foundation to bring forth an eternal golden age. Yang Yun had already fallen into depravity. After being possessed by the ancient devil, he had lost all rationality. Lin Ming didn't run. After witnessing Yang Yun's terrifying speed, he was now well aware that running was useless. Instead, it would only weaken his own momentum. Although the gap between them was insurmountable, he wouldn't sit idly by and be captured. He did not give up hope or his will. Since this ancient devil wished to seize his body, then there was no way it could avoid a battle of soul and will. In terms of combat strength, Lin Ming was not a match, but if this ancient devil tried to possess his body, then he had a faint chance of survival. With such a thread of hope hanging in front of him, how could he give up? After having burnt the blood of the ancient phoenix, Lin Ming's strength had reached the peak. But this was unable to continue forever. With his current strength, he was only able to burn all of the ancient phoenix blood for a brief moment before it faded away. During this time, he had to use his highest combat strength and wound that ancient soul so that it would give him that much greater a chance of survival. Thunder battle form. CA. The power of thunder in the entire world stirred up, completely gathering towards Lin Ming. This energy attached to his body, forming a purple-scaled war armor. He was mighty and majestic like a god of thunder born unto the world. This was a technique created by the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor. It was able to greatly enhance one's defensive power and combat strength. Now that Lin Ming had stepped into the second stage of life destruction and also opened the gate of pain, his thunder battle form had risen to a new level. Although he wasn't yet able to reach the world-domineering might of the Eightfall Thunder Emperor, he was still able to show off some of its true valor. It's true that I am only a soul form, but do you think that with your little power of thunder you can actually harm me? And do you think that if you injure me, you can rely on your silver battle spirit to contend with me when I possess your body and even swallow me in return? Ha ha! Dream on, boy. I have lived a life thousands of times longer than your own. How could I not see through every single thought you have? Any resistance you put up will be meaningless. You are destined to become my body. Yang Yun faced the skies and wildly laughed. At this time there wasn't any hint of Yang Yun left. He had devolved into an avatar of that cruel ancient devil. Lin Ming was a man of determination and a hardened will. Even so, his heart sank as he heard the ancient devil's words, a feeling of despair beginning to gush up from within him. That was right. When he fought Sitayawa, he had to put out every single hidden card he had and had displayed the limit of his strength. His opponent was keenly aware of every possible move he could make. Moreover, he was up against an old monster of ancient times who had been plotting and planning all for today. It was even possible that the appearance of the Temple of Marvels was all a part of its plans. So how could it not be prepared for anything Lin Ming could try? This feeling of anguish and despair grew within him like a weed, spreading through Lin Ming's entire body like a fast-acting disease. His fighting spirit immediately plummeted. It was as if he knew all resistance was useless. Perhaps it was better to just let himself be captured and possessed. This gloomy and disheartening feeling that made Lin Ming want to give up and wait for his doom left him startled. This was demonic charm. This was to use an invisible soul force and confuse and poison the mind of an opponent, causing them to lose all strength to resist. Even though Lin Ming had comprehended a silver battle spirit, he had still almost fallen for this move. This devil, whether it was combat experience or trickery, everything it did far surpassed Lin Ming's imagination. Lin Ming fiercely bit down on his tongue, using the pain to shake himself from the shadow of this demonic charm. But at this moment, Yang Yun had already made his move. How could he possibly miss such an opportunity? The demon claw grasped out, covering the world. Chapter 891 sees. Chapter 891 sees. An endlessly stretching demon claw fired towards Lin Ming like a twister. A terrifying aura completely locked down the surrounding space, making it so that Lin Ming couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. At this critical moment, Lin Ming's pupils contracted and he suddenly thrust out the great desolate blood halberd in his hands. Oh! The flaming phoenix cried out. The nine heavens' divine thunder impacted straight into the dark skies. The intense collision caused all of the space around Lin Ming to explode. The intertwining power of thunder and fire was actually unable to resist the power of that demon claw. This was the disparity of absolute strength, when coupled with the creeping influence of that demonic charm. Even if Lin Ming's attributes repelled Yang Yun, he still wasn't his match. Bang! Thunder and fire were forcefully torn apart. Although part of that demon claw was melted away, it still grasped down on Lin Ming's body. His protective true essence ripped apart along with his clothes, revealing the demon emperor armor beneath. Although the quasi-saint artifact level demon emperor armor was tough, it still had a fatal flaw in the hole at the chest. The ancient devil was treacherous and cunning. All of the attack's energy slipped past that flaw. Puff! Lin Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire chest covered in red. The thunder battle form nearly completely vanished. The disparity was just too great. Yang Yun chased forwards, sending out another claw. Lin Ming wasn't able to gather himself. He simply wasn't able to resist. Be a good little boy, and obediently let me seize your body. This claw easily enveloped Lin Ming. Lin Ming was caught in this hand, as if he would be crushed at any moment. Essence, energy, soul, devour all. That massive devil phantom appeared behind Yang Yun once again. The devil opened its great maw, and a black vortex appeared, beginning to attract everything towards it. Lin Ming felt his spiritual sea become restless. The blood vitality within him raged, and his true essence trembled, as if it would be pulled out from him at any moment. Essence, energy, and soul were the three treasures that comprised a human being, the life vigor of an individual. Essence was vitality, power of the bloodline, the very basis of the mortal body. Energy was origin energy and the Dantian's true essence. The soul was the primordial spirit, the marriage of spirit and will. The ancient devil wanted to swallow up Lin Ming's essence, energy, and soul. Once he lost those three things, he would lose everything that he was. At this life or death moment, Lin Ming's mind was still unbelievably calm. That ancient devil didn't dare to directly seize his body because it wasn't willing to engage in a showdown of will and soul. First, he would suck away his vital essence and weaken him to increase its strength. At that time, it would have a much higher assurance of possessing Lin Ming. In other words, even if the ancient devil knew that Lin Ming's final trump card was his silver battle spirit, it still didn't have anything it could do. This was because in order to possess Lin Ming's body, it had no choice but to engage in a showdown of will. In that instant, the silver battle spirit within Lin Ming's spiritual sea howled forth. His originally restless soul force was immediately suppressed, and his will stabilized. But the power of blood and all of the energy within his body seemed as if it would break out at any moment. Silver battle spirit, sword of will, Lin Ming shouted out loud, and a silver-white sword of will shot out from between his eyebrows. This sword of will had the power of thunder poured into it. This projection of will mixed with the power of thunder thrust straight towards the ancient devil behind Yang Yun. The sword of will could only be used to extinguish bodies of will, spiritual beings that had no physical existence. For instance, when Lin Ming had crossed life destruction and the purple lion thunder source had attacked him, it had been injured by the battle spirit manifestation of his will. And this current ancient devil soul in front of him was also a kind of a body. Kiki, how naive! Although I am not afraid of your silver battle spirit, that doesn't mean that I'll freely engage you in a battle of wills. Return. In that moment, the giant devil phantom behind Yang Yun was sucked back into his body, without the least bit outside. When the ancient devil still had a mortal form, its cultivation had been extremely high, and its battle spirit accomplishments were no worse than Lin Ming's. It was only because its soul was incomplete, so its will was slightly weakened. Thus it didn't want to give Lin Ming even the slightest chance. Lin Ming could feel the ancient devil stop absorbing his life vigor, and at the same time, Lin Ming's sword of will chopped through the void. Once a soul entered a body, that soul would only enter the world of will, for a will showdown if they so decided on their own initiative. Otherwise, it was impossible to use a battle spirit to directly kill the life of another. This was the reason that a battle spirit had to be attached to a material object. With his true essence moving restlessly and his blood vitality also suppressed, Yang Yun suddenly stretched out his demon claw and grasped out at Lin Ming. Jejejage, I do not need to swallow your essence, energy, and soul in order to kill you all the same. In front of me, you are nothing more than a little baby, useless and weak. Netherworld demon claw. Monstrous ghosts filled the skies, and space itself was torn apart like paper. Lin Ming tightly guarded his mind, and the power of thunder within the heretical god's sprout burst out without hesitation. Power of death, sword of judgment. Purple lightning condensed into the phantom of a divine sword, slashing through the infinite skies. This was also one of the 8 Fall Thunder Emperor's famed unique techniques. The power of thunder was most effective at suppressing ghosts and demons. The Sword of Judgment was Lin Ming's most effective attack method. Humph! The Eightfall Thunder Emperor's Sword of Judgment? Even if the Eightfall Thunder Emperor were to personally arrive here, he still might not be able to harm me. Your cultivation is simply far too low to the point that it doesn't even matter at all. Break for me. The ancient devil could sift through Yang Yun's memories. It was well aware of the Eightfall Thunder Emperor and his Sword of Judgment and simply didn't place it in his eyes at all. The netherworld demon claw smashed into the Sword of Judgment. A tiny bit of that demon claw was melted away by the power of thunder, but the Sword of Judgment was directly grasped by that netherworld demon claw and shattered to bits. The Sword of Judgment was connected to Lin Ming's will. As it shattered, his face turned paper white. At this time, the power from burning the ancient phoenix blood had nearly all faded away. Burning the ancient phoenix blood simply required too much true essence. Even if his true essence reserves were extremely deep right now, he still couldn't sustain this continued combustion of the ancient phoenix blood. When he fought Situ Yaoyue, he had only burnt this blood for a very short time. Once Lin Ming lost the support of the ancient phoenix blood, it would no longer be possible for him to resist the ancient devil. Is your strength almost gone? What a pity! If you had the electric violet Kirin Saint body and could reach the same degree as your ancient phoenix Saint body, as well as reach a third stage life destruction cultivation, your power of thunder might pose a little bit of a threat to me. But now, everything you're doing is merely the useless struggles of the dying. Yang Yun attacked once again. The only reason that the fight had dragged on to this point was that the ancient devil wanted to possess Lin Ming's body. Otherwise, if it wanted to kill Lin Ming, he would have been long dead by now. As Lin Ming saw Yang Yun rushing at him, his eyes flashed with a crazed light. He bit down on the tip of his tongue, burning the blood of the ancient phoenix even as he spat forth his blood essence. Instead of having his body seized by others, he might as well burn his soul, combust his life source, and desperately fight with every last ounce he had. You want to combust your life source? Your body is already mine. How can I let you ruin it? Time laws, concept of stagnation. In that moment when Lin Ming was about to burn his soul, he suddenly felt the flow of time slow down around him. The fluttering of his fires of life, his heartbeat, his nerves, his will, his divine soul, everything slowed down, nearly coming to a screeching halt. It was like he was an old wooden puppet that was thickened with age and dirt. Time laws. Lin Ming's consciousness sobered in that moment. He wanted to use his own understanding of the concept of time to break through this time cage, but compared to the ancient devil, his strength was like a little gust of wind blowing against a titanic tree. The disparity was too great. The ancient devil before him had a boundary that was far too high. It was an existence that Lin Ming could hardly even look up to. It's over. Yang Yun waved his hands, and an infinite darkness came falling down. Lin Ming felt like the space around him had condensed into reality, and he was mired in this thick darkness. He was unable to breathe, unable to even hear his own heartbeat. Concept of darkness. This ancient devil was a fierce elite from 100,000 years ago. It was both skilled in the concept of time and the concept of darkness. It was exactly because it could change the flow of time with its concept of time that it could survive for 100,000 years in the sea or miracles. In terms of just its understandings towards the concept of time, the ancient devil surpassed even old man good fortune. Lin Ming gradually lost control of his body. His limbs turned cold, his heart paused, and he found it hard to even have a single thought. He poured the entirety of his will into his spiritual sea, tenaciously clinging onto that last bit of clarity in his mind. He waited for the ancient devil to enter and attempt to seize his body so that he could carry on the final battle of wills. This would be Lin Ming's last chance to make a comeback. If he lost this battle, then he would turn to nothing, leaving nothing behind but a zombie corpse. In this world, this body of his would no longer have anything to do with him. You want to cling to your body and attempt a final battle with me in a struggle for your body? I do not fear you. Let me tell you, when I still had a body, my cultivation had reached a boundary that you cannot possibly imagine. My true form's battle spirit has already reached silver perfection, just a single step from becoming a gold battle spirit that is far higher than your elementary silver level. Do you actually think you can win? How stupid of you! Ha ha! The ancient devil's voice clearly resounded in Lin Ming's ear. But Lin Ming tightly maintained his spiritual sea, no longer allowing his will and belief to be shaken by these words. He had already suffered a loss to this demonic charm, and he wouldn't fall for it a second time. He was well aware that the reason the ancient devil was wasting so much strength to weaken him was because this being didn't have a complete assurance it could steal his body. Otherwise, there was no reason it would spout so much crap, all in order to tear down his own confidence and will. Even this current blabbering was the same. Perhaps it might have really achieved a perfect silver battle spirit, but after 100,000 years of being sealed in the Sea of Miracles, its soul must have been severely wounded. The soul was the vessel of will. Once the soul was damaged, one's will would inevitably weaken. Although those ancient supreme elders' wills could endure for over 100,000 years without extinguishing, that will was incomparable to how it was in their peak form. Fight! I must win this fight! Lin Ming's mind was incomparably firm and filled with determination. In that moment, his silver battle spirit howled, faintly seeming as if it would evolve to the silver small success level. This brat actually isn't fooled by me, but that doesn't matter. All that means is that I will have to consume some of my vital primordial essence. Victory is already guaranteed. The ancient devil had already spent an immense amount of effort creating his plans. It had been preparing for this for thousands of years already in the Sea of Miracles. It started with Yang Yun and then came to the Sky Spill continent and continued the next steps in its grand plan. Finally, it had chosen Lin Ming to be its mortal vessel. How could it possibly fail at the final step? Give me your mortal body. The ancient devil roared and split its soul in two. The more formidable part thrust through the chaotic darkness, penetrating into Lin Ming's body. The ancient devil left behind a third of its soul as support. In these last 100,000 years, the ancient devil had developed a character that could not be more cautious. It left behind a third of its soul in Yang Yun to control him. The ancient devil did not trust anyone. If Yang Yun decided to do something to him while it was seizing Lin Ming's body, and it finally became the victim in all this, then it truly would be an idiot. Another reason was to guard against any helper of Lin Ming's. It would be able to call upon this leftover soul to support it at any time. Chapter 892, Bringing About One's Own Destruction. Chapter 892, Bringing About One's Own Destruction. Die for me. As the ancient devil rushed into Lin Ming's body, it manifested into a fierce avatar. Its entire body was covered with spines like an ancient vicious beast. It rushed towards Lin Ming's spiritual sea with an unimaginable speed. In the world with this, every step this ancient vicious beast took shook the world. Such a terrible momentum made one feel small and powerless. It really is a silver battle spirit of a higher rank than my own. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath, his pupils shrinking. He tightly grasped his spiritual sea, waiting for this oncoming storm. This was the final battle he had been waiting for, the struggle to seize his body. Boy, go die. The ancient devil suddenly launched into the air, making a life or death attack. This momentum had gathered for such a long time that in this world of will, this attack was able to sunder mountains and split seas. However, just as that ancient devil sprung into the air, it actually felt a massive suction force pulling on its body. This traction was endless, mysterious, and colossal, as if it were an unmatched force that would brook no resistance. Compared to this terrifying aura, the ancient devil was nothing but a little ant in front of a dragon, lacking all ability to revolt. What? The ancient devil was shocked. It swiveled its head to see that behind it was a titanic black vortex. This vortex covered the entire world of Will, seeming as if there were a door behind it that led to all the mysteries of the great Tao. The black vortex swirled at an extremely slow speed. However, as it spun around, it seemed as if it were able to crush apart all laws and principles. In front of this black vortex, all power was meaningless, as if one were facing the boundless universe itself. This is... The ancient devil's eyes widened in shock. Before it even had time to think, its body that had just jumped up was like a leaf in a storm, uncontrollably flying towards the black vortex. Ah! The ancient devil roared out with panic and horror as it desperately tried to rid itself from the shackles of the suction force. But using his body to withstand the power that seemed to encompass the entire universe couldn't even be considered as a breath of wind against a massive tree. Ah, break for me! The ancient devil's eyes turned blood red as it split its soul form in half. One half suddenly accelerated towards the black vortex, but the other half tried to desperately flee by using the knockback from the explosion. At this moment, it could only endure discarding part of its soul to preserve the rest of it. This was his divine soul. When he lost even just a part of it, he would never be able to restore it. The soul-tearing pain caused the ancient devil to go crazy with pain. But what was even more maddening was that even with the support of rupturing its own soul, it still couldn't escape the suction of this black vortex. Not only did that black vortex swallow his soul, but it also swallowed all will and space, blocking off every avenue of escape. No. The ancient devil emitted a cry of unwilling rage. Finally, its body was slowly swallowed up into that black vortex, like a tiny wisp of smoke despairing into the endless sea, not even worth mentioning. After swallowing this soul, the black vortex still slowly revolved at its own pace, as if nothing had happened at all. From beginning to end, Lin Ming, who had been stubbornly defending his spiritual sea, hadn't been moved in the least. He had planned to fight until the bitter end, and had even psychologically prepared himself to suicide into that ancient devil, but now he merely stood there, stunned. He stared blankly on as that ancient devil roared like a rabid dog as it rushed over to him. Then he also witnessed the crazy scene of it being sucked into that black vortex without even the slightest bit of a chance. That black vortex was the magic cube. Lin Ming gulped as he looked at the magic cube black vortex in the world of Will. He was simply speechless. He felt as if all of this had been a dream. The magic cube seemed as if it contained the source laws of the great Tao. However, he was unable to delve into its secrets with his current boundary. Such a thing had actually stayed in his body. Lin Ming remembered when the Saintess of the Verdant Feather Holy Land had activated the supernatural powers of the magic cube, causing the 10,000 divine Realm Supreme Elders to disintegrate and sucking all of their souls into the magic cube. Those divine Realm Supreme Elders were not random weaklings and minions. They had been powerhouses from all over the universe that Tian Mingzi had recruited. The Demon Emperor was one of them. Although the Demon Emperor couldn't be considered as a heaven-defying character in the divine realm, he was still an outstanding elite of his era. Even if he couldn't compare with a top-level character like Fairy Feng, he shouldn't have been too far off. Moreover, the Demon Emperor wasn't even the strongest of the group, and those stronger powerhouses had still been swallowed up by the magic cube, all of their souls cleanly devoured without anything remaining. Although Lin Ming didn't know what boundary this devil that wanted to seize his body had reached, no matter how amazing it was, it still shouldn't have reached the level of the Demon Emperor. Even that assumption was already grossly overestimating it. As all of these thoughts rapidly cut through Lin Ming's mind, he suddenly awoke to consciousness again. At this time, he had to break through the cage of darkness as quickly as he could. Outside in the real world, the possessed Yang Yun issued a miserable scream. 2/3 of the ancient devil's soul had been lost in Lin Ming's body, without even a speck remaining. Moreover, after its soul had been swallowed up by that mysterious black vortex, its spirit mark had immediately been erased, becoming nothing but pure memories. At that moment when its spirit mark had been erased, the excruciating pain had caused the ancient devil to go mad. And at this time, Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes within the cage of darkness. After the cage of darkness lost the control from the ancient devil, it became incomparably fragile. Lin Ming roared, bringing up the great desolate blood halberd as he planned to rip apart this cage of darkness. Ka. The condensed darkness that had manifested into substance began cracking like a shattered mirror. Lin Ming was like a beast as he flushed outside. He slammed his teeth against the tip of his tongue without hesitation, instantly spitting out his life's blood essence. In this life or death crisis, he naturally couldn't be cheap about spending his blood essence. After all, his life source and blood vitality were vivid and potent, and he also had a massive amount of heavenly materials on him. He could restore this lost blood essence at a later date, but if he lost his life, then everything he had would be lost. 9 heavens divine thunder, burning star flame, 8 inner hidden gates, heretical god force. Light began to flash between Lin Ming's eyebrows as he burned the last of the ancient phoenix blood within him. He roared out, and with over 100% of his strength, the power of thunder fire twisted together on the great desolate blood halberd, erupting in a violent explosion, penetrating rainbow. The great desolate blood halberd's halberd light crossed through 10 miles of the void. A blinding light lit up the dimensional realm for thousands of miles, fiery and radiant. And at this time, the ancient devil that controlled Yang Yun's body was in a spasmodic state. Even though Yang Yun's cultivation was at the early divine sea, and he had also crossed 8 stages of life destruction, he still wasn't able to resist this. It was impossible to rely on just his mortal body to resist the great desolate blood halberd that was being wielded with 2 million genes of strength. The body of an essence-gathering martial artist was extremely frail. At this crucial moment, Yang Yun's own divine soul shot out from his spiritual sea as he tried to forcibly take control over his body. But at this time, because 2/3 of the ancient devil's soul had been torn away, and the soul mark also erased by the magic cube, it had simply lost all control and rationale. In this state, Yang Yun's soul was still inferior to the great power of the ancient devil. It would be difficult to wrest control of his body quickly. Damn it! Yang Yun crazily shouted out. As he saw Lin Ming's great desolate blood halberd falling down on him, he desperately and decisively burnt a part of his soul source, forcibly taking control over most of his body and recalling half of his energy. There was no time to take a weapon out from his spatial ring. Yang Yun's claw smashed against Lin Ming's great desolate blood halberd. Yang Yun was not the same as the ancient devil. The ancient devil had used its claws originally, and with its powerful energy it could contend with the great desolate blood halberd. But as for Yang Yun, he leaned towards using the sword. Although he had studied some claw techniques from the ancient devil in a condition where he had to hastily resort to this claw attack, and where he only had control of half his body, how could he possibly resist Lin Ming's strike? Yang Yun exploded with a roar as his entire right arm burst apart. He vomited a great mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying backwards like a broken sack. He had lost his hand in a single exchange. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. At this time, his eyes were already red with killing rage. Now that his attack had succeeded, how could he possibly stop? His feet trod upon golden rock, shattering the void, as he flashed in front of Yang Yun, his halberd falling once again. Law of annihilation. Chain of stars. Bang. The space around Lin Ming shattered, turning into countless space fragments that swept towards Yang Yun like a cloud. Yang Yun's right hand was a stump of meat and bone that had been burst apart, with blood pouring out. As he saw Lin Ming's halberd cut down at him, he finally let out a long laugh. Good. Very good. Lin Longyan, you truly have the destiny of an unrivaled emperor. Even now you haven't died. Then let me meet your halberd. Yang Yun used his left hand to extract a sword. The sword howled forth, slanting as it slashed against the halberd light. Bang! A violent explosion caused the world to pale and mountains to collapse. Yang Yun and Lin Ming both flew backwards. Yang Yun was covered with layers of wounds, but Lin Ming's blood vitality was also tumbling within him, making it hard for him to sustain himself. The combustion of the ancient phoenix blood had reached its end, as well as the blood essence he burned. Although he had the gate of healing to restore his strength, he still couldn't withstand such consumption of energy. But Yang Yun was in an even worse condition than Lin Ming. Not only had been seriously wounded by the previous attack, but the ancient devil in his mind was maniacally rampaging about, making it impossible to fully control his body. Yang Yun, I will remember this. As Lin Ming spoke this, he turned around and fled at full speed. Most of his strength had been spent. Although Yang Yun was in an extremely poor state, once that ancient demon recovered its consciousness, Lin Ming would die if he stayed. The ancient devil knew that he had a mystic object within his body that could devour souls. It wouldn't walk into that trap again and try to do something as stupid as seizing his body. If they fought, Lin Ming would most assuredly be the one to die. Moreover, Lin Ming had no idea where that strange demon youth was. If that demon youth suddenly appeared, then Lin Ming would have no ability to resist. Although he very much wanted to take this chance to kill Yang Yun, Lin Ming had no choice but to suppress this unrealistic and fanciful thought, instead turning around to escape. With the speed at which his strength grew, he simply didn't need to take such a risk. It was better to escape this Temple of Marvels, and then rely on the lucky chances he had found here, find a secure location, and then cross another 2 or 3 stages of life destruction, keeping hidden from the world for 3 years. At that time, once he emerged from his seclusion, he could laugh at the entire world with arrogant disdain. After opening the Gate of Wonder, Lin Ming was like a meteor as he shot into the distant horizon. As for Yang Yun, with his severe wounds and also not being in full control of his body, it was impossible for him to give chase. Failure at the end. Yang Yun grit his teeth as he saw Lin Ming vanish. Yang Yun looked in at the ancient devil in his spiritual sea that was crazily struggling. It had only 1/3 of its strength left. Yang Yun suddenly gave birth to the thought of swallowing it up instead, but after a moment's hesitation, he put down that thought. First, he didn't have full assurance he could do so, and secondly, facing this archenemy Lin Ming, he needed a helper. Chapter 893, Narrow Escape. Chapter 893, Narrow Escape. Lin Ming rapidly fled past the dimensional realms. Because his speed was too fast, a strong heavenly wind violently blew into him, causing sparks to fly off his bodily protective true essence. Burning the ancient phoenix blood greatly exhausted Lin Ming's true essence, leaving him with no choice but to use pills to supplement it. He had already collected many types of pills and medicines that could restore his strength. These were all high-grade goods. High-grade true essence-restoring pills were relatively pure, but eating too many of them could lead to the energy mixing up and becoming impure, which would lead to a drop in his combat strength. He flew past many worlds in a single breath, his mind constantly constructing and deducing a map of space in his mind. By relying on his understandings of the concept of space, Lin Ming was finally able to find the exit from the Temple of Marvels. It's here. I've finally escaped. Lin Ming summoned his true essence and rushed out from the Temple of Marvels. As he saw the dark and gloomy 8,000-mile black swamp before him, he was overjoyed like someone that had just survived the apocalypse. This adventure into the Temple of Marvels had been filled with dangers. I have to leave here immediately. That sharp-eared, strange demon youth isn't that much different from the ancient devil that possessed Yang Yun. Both of them have strength near the highest under the heavens. If they join forces, they can turn any divine kingdom upside down. In addition, not only did I offend the Azura divine kingdom, but now I've even formed a grudge with the sublime smelting divine kingdom. To make matters worse, I don't even know what sort of plot that ancient devil and Yang Yun have in mind. If they really plan on controlling this world, then by the time they come looking for me, that will make the entire world my enemy. Lin Ming didn't know what the result of the strange demon youth's fight with Old Man Good Fortune was like. He also didn't know that Old Man Good Fortune had unexpectedly managed to severely wound the strange demon youth. Not knowing what happened caused Lin Ming to be even more anxious. After entering the 8,000-mile black swamp, he immediately flew into the Nine Heavens Thunder Dominion, wildly flying through the fields of lightning. This was the third time that Lin Ming had come to the 8,000-mile black swamp. At this point, he was already familiar with the terrain. In addition, he ate less than half of a Thunder Dao fruit, causing his compatibility with thunder to increase even more. With his free and unimpeded movements in the Thunder Dominion, it took him only 1 hour to fly out of the 8,000-mile black swamp. Not just that, but when he passed through the Nine Heavens Thunder Dominion, he also had the heretical god Sprout absorb the golden red lightning to its limits. This was his final preparation for breaking through to the third stage of life destruction. Using this method would save him a great deal of top-grade spirit essence stones. The 8,000-mile black swamp was surrounded by the 4 divine kingdoms. Lin Ming chose the direction of the weakest of them, the 7-star divine kingdom, and shot towards it. In terms of speed, Lin Ming was just a bit slower than top characters like the strange demon youth, Yang Yun, and Old Man Good Fortune. At this time, not even Situ Haotian would be able to chase after him, and with his outstanding endurance he could maintain this extreme speed for most of a day. The civilians of the 7-star divine kingdom only saw a faint blue ray of light streak through the skies, but they were unable to see just what it was. Lin Ming shot through the 7 stars divine kingdom in a single go. As he left their borders, he put on a wood spirit jade mask and changed directions several times before finally choosing a distant and desolate hill. The Sky Spill continent was an incomparably vast land. No matter how monstrous or exquisite Yang Yun's methods were, it would still be extremely difficult for him to find Lin Ming. Not even a needle in a haystack was a good enough analogy. At this time, in the Temple of Marvels, the strange demon youth finally awoke from his deep sleep. He had been restoring his wounds in his bronze ghost coffin. As for Yang Yun, the ancient devil had finally restored his consciousness after surviving the unbearable pain of having his soul torn apart. Damn it all! Kill, 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 kill. Lin Lanjian, I will annihilate your body and soul. Ah! Bang! The ancient devil thrust out a claw, and a distant mountain burst apart. A terrifying energy exploded outwards, causing this part of the world to shake, as if it couldn't withstand the ancient devil's rage, and was about to rupture at any moment. Yang Yun was in his own spiritual sea, coldly and closely watching as the ancient devil rampaged like a madman. In fact, his relation with the ancient devil wasn't harmonious at all. Yang Yun was a man filled with his own ambitions who needed to control his destiny, just the like ancient devil. The two of them had joined forces due to mutual benefit, but the truth was that they always kept their guard up against the other. My soul, 2/3 of my soul, That damned little beast, just what kind of treasure does he have on him? Is it a spirit artifact? How is this possible? A saint artifact was not the peak of all magic treasures. A saint artifact could be divided into 3 different grades, and above a high-grade saint artifact were even higher ranks of mystical treasures. It was obvious that a high-grade saint artifact was nowhere near enough to describe the terrifying black vortex in Lin Ming's body. Spirit artifact? Yang Yun's heart stirred, but he remained silent. He only secretly paid attention, his mind on full alert. It was apparent that the ancient devil had encountered some mysterious force when it tried to seize Lin Ming's body, and had ended up suffering for it. No, that's not right. I couldn't even feel the existence of that thing. That black vortex seemed like the power of pure laws, laws that were fused with endless divine power. I was simply unable to resist it at all. Just what can that possibly be? Fear flashed in the ancient devil's eyes. When it was being swallowed up by that energy, it felt more minuscule and helpless than a little ant facing the entire universe. This was a feeling it would never forget in its life. After this fear had reached its peak, the ancient devil's eyes began to fill with greed. This mysterious item seemed to be some sort of soul treasure. Not just that, but it was able to instantly erase a spirit mark. This was an ability that it had never heard of before. Normally speaking, a spirit mark was an extremely profound concept. A spirit mark was deeply branded into the very foundation of a soul. Erasing a spirit mark was simple. One could simply use a battle spirit to destroy a person's will and also wipe off their spirit mark. Of course, this would also destroy their soul in the process. If the soul were compared to the brain, then a spirit mark was like every single nerve and vessel in the brain. No matter how skilled a doctor was, it was impossible for them to pull out all of these nerves and vessels without damaging the brain. When erasing a spirit mark, the soul would crumble before the spirit mark did, ultimately causing the soul to shatter and turn into nothingness. The ancient devil had never heard of any divine treasure in the universe that could easily erase a spirit mark but keep the complete and intact soul form. If it could obtain this item, then it could restore the injuries to its soul and return to its peak strength. After its strength returned, it would be able to reform its physical body and wouldn't need to do something so dangerous as seizing the body of others. No matter how good a body it possessed would be, it still wouldn't be the ancient devil's body. After seizing this body because of incompatibilities between the soul and body, that body's life would also be affected, lowering the natural lifespan of it. The only advantage of possessing a body was that after slowly adapting to that body, the ancient devil would be able to slowly cultivate. Although it wouldn't be its own body and cultivation would be difficult with its powerful soul and deep breadth of experience, it was still possible to cultivate back to its peak form. Yang Yun, although that boy Lin Lanjian managed to run away, our original plan must continue. We'll use those 2 old geezers, Uya Hua and Yang Laotian's blood essence as a sacrifice to restore my strength. The ancient devil licked its lips as it spoke. As a soul form, the best nourishment it could have was blood essence. This was also the reason why Demon Shine and the soul residing in the magic cube would swallow blood essence. Of course, Yang Yun said without the slightest change in expression. His eyebrows didn't even furrow in the least. Ha ha. As the ancient devil saw Yang Yun's response, it suddenly chuckled. Uya Hua doesn't matter too much. After all, their sublime smelting divine kingdom is always struggling with your 9-furnace divine kingdom. So if such an old man dies, then so be it. But Yang Laotian is your 9-furnace divine kingdom's highest divine emperor, as well as your great-grandfather. Although you suffered humiliation and sorrow as a child, to not even bat an eye, and offer your own great-grandfather as a blood sacrifice, you are truly heartless. Yang Yun was the son of the 9-furnace divine emperor, and the nine-furnace divine emperor was Yang Laotian's grandson. Not only did the children of the royal family include the first generation like the divine emperor and high princess, but it even included the second generation, third generation, fourth generation, and so on. A divine emperor had a life of 6,000 to 7,000 years, sometimes even 10,000 years. In their long lives, they would have countless children. It wasn't strange if their grandchildren or great-grandchildren were thousands of years older than their own children. This was the reason why the number of juniors in the royal family would increase at such exponential rates. It also caused the various ranks and relations between all of them to be an utter mess. Yang Yun calmly replied, "My father, grandfather, and great-grandfather have an inestimable number of descendants. The strong among them become princes, and the weak among them live lives worse than slaves. If I didn't have enough strength, I would have died like a stray dog or chicken with my body wrapped up in sheets and randomly buried in some random hill that belongs to the royal family. Nobody would know or care. In order for the nine-furnace divine kingdom to grow just a bit stronger, they're willing to sacrifice hundreds, if not thousands of their descendants without the slightest hesitation. To them, compared to the national destiny of the nine-furnace divine kingdom, all sacrifices of family and fellowship is worth it. If I can lead the nine-furnace divine kingdom to rule the world, as well as restore the golden age of the sky-spill continent of 100,000 years ago, then even if my great-grandfather has to sacrifice the remaining last bits of his life, he would happily agree." As Yang Yun spoke to hear, his voice suddenly turned icy. Even the ancient devil paused for a moment before cackling. Since ancient times, ruthlessness has always been the mark of a truly great man. All important matters should be conducted like so. Very well, then let us continue with our plans. When Whiteman's injuries are healed, we shall immediately commence. At that time, when we join forces, Yang Laotian and Uya, Hua will be nothing more than prey. White Demon was that strange demon youth. In terms of strength, Yang Laotian and Uya Hua were both weaker than Old Man Good Fortune, and their final life-preserving cards were also worse than Old Man Good Fortune's. If they came face to face with White Demon and Yang Yun, it was unlikely any of them would be able to escape. Lin Ming had already flew beyond the borders of the seven-star divine kingdom. He changed his appearance and continuously used several long-distance transmission arrays to travel 1,000,000 miles away. He then changed direction, flew another 200,000 miles, passed through a jungle quietly for a period of time, and then found a barren hill where he began to cut open his own cave dwelling. In the forest surrounding this hill, the strongest vicious beasts were only equal to a human early revolving core martial artist. They weren't even the least bit of a threat to Lin Ming. Of course, correspondingly the spirit energy here was extremely thin. It was even worse than the Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound martial house. But this didn't matter much to Lin Ming. He already had over 20 top-grade spirit essence stones. What he needed here was absolute safety. A lack of spirit energy could be tolerated in return. A spear thrust formed a 1,000-foot-deep cave, finally connecting to the center of the hill. He left 4 exits and began to arrange a variety of array formations all around. There were concealing arrays, defensive arrays, alarm arrays, and many more. After finishing these preparations, Lin Ming opened up his own martial arts training chamber in the center of the hill and casually carved a stone bed there. He sat on the bed and began to take inventory of everything he obtained from the Temple of Marvels. This was all in preparation to break through to the 3rd stage of life destruction. Chapter 894. Preparation is the key. 3rd stage of life destruction. Chapter 894. Preparation is the key. 3rd stage of life destruction. When Lin Ming had swallowed the Thunder Dao fruit in the Temple of Marvel's dimensional realms, he had gained the ability to impact the third stage of life destruction. The only reason he had been forced to give up that idea was that the situation at the time had been far too dangerous. Otherwise, although Lin Ming still wouldn't have been Yang Yun's opponent, he wouldn't have had to escape in such a distressed and desperate manner. I wonder just what sort of ancient species the divine tree that gave birth to those 12 Thunder Dao fruits is. Perhaps Demon Shine might have known. As Lin Ming was fleeing, he had already sent Demon Shine a message to have him return to the South Sea immediately and personally oversee the giant Leviathan, having it travel deep into the South Sea. According to Old Man Good Fortune, the Sky Spill Continent and Holy Demon Continent were both land masses on the opposite sides of a single planet. There was an immeasurably vast distance that separated the two. Theoretically speaking, as long as the giant Leviathan continued deep through the South Sea for a long enough time, it could even arrive at the borders of the Holy Demon Continent. But the deeper one went into the South Sea, the more strange and mysterious existences there would be. Although the giant Leviathan had extraordinary defensive capabilities, it still had its limits. It was a creature that only contained a light bloodline of an ancient, desolate saint beast. It couldn't be compared to a true Leviathan or rock god beast. If the giant Leviathan met some mystical existence deep in the South Sea, it was likely that it would experience danger. If that old dog Demon Shine was personally commanding the giant Leviathan, then Lin Ming would feel much more at ease. Lin Ming placed all his harvests on the stone bed and began to slowly organize them. 12 Thunder Dao fruits, of which Lin Ming had eaten a part of one. The mysterious thunder lines on the skin were the most precious treasures. 22 top-grade spirit essence stones, each one of them a treasure that a divine sea supreme elder would savagely wrestle others for. The extreme violet ring, which had a massive amount of jade slips inside, of which the concept of thunder jade slips were the most useful to Lin Ming. In addition, there was also a medicine garden that had many spiritual herbs that were over 100,000 years old. These were the treasures that Lin Ming would be relying on to further open the 8 inner hidden gates. As for the pills left behind by Jiang Ziji, Lin Ming hadn't looked over them too carefully in his haste to leave the Temple of Marvels. As he looked over the pills, he was actually disappointed to discover that even if these pills had been sealed in with spirit jade bottles after 100,000 years had passed, they had lost most of their spiritual nature, causing their medicinal efficacy to sharply drop. Some of them were even completely useless by now. 100,000 years was simply far too great a span of time. Those plants in the medicine garden were able to absorb the spirit energy of the heavens and earth, constantly growing, but dead objects, like these pills, weren't as well off. Before obtaining the top-grade spirit essence stones, Lin Ming had also gathered a massive amount of 1,000-year, or even 10,000-year, medicinal herbs in the dimensional realm. Old Man Good Fortune had lent Lin Ming a profound spirit pot so that he could maintain the life of these medicinal herbs, but afterwards Lin Ming had completely transported all of them into the extreme violet ring. This was just how important a transportable medicine garden was to Lin Ming. There was no need to mention the high-level medicinal herbs, but even the lower-level ones could be used for practice. The most precious of the medicinal plants he had gathered in the dimensional realm had been a crimson and sturdy tree called a dragonheart tree. It was 50,000 years old, and the fruits on its crown beat like living hearts. This was a miracle medicine particularly used for body transformation. It was no worse than those medicinal herbs found in the extreme violet ring's medicine garden. There was Jiang Ziji's bracelet that was able to enhance his soul and perception. This would be immensely valuable for his future comprehension of laws. And last of all, there were Jiang Ziji's remains. The shining crystal skeleton had been completely preserved, not even decaying a bit after 100,000 years of time. The divine crystal that was embedded in the skull was like a rainbow gem, constantly emitting a gorgeous and dazzling radiance. It's time to start breaking into the third stage of life destruction. After Lin Ming reorganized his possessions, he took a top-grade spirit essence stone in his hands. When Shirbai had given Lin Ming a top-grade spirit essence stone, it was only 1/6 the size of a regular one, causing some of its charm to be lost. Its mystical nature was far from being comparable to this complete spirit essence stone. This top-grade spirit essence stone had mysterious patterns covering its entire surface. It unexpectedly seemed similar to the Chaos Stones at time-worn Phoenix City. Although its intricacy wasn't comparable to the Chaos Stones, it still had several points of their charm. This was the extraordinary nature of a top-grade spirit essence stone. It contained a part of the great Tao laws and the aura of source energy. This was the reason that so many divine sea powerhouses were obsessed with it. Lin Ming placed the top-grade spirit essence stone between his eyebrows and began to absorb the energy. This sort of scene was a top luxury that a divine sea supreme elder would curse to the heavens if they saw. It had to be said that a top-grade spirit essence stone was the very source of a spirit essence stone mine. It was even able to increase the chances of an early divine sea martial artist reaching the middle divine sea. And yet it was wasted by Lin Ming in order to cross the third stage of life destruction. This was simply an obscene extravagance. Of course, Lin Ming also had his reasons for doing this. The energy he would need to break through to the third stage of life destruction far surpassed the requirements of an ordinary martial artist, and no one had ever complained about their foundation being too solid. The reason that Lin Ming was able to attack the third stage of life destruction was all because his foundation had reached the limit of solidity. This was truly an example of preparation being the key to success. Of course, there would always be some drawbacks in advancing one's cultivation too quickly. Using the pure origin energy of a top-grade spirit essence stone to break through to the third stage of life destruction would be able to eliminate those drawbacks to a certain degree, once again allowing him to develop a stable foundation. The energy from the top-grade spirit essence stone rapidly flowed into Lin Ming's body at that same time. He also galvanized the golden red lightning within the heretical god Sprout and chose 81 acupoints of his body to crazily absorb the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy. In the dark chamber, one could clearly see the top-grade spirit essence stone between Lin Ming's eyebrows shining with a brilliant light, separating into 81 wisps of energy, each as thick as a finger, that flowed into his acupoints. These acupoints were like stars in the endless night sky, quietly sparkling. The energy of a top-grade spirit essence stone was far too pure. In fact, it couldn't even be described with the word pure. Rather, one could say that this energy was close to the source energy of the universe. Before the formation of the universe, all that existed was utter chaos. Then the world opened, and yin and yang formed. Thus there was energy. This energy was also known as source energy. Afterwards, the 5 main elements gradually came into existence, and the variation energies differentiated from each other. All of these energies scattered throughout the universe, forming all matter and life. Since then, the energy of the universe had become diluted and polluted, far from being comparable to the pure energy of the forming universe. This was also why the Chaos Stones were so valuable. They were engraved with the trace lines from the source energy of the forming universe. A top-grade spirit essence stone's energy was close to the universal source energy. Even a tiny bit of this source energy could increase one's understanding of the world. Sucking in a bit of this energy would refresh and revitalize the body, even purifying the dantian. This absorption process continued for 2 hours. Lin Ming had long ago entered the ethereal martial intent, delving into a completely concentrated state. He felt as if his body had turned into a pure energy form without the least bit of impurities. Pung! With a light cracking sound, the top-grade spirit essence stone split apart. It lost its lustrous crystal sheen and turned into ordinary white jade. At this time, the energy within Lin Ming's body was stored to the limit. Break apart As Lin Ming quietly said these words, golden red lightning shot out from the heretical god Sprout. It combined with the top-grade spirit essence stone energy within his body, and then erupted. There was no great explosive sound, as one would expect. Instead, the detonating energy expanded outwards, swallowing up Lin Ming's entire body. Every inch of his meridians shattered, and his body disintegrated into an incomparably fine blood fog, fusing together with the pure heaven and earth origin energy. A moment later, the crimson blood fog vanished, and Lin Ming's body disappeared without a trace. But the truth was that he hadn't really disappeared. Instead, his body had been disintegrated into tiny particles that were even smaller than dust, completely invisible to the naked eye. These particles fluttered about in the chamber as they withstood the baptism of energy. This was the third life destruction, as well as the last time that the physical body was tempered. The 4th to 6th stages of life destruction focused on tempering the dantian, and this tempering was far more thorough than that of the first 2 times. Lin Ming's consciousness wandered about this sea of energy. As he watched his own body vanish, his mind and perception were extremely clear. This feeling of being separated from his body gave him many insights as to the nature of energy itself. At that moment, it was like he had become a pure energy life form. Time slowly passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. After 7 days passed, those tiny particles that fluttered in the heaven and earth origin energy began to gather together, condensing, from forming small pieces to forming large pieces. Lin Ming's body began to slowly take form. First was the crystalline skeleton that seemed carved from the finest jade. Then the blood vessels began to form as gushing crimson blood filled them, as viscous and potent as liquid mercury. Then powerful and tight muscles formed, covering his body with a layer of beautiful flesh. Every muscle striation seemed to flow like a river, appearing like art itself. While Lin Ming's muscles contained an aesthetic beauty, they also contained a crazy explosive force. His back was broad, his spine strong. His legs were long and filled with potent power. His eyelashes were thick, and his eyes were like priceless black gems. His nose was straight, and his face seemed to be carved by the sword of a master. After being decomposed and reformed 3 times, Lin Ming's body had reached perfection. Even his hair shone with brilliance. From the countless pores on his body, pure heaven and earth energy freely flowed outwards. Every breath he exhaled was fragrant, and his saliva was sweet like honey. His entire body appeared clean and refreshed. This was the true meaning of being otherworldly and untouched by the smoke of the world. Even bathing couldn't clean him any more than he was right now. Lin Ming's spirit body completely formed as his handsome naked form stood in the darkness of the chamber. A bright light flashed through his eyes like a bolt of lightning, making one unable to look directly at him. With a casual wave of his hands, countless rays of thunder collected together, forming a loose robe that draped around him. He had finally completed the 3rd stage of life destruction. At this time, Lin Ming even had a feeling that if someone managed to cut off his hands and feet, he could regrow them. Of course, this was only an illusion of the mind. Even a divine sea martial artist didn't have this ability. When crossing life destruction, the energy laws that were involved were extremely special. In a situation where there was no external force disturbing it, the physical body could disintegrate and then reform. But this was only reforming. True regeneration was impossible. It was easy to rejoin a cut-off limb, but wanting to regrow a lost limb would require a great deal of effort. Also, a newly regrown limb would have to be tempered all over again. Otherwise, it would become a martial artist's great weakness. However, if Lin Ming could open the gate of life of the 8 inner hidden gates, then he really would gain the ability to regenerate his limbs. Moreover, doing so would only consume Lin Ming's energy. it would still be the same as his original body. This was a special characteristic of the body transformation cultivation route. In the legends, it was even said that if one could open the natal life Tao Palace of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, then one could be reborn from a single drop of blood, as long as their energy did not fade, and there will remain immortal, then that person would never die. Such an opponent was difficult to defeat and even harder to kill. Chapter 895, The Third Thunder Concept. Chapter 895, The Third Thunder Concept. After breaking through to the third stage of life destruction, Lin Ming didn't plan to immediately set out. Instead, he planned to close up for a further period of time. Once the coming storm finally blew over, he would leave, and with his strength having risen again, it would be much safer for him. Lin Ming had continuously taken pills, heavenly materials, and had even absorbed a top-grade spirit essence stone. His cultivation had skyrocketed, and now he needed time to stabilize and fully digest everything that had happened. Otherwise, there would be negative effects. It was even possible that he could fall into obsession. This was the reason why so many martial artists that fervently cultivated the demonic path would so easily fall to obsession. Besides, Lin Ming's cultivation rate having been too fast, and his spirit body having reached perfection, there was just too much energy contained in his body. He was finding it difficult to control so much true essence in his body with his soul force. The truth was that Lin Ming's soul force was actually extremely formidable, and he also had alchemy and the overbearing soul tactic to help him temper it. Even so, his cultivation speed was too fast. After crossing into life destruction, he had crossed 3 small boundaries in just less than a year. Statically and slowly cultivating in seclusion was a boring and tedious process. If one did this, then their enhancement in strength would eventually slow down. Wanting to eat everything in a single go was simply impossible. Lin Ming prepared to spend a period of time perceiving the concepts, as well as fusing the laws into his being. It was a pity that the magic cube had absorbed 2/3 of the ancient devil's soul and still hadn't opened. It seemed that the magic cube needed the blood essence of masters no matter what. The last time Lin Ming had opened the magic cube had been with the blood essence of a life destruction realm powerhouse. Naturally, the next step would be to use the blood essence of a divine sea realm powerhouse. If he could kill a divine sea supreme elder and then open the magic cube again, he was highly interested in absorbing the soul fragments of the ancient devil. Each soul fragment was 1/3 of the size of the original soul and much larger than most soul fragments in the magic cube. Moreover, the ancient devil was skilled in the concept of darkness and the concept of time. If Lin Ming could obtain memories related to these 2 concepts, then it would save him a great deal of effort and time in his meditation. The easiest divine sea powerhouse for me to kill now should be that Elder Sunday. I planted a battle spirit mark in his body and can feel his approximate position. He should have left the Temple of Marvels by now. However, although I might have broken through to the 3rd stage of life destruction, and my strength has risen yet again, while defeating him is easy, killing him will be quite difficult. Moreover, if Yang Yun has already controlled the situation, he'll have ordered the entire continent to hunt me down. That elder son isn't an idiot. He should have told Yang Yun about the tracing mark in his body to seek shelter with him. If I go to kill that elder son, then it will be the same as walking into a trap. Lin Ming shook his head, abandoning that idea. With the same reasoning, Situ Yaoshi and Situ Bonin, who had similar strength to Elder Sun, were also ignored. Although he wanted to take revenge on them for what they had done, it wouldn't be at this time. There was still a divine Sea Supreme Elder that had a grudge with Lin Ming, or it was more accurate to say that he was not a divine sea powerhouse, but rather a demon emperor equal to a divine sea powerhouse. That was the Steps Master of the Blood Slaughter Steps. The Steps Master was from the giant demon race, and his cultivation system was different from humanity's. When a giant demon martial artist was in the Demon General and Demon King realms, their physicality was much better than a human's. They could hold much more energy within them, so their strength surpassed human martial artists at their level. But before a human reached the divine sea, they would have to cross 5 to 6 stages of life destruction, reforming and tempering a spirit body. At this time, the disparity between a human and giant demon would level out. And if a human could cross 7 stages of life destruction before reaching the divine sea, then their strength would even surpass the giant demon race's demon emperor powerhouses. There was no need to even mention an 8th stage life destruction master. When Lin Ming had looked at the battle array discs left behind of the 8-Fall War Emperor, the 8-Fall War Emperor had been able to fight against several quasi-emperor powerhouses before stepping into the divine sea, instantly killing all of them, as if it were as simple as chopping melons and vegetables. With the 8-Fall War Emperor's strength at the time, he could even have faced a true demon emperor in frontal combat. Thus, Lin Ming wasn't too worried about the Steps Master's strength. He estimated that it was about the same as a 6th stage life destruction middle divine sea powerhouses. The difference couldn't be that far off. Of course, it was impossible for the current Lin Ming to kill the Blood Slaughter Steps Master. But he still had the road of Emperor. With Lin Ming's current strength, he was strong enough to cross the road of Emperor. Once he completed the road of Emperor and obtained the strongest force field of the heavenly demon martial intent, the Prime Emperor force field, his strength would dramatically soar. At that time, he would have gained the capital to kill the Steps Master. If he could slay the Steps Master and use his blood to open the magic cube once more and obtain the memories of the ancient devil, he would be able to learn all of the weaknesses and strengths of the ancient devil. At that time, he would know the ancient devil as well as the ancient devil knew itself. As they said, know your enemy and be undefeated. Lin Ming had laid down this plan in order to increase his strength at the fastest rate possible. Lin Ming took a thunder jade slip that Jiang Ziji had left behind and began to meditate on the thunder concepts. The first level concept of thunder was the power of death. The second level concept of thunder was the power of life. There was no need to speak of the power of death. Lightning could char a man to cinders, annihilate forests, and exterminate all life. But the power of life was because thunder could temper the body and temper the divine soul. In the most ancient of times, it was said that the world bred life when lightning struck the endless oceans. These two concepts had been comprehended from the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor's legacies. Of course, the 8-Fall Thunder Emperor had completely relied on his own talent and genius to comprehend these two concepts, leading to inevitable flaws in his understandings. Although Lin Ming still had to make up for these missing parts and flaws at some time, he wasn't too anxious about it. What he desired most was to comprehend the third level concept of thunder, extreme speed, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder. Of these 7 types of energies, wind attribute energy was renowned for its speed. Even the infamous golden rock, shattering the void, contained wind laws. But wind actually wasn't the fastest. That honor belonged to thunder. The power of thunder could pass several 100,000 miles in the blink of an eye, even though the Holy Demon Continent and Sky Spill Continent were so far apart. A bolt of lightning would only need an incense stick of time to pass between them. This could be called the ultimate speed of the world. Of course, it was impossible for a martial artist to achieve this speed. They could only comprehend the concepts and laws, fusing them into their movements until they reached speed that resembled a flash of lightning. After opening the Gate of Wonder, stepping on golden rock shattering the void, and even fusing the concept of thunder into his movements, just how fast would he become? It was hard to imagine. Mystic lighting shade. This is a thunder attribute movement technique that I can practice without the electric violet Karen bloodline. The mystic lightning shade was more accurately not a movement technique, but rather a secret supportive skill. After gathering various types of divine thunder from the world, a martial artist could turn these divine thunders into numerous threads of lightning, condensing them into 12 vital thunder symbols. These thunder symbols could turn into an invisible power of thunder that could fuse into the body, significantly increasing a martial artist's speed. This mystic lightning shade actually suits me best. If it were a movement martial skill, then I wouldn't be able to use it in conjunction with Golden Rock shattering the void. With these 12 vital thunder symbols, I will be able to use Golden Rock shattering the void and further speed up with the support of these thunder symbols. Lin Ming placed the mystic lightning shade jade slit between his eyebrows and began to remember everything within, carefully perceiving the concepts and laws within. Wishing to comprehend a new concept through meditation was extremely difficult, much less that this was the third concept of thunder. The difficulty would be far higher than that of the first two concepts. Even if Lin Ming had the support of the heretical god Sprout, it would be immeasurably difficult for him. He immersed himself in the ethereal martial intent, forgetting the passage of time. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 7 days passed like this. Every time that Lin Ming felt his mind nearing the point of utter exhaustion, he would feel a cool feeling transmit up from the Saint artifact bracer on his wrist, clearing and cleansing his thoughts. He even felt as if his soul was being gently washed and vitalized. Often at that moment, Lin Ming would receive a flash of inspiration and gain new directions for further insights. 7 days, 10 days, 15 days. Lin Ming remained deep in the ethereal martial intent throughout. Even after perceiving the jade slit for such a long time, not only were his thoughts not chaotic or in confusion, but his perception actually became much clearer and his thoughts much faster. This was the effect of the Saint artifact bracer. Although this bracer didn't have any offensive or defensive power, it was truly a divine treasure for enlightenment. After the 20th day arrived, a faint outline of the extreme speed thunder concept finally began to slowly form in Lin Ming's mind. To touch upon the edge of the extreme speed concept in just 20 days, this sort of speed would be enough to shock and horrify the geniuses of the divine realm if they were to learn of it. The reason that Lin Ming was able to accomplish this was partly because of the Saint artifact bracer supporting him, but the most important reason was the heretical god Sprout within his body. With the heretical god Sprout that could control all power of thunder and fire, and in addition to his body that had been 100% tempered by thunder when he crossed life destruction, this made it so that it seemed he had divine assistance when comprehending any type of thunder laws. The current Lin Ming was no different from a son of thunder. On the 21st day, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly shot open from his deep meditation. A bolt of brilliant lightning seemed to cut across the darkness of his eyes. He raised his index finger, and from the heretical god Sprout, the purple flood dragon divine thunder, blood-extinguishing demon thunder, disenchanting dream light, and 9 heavens divine thunder all rushed outwards. The several types of divine thunder gathered onto his fingertip and slowly began to shape themselves into strands of thunder threads. These thunder threads ranged from purple to red to purple gold to various other colors, even as they shifted into different hues. Lin Ming's mind stirred. A small thread of golden red thunder silk rushed out from the heretical god Sprout. This golden red thunder silk was divine thunder gathered by Lin Ming from the 9 heavens thunder dominion. This power of thunder was a driving force that Lin Ming had depended on to cross life destruction. After crossing the 3rd stage of life destruction, there was still a tiny bit of this golden red lightning left over. Thus it was also called out by Lin Ming. 5 different types of lightning gathered in his hands. Lightning instantly formed several hundred seals. Because his movements were too quick, his hands and fingers blended together in a blur like overlapping shadows, mysterious and eye-catching. Several hundred thunder threads violently spun around, condensing into mysterious symbols in the sky. This was a bit similar to Inscription. With Lin Ming's current strength, accomplishing all this was far too easy. Thunder escape symbol. Form. Schwa. Thunder symbols that contained multiple colors began appearing in the air, sparkling and dazzling to the point where it was hard to directly look at them. After this formless thunder was condensed into thunder symbols, it actually turned into something that resembled colored metal. As Lin Ming took these thunder symbols into his hands, he could feel they were quite weighty. This was a phenomenon that occurred once energy reached a highly condensed state, because energy and mass were originally the same. Receive. Lin Ming waved his right hand, and a thunder escape symbol sank into his right leg, disappearing without a trace. As he looked within his body, he could sense that this thunder symbol had long turned into energy laws, fusing together with his body. This was the most primitive form of thunder symbols. In the future, Lin Ming could gather more types of divine thunder to improve it, allowing his speed to become that much faster. As for his extreme speed concept, he had only just touched the threshold. In order to be skilled at this concept, or even reach perfection, he still had a very long road to travel down. However, this only made Lin Ming more excited. He wasn't afraid to take a difficult path. He only feared that his path would be limited. Luckily, this mystic lightning shade had an immense space for improvement. In the future, Lin Ming's speed would become faster and faster. After he fully comprehended the extreme speed concept and reached perfection, he wouldn't even need to use a secret skill to reach lightning-like speeds, traveling thousands of miles in a second. Chapter 896, The Capture Order. Chapter 896, The Capture Order. After creating the first thunder escape symbol, Lin Ming repeated the process, soon forming 11 thunder escape symbols. After receiving all of them into his body, he had finally cultivated the mystic lightning shade. The thunder law's extreme speed concept is really mysterious. With this ability, combined with the Gate of Wonder and Golden Rock shattering the void, even if I encounter Uya Hua and Yang Laotian together, I should still be able to easily retreat. But if I run into that strange demon youth or the ancient devil-possessed Yang Yun, I still don't think I'll be able to escape. Uya Hua and Yang Laotian were people with strength close to the highest under the heavens. Old Man Good Fortune was stronger than these two, but he wouldn't be able to fight the two of them together. In the end, Old Man Good Fortune was also a martial artist with strength closest to the highest under the heavens. But the strange demon youth and the ancient devil-possessed Yang Yun truly did have strength equal to the highest under the heavens. If Old Man Good Fortune didn't use his heaven-perishing bead without reservation, then he would likely have died to the demon youth. As Lin Ming was thinking, what he didn't know was that at this time, Uya Hua and Yang Laotian were already near death. In the completely dark divine palace, over 20 divine sea powerhouses were standing in the great hall. All of them had pale faces that were dripping with a frightened sweat. Sitting in front of them were two people. At the front was a white-clothed youth who sat regally on a pitch-black throne. A suppressive and ghastly aura exuded from his body, covering all of the divine sea powerhouses present and forcing them into absolute silence. This white-clothed youth was Yang Yun, and sitting beside Yang Yun was the strange demon youth, a sinister smile crossing his lips. Even so, he seemed like a 15 to 16-year-old youth. This was White Demon. Back before the Sea of Miracles, White Demon had been the ancient devil's little brother. Now, with the ancient devil occupying Yang Yun's body, White Demon naturally gave over the prime seat of honor to Yang Yun. The compelling aura of these two was one of the reasons that over 20 divine sea powerhouses felt a strong fear in their hearts, but it wasn't the main reason. What truly caused them to shiver in a cold sweat was that behind Yang Yun there were two torture racks. Each torture rack was as tall as 3 people, and its entire frame was an inky black that didn't seem to reflect any light. There even seemed to be some sort of rust on it. As one looked carefully, one could faintly make out that this was dark, dried blood. The main body of these torture racks was a large square pillar in the center, countless chains as thick as a man's thigh coiled around the pillar, each of them with sharp and ferocious-looking barbs jutting out from them, as if they had been used to nail countless demons. At this time, there was an old man tied up on each of these 2 torture racks. These 2 old men both wore purple gold imperial robes. Those purple gold imperial robes that were crafted with countless heavenly materials were already damaged and frayed, having long lost all the dignity and majesty they once had. 8 cruel iron hooks stabbed into these old men's shoulders and collarbones. They hung there unconscious like dead dogs. In addition, there were a number of iron thorns jabbed into the important acupoints of these 2 old men, completely sealing up all their energy. The chains that wrapped around them seemed to be alive, quietly sucking away their blood essence. Blood essence slowly dripped down the chains, finally gathering into a small crimson pool within a goblet carved of bone. These 2 old men had shaken the foundations of the sky-spill continent for several thousand years. They were great characters that were able to recklessly stomp through all 4 divine kingdoms, Uyehua and Yongle Ocean. With their fame and glory having accumulated for so many years, the immeasurable influence they wielded, as well as their strength that was close to being the highest under the heavens, they were existences that terrified all others. Even other divine sea powerhouses had to tremble and be meek when facing them. Even a top character like Situ Haotian feared them from his heart. But now, these 2 old men that had stood at the very peak of the sky-spill continent were like pieces of pork hung on a street market stall. Their faces were haggard, and their eyes were listless and glossed over. There was nothing coming from them but despair, as if all their hopes had already faded away. As a massive amount of blood essence was sucked away from them, their fires of life had weakened to the point of collapse, about to extinguish at any moment. And the ones who had accomplished all of this were Yang Yun and the strange demon youth. How could these divine sea powerhouses not remain silent? Even a character like Situ Haotian would instantly die if he tried to resist them. At this time, Situ Haotian was indeed one of the strongest of the divine sea powerhouses present. He never imagined that Yang Yun's ability and secrets would have been hidden so deeply. There were simply no words to describe it. He thought that Yang Yun was an interesting character, but he had never really placed this crown prince in his eyes. No matter how talented he was, or even if he would become the next Yongle Ocean, that was still a matter that would happen in 1,000 to 2,000 years. There was just nothing to worry about for the moment. He never expected that today, Yongle Ocean, Yang Yun's own great-grandfather, would actually have all of his cultivation sealed away, hung on a torture rack to have his blood essence sucked out. Situ Haotian had originally only feared Lin Ming, but compared to the present Yang Yun, Lin Ming had been completely overshadowed. There was no comparing the two at all. Besides Situ Haotian, the most ashen-faced person was the current nine-furnace divine emperor. He was also Yang Yun's own father, Yang Xiaohe. As Yang Xiaohe looked at Yang Yun sitting on that jet-black throne, it was like he was living in a dream. Although he knew that Yang Yun had been keeping his cards deeply hidden, and he also faintly understood that Yang Yun had obtained a massive lucky chance, he didn't think that such a day would ever occur. Really, this was a nightmare. Silence. A pall of quiet fell over the entire grand hall. No one opened their mouths to speak. The only noise was the sound of liquid slowly dripping into the goblet of bone. This sound was incomparably clear. It was the blood essence of Uyehua and Yongle Ocean. "Father, are you trembling?" Yang Yun suddenly looked up and faintly smiled at Yang Xiaohe. What kind of character was Yang Xiaohe? Although he had inherited the throne of the divine emperor less than 500 years ago and still hadn't developed the aura of one who controlled the entire world, he had still overseen all matters of the Sky Spill Continent's top divine kingdom. He had seen many magnificent scenes. Even so, because of a single person, his heart and body trembled. This person was his son. The mental impact Yang Yun had given him was just too great. You traitorous son, you will actually kill your great-grandfather? This will not be tolerated by the heavens or earth. Although Yang Xiaohe's voice was harsh, everyone could hear that there wasn't the least bit of vigor in his words. It was nothing more than a front of a faint-hearted man. This was the suppression of absolute strength and aura. Humph! Not tolerated by the heavens or earth. If a father kills their child, that is divine will, but if a child kills their father, then that is not tolerated by the heavens or earth. Yang Yun's eyebrows shot up as a mocking expression crossed his face. Yang Xiaohe, if you tried to kill me right now instead of uttering all that nonsense, then I would have at least shown you some respect. But what a pity you are afraid. Fear fills your heart, and any words you say cannot hide the utter horror you feel. For you to try and maintain your sad and hypocritical illusion, you are truly disappointing. Yang Yun's few words aimed for blood, violently thrusting into Yang Xiaohe's most fragile weakness. Yes, he was truly afraid, and he truly did not dare to resist Yang Yun. Since Yang Yun dared to treat Yang Laotian like this in front of all the heroes of the world, then killing him would be no simpler than slaughtering a chicken or dog. Those ridiculous emotional bonds between a father and son were currently nothing more than a joke. After being seen through by Yang Yun, Yang Xiaohe paled. Even his fingers shook. But what could he do against Yang Yun? What if he really tried to desperately battle Yang Yun? The result of that could be imagined. He would inevitably be humiliated once more in front of Yang Yun's strength. After that defeat, he would surely be disposed of. With Yang Yun's ruthless decisiveness, how could he possibly be lenient? At that moment, Yang Xiaohe had never been so shamed before in his life. In front of all the heroes of the world, a noble divine emperor of the highest divine kingdom had actually been forced to swallow such an insult by his own son. This was complete humiliation. Yang Xiaohe clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh until they drew blood. At that moment, he felt his own heart of martial arts weakening, as if it were about to shatter. At any moment, you do not deserve the title of divine emperor. Yang Yun shook his head, his voice filled with contempt. There are two types of hero. The first does not fear pain or death. For glory and honor, they can descend into hell and withstand the cruelest pain. Such a person lives an honorable life, willing to die as a martyr. I admire that type of person. The second can adapt to any situation. Hatred, shame, humiliation. They can tolerate all, eating the food of pigs and dogs, enduring those insults that the world cannot bear, all so that they can one day reverse their fate. This type of person is similarly worthy of my admiration. As Yang Yun slowly spoke these words, no one knew that he was exactly this second type of person. As for the humiliation he was forced to endure in the past, not even Yang Laotian knew about that. Yang Yun, just what do you want? As Situ Haotian saw Yang Yun force Yang Xiaohe into a dead end, he suddenly stepped forwards, directly facing Yang Yun. The deciding factor of a divine kingdom's true strength was not the number of divine sea powerhouses they had, but the strongest divine sea powerhouse that they had. This was because the differences in strength between various divine sea powerhouses was just too great. For instance, in front of Yang Yun, characters like Situ Yaoshi and Situ Bonin could simply be ignored, much less with the strange demon youth also here. If Yang Yun and the strange demon youth joined forces, the two of them were truly invincible. They already had the qualifications to dominate the entire Sky Spill continent. Situ Hautian had no choice but to admit defeat in front of them. Yang Yun's eyes crossed over the crowd before settling on Situ Hautian. He calmly and slowly enunciated, "From now on, those who follow me will find prosperity, and those who defy me will find death. The 4 divine kingdoms may retain their original national boundaries, and I will not annex any influence. Everyone must obey my orders. Those who violate my command, death." As Yang Yun spoke, an invisible force field erupted out from him. His battle spirit condensed into 20-some tracing marks that directly flew into bodies of these divine sea powerhouses. When the ancient devil still had a mortal form, the level of his battle spirit had even surpassed Lin Ming's. He had achieved a perfect silver battle spirit. Thus implanting a battle spirit mark was as simple as turning a hand. What have you done?" "A tracing mark. Do you think I would let you all freely run away?" Yang Yun sneered. His words caused all of the martial artists present to feel despair swell up in their hearts. With this tracing mark within them, it meant they would forever be slaves. If they ever tried to revolt against Yang Yun, he would hunt them down even if they fled to the edges of the world. Even if all of them joined forces to resist Yang Yun, it still might be useless. Now, I will issue the first order. Everyone is commanded to capture Lin Longyan. If you find out his location, then do not rashly do anything, but inform me first. The person who can inform me of his location. Not only will I bestow upon them permanent freedom, but I shall also grant them divine realm cultivation methods and divine realm spirit pills. Chase down Lin Longyan." This order caused all of the martial artists present to gulp. They didn't think that this would be Yang Yun's first order. No one wished to be under the control of others. If they could take back their freedom while also obtaining pills and cultivation methods from the divine realm, then that truly was a great temptation. Chapter 897. Target, Road of Emperor. Chapter 897. Target, Road of Emperor. Here, the Sky Spill continent was far too broad. No matter how thorough and far-reaching the ancient devil's methods were, there was simply no way to search every nook and cranny of the Sky Spill continent, not to mention that Lin Ming had gone deep into seclusion in the middle of a desolate mountain hill. The capture order for Lin Ming continued, even until a year later. Bang, bang, bang. In a remote and desolate mountain range, over 1,000,000 miles away from the 4 divine kingdoms, a barren hill suddenly trembled as if an earthquake was passing through. After several breaths of time, this hill suddenly exploded in a shower of stones, lightning violently surging into the skies. A youth dressed in white with long black hair rushed out from the ruins of the hill. The youth's eyes were sharp and swift. He looked to be around 19 or 20 years old. This youth was Lin Ming. For the last year, Lin Ming had gone into arduous closed-door seclusion. Although his cultivation didn't grow by much, his foundation had become much more solid, and his fervid true essence had calmed down, becoming more solid and substantial. Even the minor flaws that had accompanied Lin Ming's rapid rise in cultivation had been eliminated. Lin Ming's understandings of the concepts of space, time, and thunder had gone a step further. His comprehensions in the thunder concepts had grown by the greatest degree. Of the 12 Thunder Dao fruits, Lin Ming had completely eaten one of them and had also perceived the thunder law's traces on that Dao fruit, thoroughly comprehending those mysteries. After closing up for 1 year, my cultivation has been stranded at the peak of 3rd stage life destruction, but my strength has risen even more. Now, if I were to face that elder son, then I would definitely be able to instantly kill him. Lin Ming really wanted to find and kill that person to use their blood essence to open the magic cube once more. However, he suppressed this idea. If I go to the Holy Demon Continent now, I should be able to kill the master of the blood slaughter steppes. Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. Without using the Godspeed boat, he launched forwards at extreme speed, rushing out like a rapid hurricane. The 12 thunder escape symbols whistled within Lin Ming's body, violently shaking. Combined with the gate of wonder and golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming's speed had reached a nearly incomprehensible degree. His body dashed through the air like a falling meteor, his speed savagely tearing the air around him and creating a horrifying sonic boom. From afar, the sound of his travel was like a billowing thunderclap. The forests underneath Lin Ming were pressed down by the terrifying wind pressure, causing massive amounts of trees to snap off, and all the vicious beasts to flee in panic. What amazing speed! It feels like I'm filled with power. I really want to find someone to fight right now. A month later, Lin Ming finally rendezvoused with Demonshine at the Demon God Imperial Palace Dimensional Realm. This was only a wisp of Demonshine's soul. Demonshine's main soul was still residing within the giant Leviathan, where he was managing the beast. In this past year, the giant Leviathan had traveled countless miles through the sea. At this rate, it might even reach the Holy Demon Continent sometime soon. In the deep seas, the water depth reached over 100 million miles. Here, there was plenty of food for the giant Leviathan. After devouring some sea beasts, it had even become more powerful. Is everything all right? Lin Ming asked. One of the main reasons he called Demonshine over here was because it would be much easier to transmit messages. It's going very well. When this saint does things, you can rest assured. Ka. Demonshine grinned. After adventuring with Lin Ming in the past, he had gathered up a great deal of aggravations and grudges. Because his strength was momentarily weakened, he had no choice but to be cautious at all times, lest he alarm the master of the blood slaughter steppes. Before Lin Ming entered the Road of Emperor, he even had to act as a servant for half a year. Although it was only Lin Ming that was pretending to be confused, the arrogant and bossy Demonshine found it difficult to endure such an insult. This time he definitely had to give vent to all of these gathered grudges. This time, entering the Road of Emperor, we will fucking roll our way in. Let's see just who dares to stop us. The blood slaughter steppes was controlled by the giant demons, Goliaths, and imps. This was all in order to ensure the continued interests of the steppes master. 12-winged heavenly demons were strictly forbidden from developing, and humans weren't even allowed to become high lords. Once a human martial artist became an 8-winged heavenly demon, they would face all sorts of troubles and resistance. As for entering the Road of Emperor, that was even greater wishful thinking. When Lin Ming was at Polaris Tower, if it hadn't been for Demonshine's help then, he would have been turned into a slave, much less thinking about entering the Road of Emperor. Indeed, this time we will fight our way in. Those who block our path will die. Lin Ming's heart surged with a sense of heroic pride and valor. Prior to now, although Lin Ming's strength had rapidly grown, whether he was at the Sky Spill Continent or the Holy Demon Continent, he still had to be careful, as if he were walking on ice. Because his strength was not at the highest levels, he inevitably was subject to the control and commands of others. But now, he had the strength of a true Emperor-level powerhouse. Within the Sky Spill Continent and Holy Demon Continent, his strength could be considered at the highest levels. Even though he still couldn't defeat White Demon and Yang Yun by relying on his strange and extraordinary speed, he would still be able to successfully escape. It could be said that within this entire planet, it was difficult for anyone to be a threat to Lin Ming. After entering the broken dimensional realm, Lin Ming activated the ultra-long-range transmission array. In the next moment, he had vanished into a vast and boundless white light. Holy Demon Continent, Blood Slaughter Steppes. The Blood Slaughter Steppes had a 100,000-year history. This was the killing paradise of the Holy Demon Continent. Not only was there strong and pure infernal energy here, there were also no rules. As long as one had strength, they could freely kill whoever they wished. But this land was also cursed. Because of this mystical curse, any high-stage life destruction, high-star demon king, or anyone else above that strength would fall under that curse once they entered the blood slaughter steps, finally perishing. Over many years, numerous demon emperors had fallen within the blood slaughter steps. Of just the famous and recorded demon emperors, there were more than 10. All demon emperors that stepped foot into the blood slaughter steps would die. This was nearly an ironclad rule that could not be broken. However, there was an exception, and that was anyone that had managed to become a 12-winged heavenly demon and obtain the death god martial intent. This sort of character could simply ignore the curse of the blood slaughter steps, and would even have the ability to threaten the rule of the blood slaughter steps. The most representative person of these characters was the Eightfall War Emperor. The Eightfall War Emperor had caused the steps master to have many restless nights where he found it difficult to even eat. This was because the Eightfall War Emperor was simply far too strong. Even in the Holy Demon Continent that was larger and had far more masters than the Sky Spill Continent, the Eightfall War Emperor had a strength that approached invincibility. Of course, besides the Eightfall War Emperor, there was also another human that had managed to become a 12-winged heavenly demon. That was Lin Ming. At this time, within the center of a blood-red temple in the blood slaughter steps, an armored giant demon was regally sitting on top of a throne, a metal wine cup in his hands as he slowly took sips from it. This wine cup was filled with a thick, bright red liquid. This was human blood. The giant demon was the steps master, also known as High Lord Divine Demon. He had a blood feud with Lin Ming over the death of his child. Ho! A flame lit up in the dark grand hall. This was the light of a sound transmitting talisman. The steps master grasped the sound transmitting talisman. After hearing the message inside, he frowned. For all these years, the blood slaughter steps had been hunting Lin Ming, but this hunt had so far produced nothing. Even now, it was the same. 5 years. That youth called Lin Ming seemed as if he came from nothing and then vanished into nothing. I used every single connection I had, and still couldn't figure out just where he came from or what his background is. The steps master's eyes flashed with a cold, killing intent as he crushed the metal wine cup in his hands. Bright red blood splashed onto the floor. Even if Lin Ming hadn't killed his son, that still wouldn't be the reason he wanted to kill Lin Ming. The reason he wanted to kill Lin Ming was because Lin Ming had become a 12-winged heavenly demon and had thus gained the ability to freely enter the blood slaughter steps. The steps master did not wish to see the appearance of another Eightfall War Emperor. He had to stifle this threat before it grew, even if he had to offend a holy land in doing so. After all, as long as a martial artist wasn't a 12-winged heavenly demon, not even an unrivaled emperor would be able to step into the blood slaughter steps. So even if a holy land was offended by him, what would they even be able to do to him? This Lin Ming is a heaven-gifted, eternally rare talent. In these last 5 years, he must have reached at least the late revolving core realm. Or perhaps he has even stepped into the first stage of life destruction. Moreover, because of his unbelievable talent, his strength should far surpass that of other martial artists at his level. It's likely he'll have strength equal to a 5th stage life destruction human martial artist. After another 20 to 30 years pass, he will have combat strength equal to a human emperor level powerhouse. I don't have much time left to stop him. Chapter 898, Unstoppable. Chapter 898, Unstoppable. 8. Blood Slaughter Steps, Heavenly Cloud Sky Split Tower. There were a total of 12 main cities in the blood slaughter steps, The Heavenly Cloud Skysplit Tower was located at the center of Heavenly Cloud City. Heavenly Cloud City was the most formidable main city within the Blood Slaughter Steppes. Duan Mukun had come from Heavenly Cloud Tower. Since ancient times, Heavenly Cloud Tower had produced the most talents and also the strongest talents. Heavenly Cloud Tower had a total of 16 High Lords, whereas Polar Skysplit Tower only had 12. And in terms of Tower Masters, the Tower Master of Heavenly Cloud Skysplit Tower was much more formidable than the Tower Master of Polar Skysplit Tower. Of course, to the current Lin Ming, all of this was nothing more than floating clouds. Lin Ming arrived at the gates of Heavenly Cloud Tower. The Heavenly Cloud Tower was over 10,000 feet tall and was situated on top of a 60,000-foot mountain precipice, bringing the total height to over 70,000 feet and hovering within the primal chaos heavens. This was why it was called Skysplit Tower. The front gates of Heavenly Cloud Tower were over 200 feet high, cast in a massive copper frame with countless buckles. Altogether, these gates likely weighed over 80,000 to 90,000 genes. The gates to the Heavenly Cloud Tower were guarded by 2 rows of giant demon guards. Each of them was filled with a robust vitality, and their figure and form was strong like a mighty dragon. Their cultivations were, at least at the demon general level, and every single one was at least 10 feet tall and was wearing black treasure armor. They gave off an inexplicable pressure, making those with a weaker aura lose all courage to pass the gates. Halt! Show your blood slaughter token. 2 giant demon guards grasped their war halberds and crossed them in front of Lin Ming, blocking his path. The blood slaughter token was a city entrance token to enter the blood slaughter steppes. Lin Ming had once obtained one, and the token had ended up fusing into his body, forming the source of infernal energy and serving as the basis for killing others to accumulate their infernal energy. Now Lin Ming had already become a 12-winged heavenly demon. Normally, he kept it within his body and would manifest it in the form of the death god force field. If Lin Ming didn't summon the 12-winged heavenly demon, it would remain undetectable. Thus, these 2 rows of giant demon guards didn't recognize that Lin Ming was once a trial challenger. Make way. Lin Ming's steps didn't stop. As he walked forwards, an invisible force field spread out from him. The 2 rows of guards were suppressed by this force field, making them gasp for breath, as if all air had vanished. Before they could react, Lin Ming had passed through them, about to shove open the gates leading to the tower. You bold. As the guard captain just shouted out these words, he immediately shut up as his eyes went as round as large copper bells. Disbelief began to cloud over his face. At that moment, those 80,000 to 90,000 gene-heavy gates, those massive copper gates that needed dozens of people to open, were actually pushed open by a single hand. As the gears of the bronze gates were forcefully pushed open, they even began to issue loud ka sounds as if they couldn't withstand the pressure. This scene simply left everyone stunned. Who is he? The several guards were all shocked. How was this a human? He was simply a dragon in human form. Quick, hurry up and inform the managing deacon. These guards naturally didn't have the qualifications to directly speak to the High Lords. They had to transmit a message through several layers of authority first. But by the time the news was sent out, Lin Ming had already reached the transmission array that connected Skysplit Tower's first floor to the second floor. Bang! A terrifying energy exploded upwards, and the protective array formation that surrounded the transmission array was directly shattered to bits. Lin Ming stood on the transmission array and activated it with brute force. As for the deacon that managed the protective array formation, he was scared witless. The deacon felt that Lin Ming looked familiar, but he just couldn't place where he had seen him before. In fact, 5 years ago, the Steppes Master had once issued an arrest warrant for Lin Ming throughout the entire blood slaughter steppes. But before even half a year passed, the Steps Master was able to confirm that Lin Ming had already left the Blood Slaughter Steppes. Thus the capture zone had changed to the wider Holy Demon Continent. In the Blood Slaughter Steppes, the arrest warrant slowly faded away. There were always massive numbers of individuals that left and entered the Blood Slaughter Steppes. In fact, a majority of these people in the Blood Slaughter Steppes Skysplit Towers had entered in the last 5 years. They simply didn't recognize Lin Ming. Even though this current deacon had seen Lin Ming's arrest warrant, in these last 5 years, Lin Ming had already passed through life destruction 3 times and had reformed his spirit body. His looks had become more perfect, his aura was swifter and sharper, and he was now a handsome youth with jade-like looks, ethereal and otherworldly. It was simply impossible for others to recognize him for a time. Moreover, they never imagined that Lin Ming would actually have the gall to return to the Blood Slaughter Steppes to raise trouble. As the deacon of that level reported the news, Lin Ming had already reached the transmission array on the 2nd floor. You actually dare to cause trouble at Skysplit Tower? You really don't know how to write the word death. The deacon responsible for the 2nd floor's transmission array was a giant demon. The deacon grasped a large axe, his entire body as hard and dark as granite. His face was cruel and barbaric. The deacon was unable to see just what Lin Ming's cultivation was. His understanding of humanity's cultivation system was limited to begin with, and when that was added with just how high Lin Ming's cultivation was as well as his restrained aura, it was impossible for him to see through it. How dare you? Are you deaf or something? The giant demon deacon burned with rage as he chopped down with his axe. However, there was suddenly an explosive ringing that filled the air. Without Lin Ming moving a hand, the giant demon deacon was sent flying backwards like a broken sack. All of his inner organs ruptured as he vomited blood in the air before smashing against a wall hundreds of feet away. His axe, his armor, and all of his meridians were shattered to bits. It was unknown whether or not he was still alive. Everyone watching was dumbfounded by this scene, causing them to freeze in place. That giant demon deacon was a 1-star demon king, the equivalent of a human early revolving core powerhouse, and even a bit stronger than that. And yet, such a 1-star demon king was actually instantly swatted away without the other party even moving a finger. Just what kind of power was that? A life destruction powerhouse. Could that be a human life destruction powerhouse? Otherwise, there shouldn't be any reason why we can't see through his cultivation. A Goliath guard said with rising panic in his voice, "That's impossible. All life destruction powerhouses that enter the Blood Slaughter Steppes will encounter the mystical curse here and die a miserable death. Who wouldn't treasure their own life and actually come here?" An imp deacon chimed in. Yes, he should have a late revolving core cultivation with strength equal to the weakest of life destruction powerhouses. Humph! But let alone the fact that he isn't at life destruction. Even if a true life destruction powerhouse were to come here, they would still die for the violation of causing trouble. Our Skysplit Tower has the strongest High Lords of the 12 Skysplit Towers. The higher-ranking High Lords can definitely contend with a human life destruction powerhouse. For this fellow to come here, even dragons must hide, and tigers must lie low. Moreover, our Heavenly Cloud Tower Master is the strongest existence amongst all of the 12 Skysplit Tower Masters. He is only inferior to the Steppes Master himself. Let's follow him first and wait for the High Lords to come and kill him. Otherwise, we will be executed for being derelict in our duties. After seeing what happened to the giant demon deacon, the other guards and deacons didn't dare to do anything against Lin Ming. That would be the same as suicide. And as they hoped, the High Lords of the Heavenly Cloud Tower soon appeared. And once they appeared, there were actually 5 at once. The one leading them was the 2nd-ranked High Lord of Heavenly Cloud Tower. As for the top-ranked High Lord, although he had indeed received the news, he felt that 5 High Lords was already more than enough to handle the situation. so it was unnecessary for him to do anything. For all of the High Lords to show up just because a single human powerhouse was causing a mess was simply making too great a fuss over nothing. It would even be quite a shameful matter once others were to know of it. The High Lords have come. Ha ha ha! This boy is already dead. Let's enjoy the good fun to follow. The guards and deacons hurried to surround and cordon off the area. Each of them brandished their weapons and took position to make sure that Lin Ming wouldn't be able to escape. With the High Lord supporting them, they weren't afraid at all. Who are you? How impudent! The second-ranked High Lord of Heavenly Cloud Tower had much better sight than these guards and deacons. As he saw Lin Ming, he could see that his strength was unfathomably deep. Otherwise, he would have already killed Lin Ming here with a single slap. Why would he still be wasting his time speaking nonsense? As his eyes stopped on Lin Ming's eyes, he was alarmed for a moment, but couldn't identify why. Although many High Lords had participated in the previous adventure to the Eternal Demon Abyss, most of them had been killed off by Lin Ming. None of these 5 High Lords had seen Lin Ming's face before. I am here to enter the road of Emperor. Get out of my way. What? Enter the road of Emperor? The 5 High Lords were stunned as they heard this, and then immediately began chuckling. This was just like a beggar suddenly demanding to enter the royal palace, telling the emperor that they wanted to conduct a treasure hunt in the imperial treasure vaults. How ridiculous! Just who do you think you are? The Road of Emperor is the highest level mystic realm of my blood slaughter steps. Do you think you can enter just because you wish to? Let alone the fact that you are a nobody. But even if you slaughtered your way up Heavenly Cloud Tower and became one of the Heavenly Demon 7 Stars, with your status of being a human, you could still give up any hope of entering the road of Emperor. Second brother, why are you wasting time talking with him? This sort of person obviously came here to die. Ha! He is indeed an idiot. If you want to enter the road of Emperor, then let me guide you to the right path. All you have to do is release your spiritual sea and allow me to plant a slave seal within you. Perhaps then I will allow you to enter. Ha ha ha! The 5 High Lords recklessly taunted Lin Ming. Lin Ming only sneered and said, "The Road of Emperor is an ancient ruin left from 100,000 years ago for the future generations. Since when did it belong to you lot?" Humph! Nothing good can come from talking with a fool. This person isn't simple. Let us use our infernal energy and kill him with everything we have. Okay. The 5 High Lords cried out together. Behind them, heavenly demon phantoms began to form in the air. These were early 10-winged heavenly demons. With the rules of the blood slaughter steps, one could become a High Lord as soon as they became a 10-winged heavenly demon. But a High Lord could not form a middle stage 10-winged heavenly demon tattoo, or else a portion of their infernal energy would be forcefully dispersed. The truth was that even without this rule, it was nearly impossible to go from a 10-winged heavenly demon to a 12-winged heavenly demon. That was because in order to complete this final step, one had to slaughter a massive number of High Lords and absorb their infernal energy. Where would there be so many High Lords that freely allowed themselves to be killed? Go! The 5 High Lords suddenly stormed outwards, and the heavenly demon phantoms behind them also followed suit. All sorts of powerful attacks rained down at Lin Ming, completely enveloping him. But Lin Ming didn't even move. As the 5 10-winged heavenly demon phantoms rushed out, another heavenly demon phantom formed behind Lin Ming. This heavenly demon phantom was several times larger than the High Lord's 10-winged heavenly demon phantoms. As the 2 rows of crimson blood wings slowly spread out, one could actually count that there were 12 wings. This was a 12-winged heavenly demon. The 12-winged heavenly demon was the true form of the death god force field. After the heavenly demon phantom formed, a terrifying infernal energy erupted outwards, flooding out like a bloody tsunami that impacted into the skies. What? A 12-winged heavenly demon. How is this possible? Ah, the 5 high lords all issued out screams of pain and misery. At that time, they felt the heavenly demon phantoms behind them being forcefully ripped away by an immense strength. It was like someone had cut apart their backs and was pulling out their spines. The pain was unbearable, excruciating. My heavenly demon tattoo, my infernal energy, no. Pitiful screams of horror and despair filled the air. The heavenly demon phantom behind Lin Ming suddenly swept out its 12 wings, forming a crimson vortex. The 5 10-winged heavenly demon phantoms were completely sucked into this crimson vortex and crushed by the tremendous force within, turning into the purest infernal energy that was absorbed by the 12-winged heavenly demon. Puff! The 5 high lords all vomited mouthfuls of blood as they were sent flying backs. They heavily hit the ground, all of their organs and meridians torn to pieces. From start to finish, Lin Ming hadn't even moved a single finger. Chapter 899. Once again into the road of Emperor. Chapter 899. Once again into the road of Emperor. The heavenly demon tattoos were forcefully erased from the 5 high lords, greatly reducing their strength. This deprival also diminished their fires of life until they were like the last flickering flame of a candle in the wind. At this time, they had been turned into garbage without much of a lifespan left over. This was the great power of the death god force field, to extinguish all life vitality. The Azura force field, omnidirectional suppression of an enemy's physical body, true essence, dantian, and soul. The death god force field, to cut off the enemy's source of life. But as for what the prime emperor force field was, Lin Ming had no idea. He only faintly knew that it was the strongest of the 3 force fields. If he could fuse all 3 together and form the complete heavenly demon force field, then he would be able to crush and kill divine Sea Supreme Elders. The heavenly demon force field was highly likely to be related to that nameless great emperor from the eternal demon abyss, but that nameless great emperor had already reached an unimaginable boundary. It was likely he was a top-level existence of the divine realm. After wasting away 5 high lords with nothing more than a thought, Lin Ming casually strolled forwards. The present him now had sufficient strength to directly enter the road of Emperor. All gods that blocked him would die. All Buddhas that blocked him would perish. As Lin Ming walked forwards, the guards who surrounded him were scared to the point that their legs trembled, nearly toppling over like their legs were made from jelly. This youth was able to instantly kill 5 high lords. Was this even human? He was simply like an abyssal demon. Against such a monstrous demon, all of them were terrified. They even thought of helping the 5 high lords to surround and kill Lin Ming. After seeing Lin Ming stroll away, none of them were able to summon the courage to flee. Against such an existence, a mere thought was enough to kill them all. No matter if they were 10 times faster or 100 times faster, they still wouldn't be able to escape. Each and every guard was wet with sweat, with limp and shaking limbs. Their faces were ashen, and their souls seemed to flee from their backs. They stood there, paralyzed where they were, until Lin Ming finally left. That youth is actually a 12-winged heavenly demon. He is actually a 12-winged heavenly demon. A 12-winged heavenly demon was a legendary existence, but also a taboo existence. They never imagined that this human who came here today was a 12-winged heavenly demon. He must be Lin Ming from 5 years ago. The Great Steps Master has already issued a warrant for his capture, and yet he dares to return to the blood slaughter steps? Lin Ming confidently strode into the 4th floor of the Heavenly Cloud Tower. There was no one here waiting to stop him. After killing 5 high lords with nothing more than a glance, at this time no one dared to leap to their deaths. Even if every single master of Heavenly Cloud Tower combined forces to attack Lin Ming, they would simply instantly perish. The 5th floor, the Road of Emperor, was already very close. At this time, news of Lin Ming's appearance had reached the Steps Master. Pung! The Steps Master crushed the arms of this throne to dust. Lin Ming, he actually dares to return. He probably thought that just because he developed some supernatural power that he would be able to dominate me. How ridiculous! I shall show him just what it means to be a frog in a well. When Lin Ming had left the Blood Slaughter Steps, his cultivation had only been at the early Revolving Core realm. To cross from the early Revolving Core into life destruction in just a mere 5 years, one had to have an eternally rare heaven-gifted talent and foundation, and also must have experienced great lucky chances repeatedly. The Steps Master guessed that Lin Ming truly did have a destiny that defied the will of the heavens. With his first stage life destruction cultivation and his monstrous talent added on top of that, his true strength likely reached the level of a 5th grade life destruction martial artist. To such a top master, instantly killing 5 High Lords was nothing at all. After all, in the Blood Slaughter Steps, all High Lords did not reach life destruction, 4-star Demon King, or an equivalent rank. Otherwise, they would possibly come under the influence of the curse. The Steps Master lit a sound transmitting talisman, and then left the Blood Slaughter Divine Temple, using a movement technique to fly towards Heavenly Cloud Tower at full speed. What? He wants me to delay for time, so that Lin Ming cannot enter the Road of Emperor? How can I delay anything at all? After the Heavenly Cloud Tower Master received the Steps Master's sound transmission, he nearly flipped over the table he was sitting at. Although he was far stronger than the 16 High Lords, he absolutely could not reach a degree of strength that could kill 5 High Lords with a single glance. Facing Lin Ming meant that he would be as good as dead. This is stupidly unreasonable and outrageous. What the fuck can I possibly do if I encounter a monster like Lin Ming? Then even betting my entire life wouldn't do anything at all. The Heavenly Cloud Tower Master was from the Goliath race. He had immense strength and normally wouldn't even fear the heavens. But facing such an impossible and ridiculous order, he couldn't help but curse out loud. The Steps Master was flying here from the Blood Slaughter Divine Temple and would need at most a quarter hour to arrive. How could he possibly delay Lin Ming for a quarter hour? But Tower Master, this is the order of the Steps Master. If we do not follow it, then we will be disposed of. Beside the Tower Master, an imp martial artist suddenly spoke up. He was the most trusted friend of the Heavenly Cloud Tower Master. The Steps Master was an extremely cruel, violent, and malicious individual. All who dared to disobey his orders would suffer a truly miserable fate. Shit. I really hit the shit jackpot this time. I have no idea just how strong this boy's true strength is. Perhaps he might even be able to contend with a quasi-emperor powerhouse. How can I even think of delaying him? The Heavenly Cloud Tower Master cursed again. He could only brace himself for this crisis and go to the Road of Emperor. But just as he reached the Road of Emperor, he heard a massive explosive sound. The spells that sealed away the Road of Emperor had been shattered by Lin Ming's halberd. These sealing spells were added to the Sky Split Tower after it was founded. They weren't part of the original structure. Otherwise, even if Lin Ming had the strength of an unrivaled emperor, he still wouldn't have been able to force his way through them. But even so, the toughness and firmness of these spells was staggering. The Heavenly Cloud Tower Master was frightened witless as he saw Lin Ming easily rip them apart. "Young hero, please hold on. If there is some matter, then we can surely discuss it," the Heavenly Cloud Tower Master shouted out, making his tone as polite as possible so that he wouldn't provoke Lin Ming's ire. However, Lin Ming only swept his eyes over him. The icy cold meaning in them caused the heavenly cloud tower master's body to feel cold, as if his soul itself had frozen. The death god force field was able to cut off all life vitality. Even if Lin Ming wasn't actively galvanizing it, it still wasn't a power that the heavenly cloud tower master was able to resist. The heavenly cloud tower master had originally wanted to delay Lin Ming with some nonsense banter. But before he could actually speak, he gulped over and over before sputtering. If you don't know the law formula to open the road of Emperor's array formation, there is no way for you to enter. As he spoke, the heavenly cloud tower master took several steps back until he reached a safe distance. This distance was only for comfort of mind. If Lin Ming wanted to kill him, he would die with nothing more than a thought. The heavenly cloud tower master was thinking about how to tell Lin Ming the law formula to open the road of Emperor, and also to switch it a bit, so that he wouldn't be able to open it for a period of time. This would give him time, and also satisfy the order of Steps Master. However, he discovered that Lin Ming simply ignored him. Lin Ming had already begun turning the outer runes of the Road of Emperor, and with a ka-ka-ka sound, the array formation was solved by Lin Ming. What? The heavenly cloud tower master gulped, his eyes perfectly round. He was left completely speechless. It seemed as if there was nothing Lin Ming couldn't do. The truth was that the outer array formation of the Road of Emperor was only a simple gate. It was like an ordinary gated fence installed outside of mortal palaces. It wasn't difficult to open at all. Those people that had first discovered the 12 sky-split towers were able to solve it, much less someone like Lin Ming. Thus, in just half an incense stick of time, the gating array formation of the Road of Emperor had been opened by Lin Ming. He calmly stepped onto the crimson altar and sprinkled his blood onto the ground. A red light enveloped him, and he was swallowed up by it. The heavenly cloud tower master and his trusted High Lord confidant were left behind, flabbergasted. But they were also helpless. The Road of Emperor only allowed a single person to enter on their own path. No one could follow them. Since Lin Ming had gone in, there was no way of chasing him inside. They could only wait for him to come out. The heavenly cloud tower master quickly sent out a sound transmitting talisman to inform the Steps Master of the sudden turn in events. He could only anxiously wait to bear the anger of the Steps Master. A quarter-hour later, a sharp sonic boom rang out in the skies, accompanied by a massive explosion outside of the heavenly cloud tower. The Steps Master had finally arrived at Heavenly Cloud City, and the heavenly cloud tower master, as well as the other 11 surviving High Lords, hurriedly ran out to greet him. The Steps Master's eyes flashed with a gloomy killing intent. He was well aware of just what Lin Ming had planned. In fact, he had already approximated Lin Ming's current strength and didn't expect that the heavenly cloud tower master would really be able to delay Lin Ming. Lin Ming, do you really think that after entering the Road of Emperor, you will be able to become a peerless emperor and gain strength that surpasses mine? You are far too naive. The Steps Master sinisterly grinned. Those that pass through the Road of Emperor can indeed become peerless emperors, but do you think that the Road of Emperor can be walked so easily? You were far too impatient. Perhaps if you wanted another 20 years and your cultivation reached the 5th or 6th stage of life destruction, nothing would have been able to stop you from passing the Road of Emperor. But now it is simply impossible for you to completely cross it. I shall wait outside and lay down a great array formation for you. You are now nothing more than a pigeon in a cage. Let me see just how you'll escape this time. In the last 10,000 years, beside the 8 Fall War Emperor and a few other individuals, no one had been able to walk far down the Road of Emperor. Not even the Steps Master himself had the strength to reach the end of the Road of Emperor. Moreover, obtaining the recognition of the Road of Emperor was the most important part, or else no one was able to cross it. The Steps Master didn't doubt Lin Ming's talent, but his cultivation was far too low. Only 5 years had passed, and Lin Ming was likely only 24 years old. or so. Even if his talent was recognized by the Road of Emperor, his strength would still be lacking. Everyone come and assist in laying down the array formation. The day he emerges from the Road of Emperor is the day he dies. After the steps master issued this order, he sat down in front of the road of Emperor's Gate. He closed his eyes, meditating and adjusting his condition to its peak state. Since Lin Ming had gone in from here, he would sooner or later have to come out from here. The steps master planned on personally killing Lin Ming. He had to do this, no matter what means he was forced to use. At this time, within the Road of Emperor, Lin Ming stood at an entirely similar crimson altar. There was a 10-foot wide wooden plank road in front of him. This plank road was suspended in the air, ghostly and ethereal, extending into the infinite distance until it disappeared into the darkness. There was no support that held up the plank road, and underneath this road was nothing but an endless abyss. It was impossible to see just what lay at the bottom. It was possible that this abyss even connected to the eternal demon abyss. If he fell here, he would fall to the very center of the world beyond all salvation. On the sides of this plank road were lights that floated in the air around 100 feet away from each other. These lights were all given off by strange lamps carved from black rock. They were held up by some mysterious strength. This was where Lin Ming had first comprehended his battle spirit, the road of the lights. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.